pistol swinging at his side. 60. Boys wait, breathing. Werner thinks of Jutta with her opalescent hair and quick eyes and blunt manners. She would never be mistaken for the weakest. Ernst, somebody, is shaking everywhere now, all the way down to his wrists and ankles. When Bastian is maybe 200 yards away, he turns and raises his left hand. Ernst runs with his arms nearly straight and legs wide and unhinged. Bastian counts down from 10. 3, yells his faraway voice. 2, 1. At 0, his right arm goes up and the group unleashes. The dark-haired boy is at least 50 yards in front of them, but immediately the pack begins to gain, hurrying, scampering, running hard. 59 14-year-olds chase 1. Werner keeps to the center of the group as it strings out, his heart beating in dark confusion, wondering where Frederick is, why they're chasing this boy, and what they're supposed to do if they catch him. Except in some atavistic part of his brain, he knows exactly what they'll do. A few outrunners are exceptionally fast. They gain on the lone figure. Ernst's limbs pump furiously, but he is clearly not accustomed to sprinting and he loses steam. The grass waves. Trees are transected by sunlight. The pack draws closer, and Werner feels annoyed. Why couldn't Ernst be faster? Why hasn't he practiced? How did he make it through the entrance exams? The fastest cadet is lunging for the back of the boy's shirt. He almost has him. Black-haired Ernst is going to be caught, and Werner wonders if some part of him wants it to happen. But the boy makes it to the commandant a split second before the others come pounding past. Mandatory surrender. Marie-Laure has to badger her father 3 times before he'll read the notice aloud. Members of the population must relinquish all radio receivers now in their possession. Radio sets are to be delivered to 27 Rue de Chartres before tomorrow noon. Anyone failing to carry out this order will be arrested as a saboteur. No one says anything for a moment, and inside Marie-Laure, an old anxiety lumbers to its feet. Is he... In your grandfather's old room, says Madame Manic. Tomorrow, noon. Half the house, thinks Marie-Laure, is taken up by wireless receivers and the parts that go into them. Madame Manic raps on the door to Henri's room and receives no reply. In the afternoon they box up the equipment in Etienne's study, Madame and Papa unplugging radios and lowering them into crates, Marie-Laure sitting on the Davenport listening to the sets go off one by one. The old Radiola 5, a GMR Titan, a GMR Orphée, a Delco 32-volt farm radio that Etienne had shipped all the way from the United States in 1922. Her father wraps the largest in cardboard and uses an ancient wheeled dolly to thump it down the stairs. Marie-Laure sits with her fingers going numb in her lap and thinks of the machine in the attic, its cables and switches, a transmitter built to talk to ghosts. Does it qualify as a radio receiver? Should she mention it? Do Papa and Madame Manic know? They seem not to. In the evening, fog moves into the city, trailing a cold, fishy smell, and they eat potatoes and carrots in the kitchen, and Madame Manic leaves a dish outside Henri's door, and taps, but the door does not open, and the food remains untouched. What, asks Marie-Laure, will they do with the radios? Send them to Germany, says Papa. "Or pitch them in the sea," says Madame Manic. "Come, child, drink your tea. It's not the end of the world. I'll put an extra blanket on your bed tonight." In the morning, Etienne remains shut inside his brother's room. If he knows what is happening in his house, Marie-Laure cannot tell. At 10 a.m., her father starts wheeling loads onto the Rue de Chartres. 1 trip, 2 trips, 3. And when he comes back and loads the dolly with the last radio, Etienne still has not appeared. Marie-Laure holds Madame Manic's hand as she listens to the gate clang shut, to the cart's axle bounce as her father pushes it down the Rue Vaugirard, and to the silence that reinstalls itself after he's gone. Museum. Sergeant Major Reinhold von Rumpel wakes early. He upholsters himself in his uniform, pockets his loop and tweezers, rolls up his white gloves. By 6 a.m. he's in the hotel lobby in full dress, polish on his shoes, pistol case snapped shut. The hotel keeper brings him bread and cheese in a basket made from dark wicker, covered nicely with a cotton napkin. Everything is ship-shape. There is great pleasure in being out in the city before the sun is up, streetlights glowing, the hum of a Parisian day commencing. As he walks up the Rue Cuvier and turns onto the Jardin des Plantes, the trees look misty and significant, parasols held up just for him. He likes being early. At the entrance to the Grand Gallery, 2 night warders stiffen. They glance at the stripes on his collar patch and sleeves. The cords in their throats tighten. A small man in black flannel comes down the staircase apologizing in German. He says he is the assistant director. He did not expect the sergeant major for another hour. "We can speak French," says von Rumpel. Behind him scurries a second man with eggshell skin and evident terror of eye contact. "We would be honored to show you the collections, Sergeant Major," breathes the assistant director. "This is the mineralogist, Professor Hublin." Hublin blinks twice, gives the impression of a penned animal. The pair of warders watch from the end of the corridor. "May I take your basket?" It is no trouble. The gallery of mineralogy is so long, von Rumpel can hardly see the end of it. In sections, display case after display case sits vacant, little shapes on their felted shelves marking the silhouettes of whatever had been removed. Von Rumpel strolls with his basket on his arm, forgetting to do anything but look. What treasures they left behind! A gorgeous set of yellow topaz crystals on a gray matrix. A great pink hunk of beryl like a crystallized brain. A violet column of tourmaline from Madagascar that looks so rich he cannot resist the urge to stroke it. Bornonite, apatite on muscovite, natural zircon in a spray of colors, dozens more minerals he cannot name. These men, he thinks, probably handle more gemstones in a week than he has seen in his lifetime. Each piece is registered in huge organizational folios that have taken centuries to amass. The pallid Hublin shows him pages. Louis XIII began the collection as a cabinet of medicines, jade for kidneys, clay for the stomach, and so on. There were already 200,000 entries in the catalogue by 1850, a priceless mineral heritage. Every now and then von Rumpel pulls his notebook from his pocket and makes a notation. He takes his time. When they reach the end, the assistant director laces his fingers across his belt. "We hope you were impressed, Sergeant Major? You enjoyed your tour?" "Very much." The electric lights in the ceiling are far apart, and the silence in the huge space is oppressive. But, he says, enunciating very slowly, what about the collections that are not on public display? The assistant director and the mineralogist exchange a glance. You have seen everything we can show you, Sergeant Major. Von Rumpel keeps his voice polite, civilized. Paris is not Poland, after all. Waves must be made carefully. Things cannot simply be seized. What did his father used to say? See obstacles as opportunities, Reinhold. See obstacles as inspirations. Is there somewhere, he says, we can talk? The assistant director's office occupies a dusty third-floor corner that overlooks the gardens, walnut-paneled, underheated, decorated with pinned butterflies and beetles in alternating frames. On the wall behind his half-ton desk hangs the only image, a charcoal portrait of the French biologist Jean-Baptiste Lamarck. The assistant director sits behind the desk, and Von Rumpel sits in front with his basket between his feet. The mineralogist stands. A long-necked secretary brings tea. Hublin says, "We are always acquiring, yes? All across the world, industrialization endangers mineral deposits. We collect as many types of minerals as exist. To a curator, none is superior to any other." Von Rumpel laughs. He appreciates that they are trying to play the game. But don't they understand that the winner has already been determined? He sets down his cup of tea and says, "I would like to see your most protected specimens. I am most specifically interested in a specimen I believe you have only recently brought out from your vaults." The assistant director sweeps his left hand through his hair and releases a blizzard of dandruff. "Sergeant Major, the minerals you've seen have aided discoveries in electrochemistry, in the fundamental laws of mathematical crystallography. The role of a national museum is to operate above the whims and fashions of collectors, to safeguard for future generations the—" Von Rumpel smiles. "I will wait." "You misunderstand us, monsieur. You have seen everything we can show you." "I will wait to see what you cannot show me." The assistant director peers into his tea. The mineralogist shifts from foot to foot. He appears to be wrestling with an interior fury. "I am quite gifted at waiting," Von Rumpel says in French. "It is my one great skill. I was never much good at athletics or mathematics, but even as a boy I possessed unnatural patience. I would wait with my mother while she got her hair styled. I would sit in the chair and wait for hours, no magazines, no toys, not even swinging my legs back and forth. All the mothers were very impressed." Both Frenchmen fidget. Beyond the door of the office, what ears listen? "Please sit if you'd like," Von Rumpel says to Hublin, and pats the chair next to him. But Hublin does not sit. Time passes. Von Rumpel swallows the last of his tea and sets the cup very carefully on the edge of the assistant director's desk. Somewhere an electric fan whirs to life, runs a while, and shuts down. Hublin says, "It's not clear what we're waiting for, Sergeant Major." "I'm waiting for you to be truthful." "If I might—" "Stay," says Von Rumpel. "Sit. I'm sure if one of you were to call out instructions, the mademoiselle who looks like a giraffe will hear, will she not?" The assistant director crosses and recrosses his legs. By now it is past noon. "Perhaps you would like to see the skeletons," tries the assistant director. "The Hall of Man is quite spectacular, and our zoological collection is beyond—" "I would like to see the minerals you do not reveal to the public. One in particular." Hublin's throat splotches pink and white. He does not take a seat. The assistant director seems resigned to an impasse and pulls a thick, perfect-bound stack of papers from a drawer and begins to read. Hublin shifts as if to leave, but Von Rumpel merely says, "Please stay until we have resolved this." Waiting, thinks Von Rumpel, is a kind of war. You simply tell yourself that you must not lose. The assistant director's telephone rings, and he reaches to pick it up, but Von Rumpel holds up a hand, and the phone rings 10 or 11 times, and then falls quiet. What might be a full half-hour passes. Hublin staring at his shoelaces, the assistant director making occasional notes in his manuscript with a silver pen, Von Rumpel remaining completely motionless. And then there is a distant tapping on the door. "Gentlemen?" comes the voice. Von Rumpel calls, "We are fine, thank you." The assistant director says, "I have other matters to attend to, Sergeant Major." Von Rumpel does not raise his voice. "You will wait here. Both of you. You will wait here with me until I see what I have come to see, and then we will all go back to our important jobs." The mineralogist's chin trembles. The fan starts again, then dies. A 5-minute timer, guesses Von Rumpel. He waits for it to start and die one more time. Then he lifts his basket into his lap. He points to the chair. His voice is gentle. "Sit, Professor. You will be more comfortable." Hublin does not sit. 2 o'clock in the city, and the bells toll in 100 churches. Walkers down on the paths, the last of autumn's leaves spiraling to earth. Von Rumpel unrolls the napkin across his lap, lifts out the cheese. He breaks the bread slowly, sending a rich cascade of crust onto his napkin. As he chews, he can almost hear their guts rumbling. He offers them nothing. When he finishes, he wipes the corners of his mouth. "You read me wrong, monsieur. I am not an animal. I am not here to raise your collections. They belong to all of Europe, to all of humanity, do they not? I am here only for something small, something smaller than the bone of your kneecaps." He looks at the mineralogist as he says it, who looks away, crimson. The assistant director says, "This is absurd, Sergeant Major." Von Rumpel folds his napkin and places it in the basket and sets the basket on the ground. He licks the tip of his finger and picks the crumbs off his tunic one by one. Then he looks directly at the assistant director. "The Lycée Charlemagne, is that right? On the Rue Charlemagne?" The skin around the assistant director's eyes stretches. "Where your daughter goes to school?" Von Rumpel turns in his chair. "And the Collège Stanislas, isn't it, Dr. Hublin? Where your twin sons attend? On the Rue Notre-Dame-des-Champs? Wouldn't those handsome boys be preparing to walk home right now?" Hublin sets his hands on the back of the empty chair beside him, and his knuckles become very white. "One with a violin, the other a viola. Am I correct? Crossing all those busy streets. That is a long walk for 10-year-old boys." The assistant director is sitting very upright. Von Rumpel says, "I know it is not here, monsieur. Not even the lowest janitor would be so stupid as to leave the diamond here. But I would like to see where you have kept it. I would like to know what sort of place you believe is safe enough." Neither of the Frenchmen says anything. The assistant director resumes looking at his manuscript, though it is clear to Von Rumpel that he is no longer reading. At 4 o'clock the secretary raps on the door, and again Von Rumpel sends her away. He practices concentrating only on blinking, pulse in his neck. Talk, 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 talk. Others, he thinks, would do this with less finesse. Others would use scanners, explosives, pistol barrels, muscle. Von Rumpel uses the cheapest of materials. Only minutes. Only hours. 5 bells. The light leaches out of the gardens. "Sergeant Major, please," says the assistant director, his hands flat on his desk, looking up now. "It is very late. I must relieve myself." "Feel free." Von Rumpel gestures with one hand at a metal trash can behind the desk. The mineralogist wrinkles his face. Again the phone rings. Hublin chews his cuticles. Pain shows in the assistant director's face. The fan whirs. Out in the gardens the daylight unwinds from the trees, and still Von Rumpel waits. "Your colleague," he says to the mineralogist. "He's a logical man, isn't he? He doubts the legends. But you seem more fiery. You don't want to believe. You tell yourself not to believe, but you do believe." He shakes his head. "You've held the diamond. You've felt its power." "This is ridiculous," says Hublin. His eyes roll like a frightened colt's. "This is not civilized behavior. Are our children safe, Sergeant Major? I demand that you let us determine if our children are safe." "A man of science, and yet you believe the myths. You believe in the might of reason, but you also believe in fairy tales, goddesses and curses." The assistant director inhales sharply. "Enough," he says. "Enough." Von Rumpel's pulse soars. Has it already happened? So easily. He could wait 2 more days, 3, while ranks of men broke against him like waves. "Are our children safe, Sergeant Major?" "If you wish them to be." "May I use the telephone?" Von Rumpel nods. The assistant director reaches for the handset, says, "Sylvie," into it, listens a while, then sets it down. The woman enters with a ring of keys. From a drawer inside the assistant director's desk she produces another key on a chain. Simple, elegant, long-shafted. A small locked door on the back of the main floor gallery. It takes 2 keys to open it, and the assistant director seems inexperienced with the lock. They lead Von Rumpel down a corkscrewing stone staircase. At the bottom, the assistant director unlocks a second gate. They wind through warrens of hallways, past a warder who drops his newspaper and sits ramrod straight as they pass. In an unassuming storeroom filled with drop cloths and pallets and crates. Behind a sheet of plywood, the mineralogist reveals a simple combination safe that the assistant director opens rather easily. No alarms, only 1 guard. Inside the safe is a second, far more interesting box. It is heavy enough that it requires both the assistant director and the mineralogist to lift it out. Elegant, its joinery invisible. No brand names, no combination dial. It is presumably hollow, but with no discernible hinges, no nails, no attachment points. It looks like a solid block of highly polished wood. Custom work. The mineralogist fits a key into a tiny, almost invisible hole on the bottom. When it turns, 2 more tiny keyholes open on the opposite side. The assistant director inserts matching keys into these holes. They unlock what looks like 5 different shafts. 3 overlapping cylinder locks, each dependent on the next. "Ingenious," whispers von Rumpel. The entire box gently falls open. Inside sits a small felt bag. He says, "Open it." The mineralogist looks at the assistant director. The assistant director picks up the bag and unties its throat and upends a wrapped bundle onto his palm. With a single finger he nudges apart the folds. Inside lies a blue stone, as big as a pigeon's egg. The wardrobe. Townspeople who violate blackout are fined or rounded up for questioning, though Madame Manic reports that at the Hôtel Döërr, lamps burn all night long, and German officers go stumbling in and out at every hour, tucking in shirts and adjusting trousers. Marie-Laure keeps herself awake, waiting to hear her uncle stir. Finally, she hears the door across the hall tick open, and feet brush the boards. She imagines a storybook mouse creeping out from its hole. She climbs out of bed, trying not to wake her father, and crosses into the hall. "Uncle," she whispers, "don't be afraid." "Marie-Laure." His very smell like that of coming winter, a tomb, the heavy inertia of time. "Are you well?" "Better." They stand on the landing. "There was a notice," says Marie-Laure. "Madame has left it on your desk." "A notice?" "Your radios." He descends to the 5th floor. She can hear him sputtering, fingers traveling across his newly empty shelves. Old friends gone. She prepares for shouts of anger, but catches half-hyperventilated nursery rhymes instead. "À la salade, je suis malade. Au céleri, je suis guéri." She takes his elbow, helps him to the davenport. He is still murmuring, trying to talk himself off some innermost ledge, and she can feel fear pumping off him. Virulent, toxic. It reminds her of fumes billowing off the vats of formalin in the Department of Zoology. Rain taps at the window panes. Etienne's voice comes from a long way off. "All of them?" "Not the radio in the attic. I did not mention it. Does Madame Manic know about it?" "We have never spoken of it." "Is it hidden, Uncle? Could someone see it if the house were searched?" "Who would search the house?" A silence follows. He says, "We could still turn it in. Say we overlooked it." "The deadline was yesterday at noon." "They might understand." "Uncle, do you really believe they will understand you have overlooked a transmitter that can reach England?" More agitated breaths. The wheeling of the night on its silent trunnions. "Help me," he says. He finds an automobile jack in the 3rd floor room, and together they go up to the 6th floor and shut the door of her grandfather's room and kneel beside the massive wardrobe without risking the light of a single candle. He slides the jack under the wardrobe and cranks up the left side. Under its feet he slips folded rags. Then he jacks up the other side and does the same. "Now, Murray Lore, put your hands here and push." With a thrill, she understands. They are going to park the wardrobe in front of the little door leading to the attic. "All your might, ready? 1, 2, 3. The huge wardrobe slides an inch. The heavy mirrored doors knock lightly as it glides. She feels as if they are pushing a house across ice. "My father," says Etienne, panting, "used to say Christ himself could not have carried this wardrobe up here. That they must have built the house around it. Another now. Ready?" They push. Rest. Push. Rest. Eventually the wardrobe settles in front of the little door, and the entrance to the attic is walled off. Etienne jacks up each foot again, pulls out the rags, and sinks to the floor, breathing hard, and Marie-Laure sits beside him. Before dawn rolls across the city, they are asleep. Blackbirds. Roll call, breakfast, phrenology, rifle training, drills. Black-haired Ernst leaves the school 5 days after he is chosen as the weakest in Bastien's exercise. 2 others leave the following week. 60 becomes 57. Every evening Werner works in Dr. Hauptmann's lab, alternately plugging numbers into triangulation formulas or engineering. Hauptmann wants him to improve the efficiency and power of a directional radio transceiver he is designing. It needs to be quickly returned to transmit on multiple frequencies, the little doctor says, and it needs to be able to measure the angle of the transmissions it receives. Can Werner manage this? He reconfigures nearly everything in the design. Some nights Hauptmann grows talkative, explaining the role of a solenoid or resistor in great detail, even classifying a spider hanging from a rafter, or enthusing about gatherings of scientists in Berlin where practically every conversation, he says, seems to unveil some new possibility. Relativity, quantum mechanics. On such nights he seems happy enough to talk about whatever Werner asks. Yet the very next night, Hauptmann's manner will be frighteningly closed. He invites no questions and supervises Werner's work in silence. That Dr. Hauptmann might have ties so far up, that the telephone on his desk connects him with men 100 miles away who could probably wag a finger and send dozens of Messerschmitts streaming up from an airfield to strafe some city, intoxicates Werner. We live in exceptional times. He wonders if Jutta has forgiven him. Her letters consist mostly of banalities. "We're busy." Frau Elena says hello. Or else arrive in his bunk room so full of censor marks that their meaning has disintegrated. Does she grieve over his absence? Or has she calcified her feelings, protected herself, as he is learning to do? Volkheimer, like Hauptmann, seems full of contradictions. To the other boys, the giant is a brute, an instrument of pure strength, and yet sometimes, when Hauptmann is away in Berlin, Volkheimer will disappear into the doctor's office and return with a Grundig tube radio, and hook up the shortwave antenna and fill the lab with classical music. Mozart, Bach, even the Italian Vivaldi. The more sentimental, the better. The huge boy will lean back in a chair so that it makes squeaking protestations beneath his bulk, and let his eyelids slip to half-mast. Why always triangles? What is the purpose of the transceiver they are building? What 2 points does Hauptmann know, and why does he need to know the third? It's only numbers, cadet, Hauptmann says, a favorite maxim. Pure math. You have to accustom yourself to thinking that way. Werner tries out various theories on Frederick. But Frederick, he's learning, moves about as if in the grip of a dream, his trousers too big around the waist, the hems already falling out. His eyes are both intense and vague. He hardly seems to realize when he misses targets in marksmanship. Most nights Frederick murmurs to himself before falling asleep. Bits of poems, the habits of geese, bats he's heard swooping past the windows. Birds. Always birds. Now, Arctic terns, Werner, they fly from the South Pole to the North Pole. True navigators of the globe, probably the most migratory creatures ever to live, 70,000 kilometers a year. A metallic wintry light settles over the stables and vineyard and rifle range, and songbirds streak over the hills, great scattershot nets of passerines on their way south, a migratory thoroughway, running right over the spires of the school. Once in a while a flock descends into one of the huge lindens on the ground and seethes beneath its leaves. Some of the senior boys, 16 and 17-year-olds, cadets who are allowed freer access to ammunition, develop a fondness for firing volleys into the trees to see how many birds they can hit. The tree looks uninhabited and calm. Then someone fires, and its crown shatters in all directions, 100 birds exploding into flight in a half-second, shrieking as though the whole tree is flown apart. In the dormitory window one night, Frederick rests his forehead against the glass. I hate them. I hate them for that. The dinner bell rings, and everyone trots off. Frederick coming in last with his taffy-colored hair and wounded eyes, bootlaces trailing. Werner washes Frederick's mess tin for him, shares his homework answers, shoe polish, sweets from Dr. Hauptmann. They run next to each other during field exercises. A brass pin weighs lightly on each of their lapels. 114 hobnailed boots spark against pebbles on the trail. The castle with its towers and battlements looms below them like some misty vision of foregone glory. Werner's blood gallops through his ventricles. His thoughts on Hauptmann's transceiver, on solder, fuses, batteries, antennas. His boot and Frederick's touch the ground at the exact same moment. SSG-35 A NA513 NL WUX Duplicate of telephoned telegram. 10 December. Monsieur Daniel Leblanc, Saint-Malo, France. Return to Paris end of month. Travel securely. Bath. One final burst of frenetic gluing and sanding, and Marie-Laure's father has completed the model of Saint-Malo. It is unpainted, imperfect, striped with a half-dozen different types of wood and missing details, but it's complete enough for his daughter to use if she must. The irregular polygon of the island framed by ramparts, each of its 865 buildings, in place. He feels ragged. For weeks logic has been failing him. The stone the museum has asked him to protect is not real. If it were, the museum would have sent men already to collect it. Why then, when he puts a magnifying glass to it, do its depths reveal tiny daggers of flames? Why does he hear footfalls behind him when there are none? And why does he find himself entertaining the brainless notion that the stone he carries in the linen sachet in his pocket has brought him misfortune, has put Marie-Laure in danger, may indeed have precipitated the whole invasion of France? Idiotic. Ludicrous. He has tried every test he can think of without involving another soul. Tried folding it between pieces of felt and striking it with a hammer. It did not shatter. Tried scratching it with a halved pebble of quartz. It did not scratch. Tried holding it to candle flame, drowning it, boiling it. He has hidden the jewel under the mattress, in his tool case, in his shoe. For several hours one night he tucked it into Madame Manick's geraniums, in a window flower box, then convinced himself the geraniums were wilting, and dug the stone out. This afternoon a familiar face looms in the train station, maybe 4 or 5 back in the queue. He has seen this man before. Pudgy, sweating, multi-chinned. They lock eyes. The man's gaze slides away. Etienne's neighbor, the perfumer. Weeks ago, while taking measurements for the model, the locksmith saw the same man atop the ramparts pointing a camera out to sea. Not a man to trust, Madame Manick said. But he is just a man waiting in line to buy a ticket. Logic. The principles of validity. Every lock has its key. For more than 2 weeks the director's telegram has echoed in his head. Such a maddeningly ambiguous choice for that final directive. Travel securely. Does it mean to bring the stone or leave it behind? Bring Marie-Laure or leave her behind? Travel by train or by some other, theoretically more secure means? And what if, the locksmith considers, the telegram was not sent from the director at all? Round and round the questions run. When it is his turn at the window, he buys a ticket for a single passenger on the morning train to Rennes, and then on to Paris, and walks the narrow, sunless streets back to the Rue Vaugirard. He will go do this, and then it will be over. Back to work, staff the key-pound, lock things away. In a week he will ride unburdened back to Brittany and collect Marie-Laure. For supper Madame Manick serves stew and baguettes. Afterwards he leads Marie-Laure up the rickety flights of stairs to the 3rd-floor bath. He fills the big iron tub and turns his back as she undresses. "Use as much soap as you like," he says. "I bought extra." The train ticket remains folded in his pocket like a betrayal. She lets him wash her hair. Over and over Marie-Laure trawls her fingers through the suds, as though trying to gauge their weight. There has always been a sliver of panic in him, deeply buried when it comes to his daughter. A fear that he is no good as a father, that he is doing everything wrong, that he never quite understood the rules. All those Parisian mothers pushing buggies through the Jardin des Plantes, or holding up cardigans in department stores, it seemed to him that those women nodded to each other as they passed, as though each possessed some secret knowledge that he did not. How do you ever know for certain that you are doing the right thing? There is pride, too, though, pride that he has done it alone, that his daughter is so curious, so resilient. There is the humility of being a father to someone so powerful, as if he were only a narrow conduit for another, greater thing. That's how it feels right now, he thinks, kneeling beside her, rinsing her hair, as though his love for his daughter will outstrip the limits of his body. The walls could fall away, even the whole city, and the brightness of that feeling would not wane. The drain moans. The cluttered house crowds in close. Mari turns up her wet face. "You're leaving, aren't you?" He is glad, just now, that she cannot see him. "Madame told me about the telegram." "I won't be long, Mari. A week, 10 days at most." "When?" "Tomorrow, before you wake." She leans over her knees. Her back is long and white and split by the knobs of her vertebrae. She used to fall asleep holding his index finger in her fist. She used to sprawl with her books beneath the key-pound bench and move her hands like spiders across the pages. "Am I to stay here?" "With Madame and Etienne." He hands her a towel and helps her climb onto the tile and waits outside while she puts on her nightgown. Then he walks her up to the 6th floor and into their little room, though he knows she does not need to be guided. And he sits on the edge of her bed, and she kneels beside the model and sets 3 fingers on the steeple of the cathedral. He finds the hairbrush, does not bother turning on the lamp. 10 days, Papa?" "At most." The walls creak. The window between the curtains is black. The town prepares to sleep. Somewhere out there, German U-boats glide above underwater canyons, and 30-foot squid ferry their huge eyes through the cold dark. "Have we ever spent a night apart?" "No." His gaze flits through the unlit room. The stone in his pocket seems almost to pulse. If he manages to sleep tonight, what will he dream? "Can I go out while you're gone, Papa?" "Once I get back. I promise." As tenderly as he can, he draws the brush through the damp strands of his daughter's hair. Between strokes, they can hear the sea wind rattle the window. Marie-Laure's hands whisper across the houses as she recites the names of the streets. Rue des Cordiers, Rue Jacques-Cartier, Rue Vaugbrel. He says, "You'll know them all in a week." Marie-Laure's fingers rove to the outer ramparts, the sea beyond. 10 days, she says. At most. Weakest, number 2. December sucks the light from the castle. The sun hardly clears the horizon before sinking away. Snow falls once, twice, then stays locked over the lawns. Has Werner ever seen snow this white? Snow that was not fouled immediately with ash and coal dust? The only emissaries from the outside world are the occasional songbird who lands in the lindens beyond the quadrangle, blown astray by distant storm or battle or both, and 2 callow-faced corporals who come into the refectory every week or so, always after the prayer, always just as the boys have placed the first morsel of dinner in their mouths, to pass beneath the blazonry and stop behind a cadet and whisper in his ear that his father has been killed in action. Other nights a prefect yells, "Achtung!" and the boys stand at their benches, and Bastien, the commandant, waddles in. The boys look down at their food in silence while Bastien walks the rows, trailing a single index finger across their backs. Homesick? We mustn't trouble ourselves over our homes. In the end, we all come home to the Führer. What other home matters? No other, shout the boys. Every afternoon, no matter the weather, the commandant blows his whistle, and the 14-year-olds trot outside, and he looms over them with his coat stretched across his belly, and his medals chiming, and the rubber hose twirling. "There are two kinds of death," he says, the clouds of his breath plunging out into the cold. "You can fight like a lion, or you can go as easy as lifting a hair from a cup of milk. The nothings, the nobodies, they die easy." He sweeps his eyes along the ranks and swings his hose and widens his eyes dramatically. "How will you boys die?" One windy afternoon he pulls Helmut Rudel out of line. Helmut is a small, uncompromising child from the south who keeps his hands balled in fists nearly all his waking hours. "And who is it, Rudel, in your opinion? Who is the weakest member of the Corps?" The commandant twirls the hose. Helmut Rudel takes no time. "Him, sir." Werner feels something heavy fall through him. Rudel is pointing directly at Frederick. Bastian calls Frederick forward. If fear darkens his friend's face, Werner cannot see it. Frederick looks distracted, almost philosophical. Bastian drapes his hose around his neck and trudges across the field, snow to his shins, taking his time, until he is little more than a dark lump at the far edge. Werner tries to make eye contact with Frederick, but his eyes are a mile away. The commandant raises his right arm and yells, "10!" and then the wind frays the word across the long expanse. Frederick blinks several times, as he often does when addressed in class, waiting for his internal life to catch up with his external one. 9! "Run!" hisses Werner. Frederick is a decent runner, faster than Werner, but the commandant seems to count quickly this afternoon, and Frederick's head start has been abbreviated, and the snow hampers him, and he cannot be over 20 yards away when Bastian raises his left arm. The boys explode into movement. Werner runs with the others, trying to stay in the back of the pack, their rifles beating in syncopation against their backs. Already the faster of the boys seem to be running faster than usual, as though tired of being outrun. Frederick runs hard, but the fastest boys are greyhounds, harvested from all over the nation for their speed and eagerness to obey, and they seem to Werner to be running more fervently, more conclusively than they have before. They are impatient to find out what will happen if someone is caught. Frederick is 15 strides from Bastian when they haul him down. The group coalesces around the front runners as Frederick and his pursuers get to their feet, all of them pasted with snow. Bastian strides up. The cadets encircle their instructor, chests heaving, many with their hands on their knees. The breath of the boys pulses out before them in a collective fleeting cloud that is stripped away quickly by the wind. Frederick stands in the middle, panting and blinking his long eyelashes. "Usually does not take so long," says Bastian, mildly, almost as if to himself, "for the first to be caught." Frederick squints at the sky. Bastian says, "Cadet, are you the weakest?" "I don't know, sir." "You don't know." A pause. Into Bastian's face flows an undercurrent of antagonism. "Look at me when you speak." "Some people are weak in some ways, sir, others in other ways." The commandant's lips thin and his eyes narrow, and an expression of slow and intense malice rises in his face, as though a cloud has drifted away, and for a moment Bastian's true, deformed character has come glaring through. He pulls the hose from around his neck and hands it to Rudel. Rudel blinks up at his bulk. "Go on, then," prods Bastian. In some other context, he might be encouraging a reluctant boy to step into cold water. "Do him some good." Rödel looks down at the hose. Black, 3 feet long, stiff in the cold. What might be several seconds pass, though they feel to Werner like hours, and the wind tears through the frosted grass, sending zephyrs and wisps of snow sirening off across the white, and a sudden nostalgia for Zollverein rolls through him in a wave. Boyhood afternoons wandering the soot-stained warrens, towing his little sister in a wagon. Muck in the alleys, the hoarse shouts of work crews. The boys in their dormitory sleeping head to toe, while their coats and trousers hang from hooks along the walls. Frau Elena's midnight passage among the beds like an angel, murmuring, "I know it's cold, but I'm right beside you, see? Jutta, close your eyes." Rödel steps forward and swings the hose and smacks Frederick with it across the shoulder. Frederick takes a step backward. The wind slashes across the field. Bastian says, "Again." Everything becomes soaked in a hideous and wondrous slowness. Rödel rears back and strikes. This time he catches Frederick on the jaw. Werner forces his mind to keep sending up images of home. The laundry, Frau Elena's overworked pink fingers, dogs in the alleys, steam blowing from stacks. Every part of him wants to scream. Is this not wrong? But here it is right. It takes such a long time. Frederick withstands a third blow. "Again," commands Bastian. On the fourth, Frederick throws up his arms, and the hose smacks against his forearms, and he stumbles. Rödel swings again, and Bastian says, "In your shining example, Christ led the way ever and always." And the whole afternoon turns sideways, torn open. Werner watches the scene recede as though observing it from the far end of a tunnel. A small white field, a group of boys, bare trees, a toy castle. None of it any more real than Frau Elena's stories about her Alsatian childhood, or Jutta's drawings of Paris. 6 more times he hears Rödel swing, and the hose whistle, and the strangely dead smack of the rubber striking Frederick's hands, shoulders, and face. Frederick can walk for hours in the woods, can identify warblers 50 yards away simply by hearing their song. Frederick hardly ever thinks of himself. Frederick is stronger than he is in every imaginable way. Werner opens his mouth, but closes it again. He drowns. He shuts his eyes, his mind. At some point the beating stops. Frederick is face down in the snow. "Sir," says Rödel, panting. Bastian takes back the length of hose from Rödel and drapes it around his neck and reaches underneath his belly to hitch up his belt. Werner kneels beside Frederick and turns him on his side. Blood is running from his nose or eye or ear, maybe all 3. One of his eyes is already swollen shut. The other remains open. His attention, Werner realizes, is on the sky, tracing something up there. Werner risks a glance upward. A single hawk riding the wind. Bastian says, "Up!" Werner stands. Frederick does not move. Bastian says, "Up." More quietly this time, and Frederick gets to a knee. He stands, wobbling. His cheek is gashed and leaks tendrils of blood. Splotches of moisture show on his back from where the snow has melted into his shirt. Werner gives Frederick his arm. "Cadet, are you the weakest?" Frederick does not look at the commandant. "No, sir." Hawk still gyring up there. The portly commandant chews on a thought for a moment. Then his clear voice rings out, flying above the company, urging them into a run. 57 cadets cross the grounds and jog up the snowy path into the forest. Frederick runs in his place beside Werner, his left eye swelling, twin networks of blood peeling back across his cheeks, his collar wet and brown. The branches seethe and clatter. All 57 boys sing in unison. "We shall march onwards, even if everything crashes down in pieces. For today the nation hears us, and tomorrow the whole world." Winter in the forests of Old Saxony. Werner does not risk another glance toward his friend. He quick-steps through the cold, an unloaded 5-round rifle over his shoulder. He is almost 15 years old. The arrest of the locksmith. They seize him outside of Vitré, hours from Paris. 2 policemen in plain clothes bundle him off a train, while a dozen passengers stare. He is questioned in a van, and again in an ice-cold mezzanine office, decorated with poorly executed watercolors of ocean-going steamers. The first interrogators are French. An hour later they become German. They brandish his notebook and tool case. They hold up his key ring and count 7 different skeleton keys. What do these unlock, they want to know? And how do you employ these tiny files and saws? What about this notebook full of architectural measurements? A model for my daughter. Keys for the museum where I work. Please. They frog march him to a cell. The door's locks and hinges are so big and antiquarian, they must be Louis XIV. Maybe Napoleon. Any hour now, the director or his people will show up and explain everything. Certainly this will happen. In the morning, the Germans run him through a second, more laconic spell of questioning, while a typist clatters away in the corner. They seem to be accusing him of plotting to destroy the Château de Saint-Malo, though why they might believe this is not clear. Their French is barely adequate, and they seem more interested in their questions than his answers. They deny access to papers, to linens, to a telephone. They have photographs of him. He yearns for cigarettes. He lies face up on the floor and imagines himself kissing Marie-Laure once on each eye while she sleeps. 2 days after his arrest, he is driven to a holding pen a few miles outside Strasbourg. Through the fence slats, he watches a column of uniformed schoolgirls walk double file in the winter sunshine. Guards bring pre-packaged sandwiches, hard cheese, sufficient water. In the pen, maybe 30 others sleep on straw laid atop frozen mud. Mostly French, but some Belgians, 4 Flemings, 2 Walloons. All have been accused of crimes they speak of only with reticence, anxious about what traps might lurk within any question he puts to them. At night they trade rumors and whispers. "We will only be in Germany for a few months," someone says, and the word goes twisting down the line. Merely to help with spring planting while their men are at war. Then they'll send us home. Each man thinks this is impossible, and then it might be true. Just a few months, then home. No officially appointed lawyer, no military tribunal. Marie-Laure's father spends 3 days shivering in the holding pen. No rescue arrives from the museum. No limousine from the director grinds up the lane. They will not let him write letters. When he demands to use a telephone, the guards don't bother to laugh. Do you know the last time we used a telephone? Every hour is a prayer for Marie-Laure. Every breath. On the 4th day, all the prisoners are piled onto a cattle truck and driven east. "We are close to Germany," the men whisper. They can glimpse it on the far side of the river. Low clumps of naked trees bracketed by snow-dusted fields. Black rows of vineyards. 4 disconnected strands of gray smoke melt into a white sky. The locksmith squints. Germany. It looks no different from this side of the river. It may as well be the edge of a cliff. Chapter 4. 8 August 1944. The Fort of La Cité. Sergeant Major von Rumpel climbs a ladder in the dark. He can feel the lymph nodes on either side of his neck compressing his esophagus and trachea, his weight like a rag on the rungs. The 2 gunners inside the periscope turret watch from beneath the rims of their helmets, not offering help, not saluting. The turret is crowned with a steel dome and is used primarily to range larger guns positioned far below. It offers views of the sea to the west, the cliffs below, all strung with entangling wire, and directly across the water, a half-mile away, the burning city of Saint-Malo. Artillery has stopped for the moment, and the pre-dawn fires inside the walls have taken on a steady middle life, an adulthood. The western edge of the city has become a holocaust of crimson and carmine, from which rise multiple towers of smoke. The largest has curdled into a pillar like the cloud of tephra and ash and steam that billow atop an erupting volcano. From afar, the smoke appears strangely solid, as though carved from luminous wood. All along its perimeter, sparks rise and ash falls, and administrative documents flutter. Utility plans, purchase orders, tax records. With binoculars, von Rumpel watches what might be bats go flaming and careening out over the ramparts. A geyser of sparks erupts deep within a house. An electrical transformer, or hoarded fuel, or maybe a delayed-action bomb, and it looks to him as if lightning lashes the town from within. One of the gunners makes unimaginative comments about the smoke. A dead horse he can see at the base of the walls, the intensity of certain quadrants of fire, as though they are noblemen in grandstands viewing fortress warfare in the years of the Crusaders. Von Rumpel tugs his collar against the bulges in his throat, tries to swallow. The moon sets and the eastern sky lightens, the hem of night pulling away, taking stars with it one by one until only 2 are left. Vega, maybe. Or Venus. He never learned. "Church spire's gone," says the second gunner. A day ago, above the zigzag rooftops, the cathedral spire pointed straight up, higher than everything else. Not this morning. Soon the sun is above the horizon, and the orange of flames give way to the black of smoke, rising along the western walls and blowing like a cowl across the citadel. Finally, for a few seconds, the smoke parts long enough for von Rumpel to peer into the serrated maze of the city and pick out what he's looking for. The upper section of a tall house with a broad chimney. 2 windows visible, the glass out. 1 shutter hanging there, 3 in place. Number 4 Rue Vauberel. Still intact. Seconds pass, smoke veils it again. A single airplane tracks across the deepening blue, incredibly high. Von Rumpel retreats down the long ladder into the tunnels of the fort below, trying not to limp, not to think of the bulges in his groin. In the underground commissary, men sit against the walls spooning oatmeal from their upturned helmets. The electric light casts them in alternating pools of glare and shadow. Von Rumpel sits on an ammunition box and eats cheese from a tube. The colonel in charge of defending Saint-Malo has made speeches to these men, speeches about valor, about how any hour the Hermann Göring division will break the American lines at Avranches, how reinforcements will pour in from Italy and possibly Belgium, tanks and Stukas, truckloads of 50mm mortars, how the people of Berlin believe in them like a nun believes in God, how no one will abandon his post, and if he does, he'll be executed as a deserter. But von Rumpel is thinking now about the vine inside of him. A black vine that has grown branches through his legs and arms, gnawing his abdomen from the inside. Here in this peninsular fortress just outside Saint-Malo, cut off from the retreating lines, it seems only a matter of time until Canadians and Brits and the bright American eyes of the 83rd Division will be swarming the city, scouring the homes for marauding Huns, doing whatever it is they do when they take prisoners. Only a matter of time until the black vine chokes off his heart. "What?" says a soldier beside him. Von Rumpel sniffs. "I do not think I said anything." The soldier squints back into the oatmeal in his helmet. Von Rumpel squeezes out the last of the vile, salty cheese and drops the empty tube between his feet. The house is still there. His army still holds the city. For a few hours the fires will burn, and then the Germans will swarm like ants back to their positions and fight for another day. He will wait, wait, and wait, and wait, and when the smoke clears, he will go in. Atelier de réparation. Bernd, the engineer, squirms in pain, grinding his face into the back of the golden armchair. Something is wrong with his leg, and something worse with his chest. The radio is hopeless. The power cable has been severed, and the lead to the above-ground antenna is lost, and Werner would not be surprised if the selector panel is broken. In the weakening amber of Folkheimer's field light, he stares at one crushed plug after another. The bombings seem to have destroyed the hearing in his left ear. His right, as far as he can tell, is gradually coming back. Beyond the ringing, he begins to hear ticking of fires as they cool, groaning of the hotel above, strange miscellaneous drippings, and Folkheimer, as he hacks intermittently, insanely, at the rubble blocking the stairwell. Folkheimer's technique, apparently, is this. He crouches beneath the buckled ceiling, panting, holding a piece of twisted pipe in one hand. He switches on his flashlight and scans the packed stairwell for anything he might drag out of it, memorizing positions. Then he switches off the light to preserve its battery and goes at his task in the darkness. When the light comes back on, the mess of the stairwell looks the same. An impacted welter of metal and brickwork and timber so thick it's hard to believe 20 men could get through. "Please," Folkheimer says. Whether he knows he's saying it aloud or not, Werner cannot say. But Werner hears it in his right ear like a distant prayer. "Please, please." as though everything in the war to this point was tolerable to 21-year-old Frank Folkheimer, but not this final injustice. The fires above ought to have sucked the last oxygen out of this hole by now. They all should have asphyxiated. Debts paid, accounts settled, and yet they breathe. The 3 splintered beams in the ceiling hold up God knows what load. 10 tons of carbonized hotel, and the corpses of 8 anti-aircraft men, and untold unexploded ordnance. Maybe Werner for his 10,000 small betrayals, and Bernd for his innumerable crimes, and Folkheimer for being the instrument, the executor of the orders, the blade of the Reich. Maybe the 3 of them have some greater price to pay, some final sentence to be handed down. First, a corsair's cellar built to safeguard gold, weapons, and eccentric's beekeeping equipment. Then a wine cellar. Then a handyman's nook. Atelier de réparation, thinks Werner. A chamber in which to make reparations. As appropriate a place as any. Certainly there would be people in the world who believe these 3 have reparations to make. Two cans. When Marie-Laure wakes, the little model house is pinned beneath her chest. She is sweating through her great-uncle's coat. Is it dawn? She climbs the ladder and presses her ear to the trap door. No more sirens. Maybe the house is burned to the ground while she slept. Or else she slept through the last hours of the war and the city has been liberated. There could be people in the streets. Volunteers, gendarmes, fire brigades, even Americans. She should go up through the trap door and walk out the front door onto the Rue Vauberel. But what if Germany has held the city? What if Germans are right now marching from house to house, shooting whomever they please? She will wait. At any moment Etienne could be making his way toward her, fighting with his last breath to reach her. Or he is crouched somewhere, cradling his head, seeing demons. Or he is dead. She tells herself to save the bread, but she is famished and the loaf is getting stale, and before she knows it, she has finished it. If only she had brought her novel down with her. Marie-Laure roves the cellar in her stocking feet. Here's a rolled rug, its hollow filled with what smells like wood shavings. Mice. Here's a crate that contains old papers. Antique lamp. Madame Mannix's canning supplies. And here, at the back of the shelf near the ceiling, 2 small miracles. Full cans. Hardly any food remains in the entire kitchen. Only cornmeal and a sheaf of lavender and 2 or 3 bottles of skunked Beaujolais. But down here in the cellar, 2 heavy cans. Peas? Beans? Corn kernels, maybe? Not oil, she prays. Aren't oil cans smaller? When she shakes them, they offer no clues. Marie-Laure tries to calculate the chances that one might contain Madame Mannix's peaches, the white peaches from Languedoc that she'd buy by the crate and peel and quarter and boil with sugar. The whole kitchen would fill with their smell and color, Marie-Laure's fingers sticky with them, a kind of rapture. 2 cans Etienne missed. But to raise one's hopes is to risk their falling further. Peas, or beans. These would be more than welcome. She deposits 1 can in each pocket of her uncle's coat, and checks again for the little house in the pocket of her dress, and sits on a trunk and clasps her cane in both hands and tries not to think about her bladder. Once, when she was 8 or 9, her father took her to the Pantheon in Paris to describe Foucault's pendulum. Its bob, he said, was a golden sphere shaped like a child's top. It swung from a wire that was 67 meters long. Because its trajectory changed over time, he explained, it proved beyond all doubt that the Earth rotated. But what Marie-Laure remembered, standing at the rail as it whistled past, was her father saying that Foucault's pendulum would not stop. It would keep swinging, she understood, after she and her father left the Pantheon, after she had fallen asleep that night, after she had forgotten about it and lived her entire life and died. Now it is as if she can hear the pendulum in the air in front of her, that golden bob as wide across as a barrel, swinging on, never stopping, grooving and regrooving its inhuman truth into the floor. Number 4, Rue Vauberel. Ashes, ashes. Snow in August. The shelling resumed sporadically after breakfast, and now, around 6 p.m., it has ceased. A machine gun fires somewhere, a sound like a chain of beads passing through fingers. Sergeant Major von Rumpel carries a canteen, a half-dozen ampules of morphine, and his field pistol. Over the seawall, over the causeway toward the huge smoldering bulwark of Saint-Malo. Out in the harbor, the jetty has been shattered in multiple places. A half-submerged fishing boat drifts stern up. Inside the old city, mountains of stone blocks, sacks, shutters, branches, iron grillwork, and chimney pots fill the Rue de Dinant. Smashed flower boxes and charred window frames and shattered glass. Some buildings still smoke. And though von Rumpel keeps a damp handkerchief pressed over his mouth and nose, he has to stop several times to gather his breath. Here is a dead horse starting to bloat. Here a chair upholstered in striped green velvet. Here the torn shreds of a canopy proclaim a brasserie. Curtains swing idly from broken windows in the strange, flickering light. They unnerve him. Swallows fly to and fro, looking for lost nests, and someone very far away might be screaming, or it might be the wind. The blasts have stripped many shop signs off their brackets, and the gibbets hang forsaken. A schnauzer trots after him, whining. No one shouts down from a window to warn him away from the mines. Indeed, in 4 blocks he sees only one soul, a woman outside what was, the day before, the movie house. Dustpan in one hand, broom nowhere to be seen. She looks up at him, dazed. Through an open door behind her, rows of seats have crumpled beneath great slabs of ceiling. Beyond them, the screen stands unblemished, not even stained by smoke. "Show's not till 8, she says in her Breton French. And he nods as he limps past. On the Rue Vauberel, vast quantities of slate tiles have slid off roofs and detonated in the streets. Scraps of burned paper float overhead. No gulls. Even if the house had caught fire, he thinks, the diamond will still be there. He will pluck it from the ashes like a warm egg. But the tall, slender house remains nearly unscathed. 11 windows on the facade, most of the glass out. Blue window frames, old granite of grays and tans. 4 of its 6 flower boxes hang on. The mandated list of occupants cling to its front door. Monsieur Etienne Leblanc, age 63. Mademoiselle Marie-Laure Leblanc, age 16. All the dangers he is willing to endure. For the Reich. For himself. No one stops him. No shells come whistling in. Sometimes the eye of the hurricane is the safest place to be. What they have. When is it day and when night? Time seems better measured by flashes. Folkheimer's field light flicks off, flicks on. Werner watches Folkheimer's ash-dusted face in the reflected glow, his ministrations as he leans over Bernd. "Drink," says Folkheimer's mouth as he holds his canteen to Bernd's lips, and shadows lunge across the broken ceiling like a circle of wraiths preparing to feast. Bernd twists his face away, panic in his eyes, and tries to examine his leg. The flashlight switches off and the darkness rushes back. In Werner's duffel he has his childhood notebook, his blanket and dry socks, 3 rations. This is all the food they have. Folkheimer has none. Bernd has none. They have only 2 canteens of water, each half empty. Folkheimer has also discovered a bucket of paintbrushes in a corner with some watery sludge in the bottom, but how desperate will they have to become to drink that? 2 stick grenades, Model 24s, 1 in each of the side pockets of Folkheimer's coat, hollow wood handles on the bottom, high explosive charges in a steel can on top, handheld bombs the boys at Schultforta called potato mashers. Twice already Bernd has begged Folkheimer to try one on the impacted mess of the stairwell, to see if they can blast their way out. But to use a hand grenade down here, in such close quarters, beneath rubble presumably littered with live 88mm shells, would be suicide. Then there's the rifle. Folkheimer's bolt-action carabiner 98K, loaded with 5 rounds. Enough, thinks Werner. Plenty. They would need only 3, 1 for each. Sometimes in the darkness Werner thinks the cellar may have its own faint light, perhaps emanating from the rubble, the space going a bit redder as the August day above them progresses toward dusk. After a while, he is learning, even total darkness is not quite darkness. More than once he thinks he can see his spread fingers when he passes them in front of his eyes. Werner thinks of his childhood, the skeins of coal dust suspended in the air on winter mornings, settling on window sills, in the children's ears, in their lungs. Except down here in this hole, the white dust is the inverse, as if he is trapped in some deep mine that is the same but also the opposite of the one that killed his father. Dark again. Folkheimer's antic, ash-dusted face materializes in front of Werner, his rank insignia partially torn off one shoulder. With the beam of his field light he shows Werner that he is holding 2 bent screwdrivers and a box of electrical fuses. "The radio," he says into Werner's good ear. "Have you slept at all?" Folkheimer turns the light onto his own face. "Before we run out of battery," says his mouth. Werner shakes his head. The radio is hopeless. He wants to close his eyes, forget, give up, wait for the rifle barrel to touch his temple. But Folkheimer wants to make an argument that life is worth living. The filaments of the bulb inside his field light glow yellow, weaker already. Folkheimer's illuminated mouth is red against the blackness. "We are running out of time," his lips say. The building groans. Werner sees green grass, crackling flies, sunlight. The gates of a summer estate opening wide. When death comes for Bernd, it might as well come for him also. Save a second trip. "Your sister," says Folkheimer. "Think of your sister." tripwire. Her bladder will not hold much longer. She scales the cellar steps and holds her breath and hears nothing for 30 heartbeats. 40. Then she pushes open the trapdoor and climbs into the kitchen. No one shoots her. She hears no explosions. Marie-Laure crunches over the fallen kitchen shelves and crosses into Madame Mannix's tiny apartment, the 2 cans swinging heavily in her great-uncle's coat. Throat stinging, nostrils stinging. The smoke is slightly thinner in here. She relieves herself in the bedpan at the foot of Madame Mannix's bed, pulls up her stockings, and rebuttons her great-uncle's coat. Is it afternoon? She wishes, for the 1000th time, that she could talk to her father. Would it be better to go out into the city? Especially if it is still daylight, and try to find someone? A soldier would help her. Anyone would. Though even as the thought rises, she doubts it. The unsteady feeling in her legs, she knows, stems from hunger. In the tumult of the kitchen, she cannot find a can opener, but she does find a paring knife in Madame Mannix's knife drawer, and the large coarse brick Madame used to prop open the fireplace grate. She will eat whatever is inside one of the 2 cans. Then she will wait a bit longer, in case her uncle comes home, in case she hears anyone pass by. The town crier, a fireman, an American serviceman with gallantry on his mind. If she hears no one by the time she is hungry again, she will go out into what is left of the street. First, she climbs to the 3rd floor to drink from the bathtub. With her lips against its surface, she takes long inward pulls, pooling, burbling in her gut. A trick she and Etienne have learned over 100 insufficient meals. Before you eat, drink as much water as you can, and you will feel full more quickly. At least, Papa, she says out loud, I was smart about the water. Then she sits on the 3rd floor landing with her back against the telephone table. She braces one of the cans between her thighs, holds the point of the knife against its lid, and raises the brick to tap down the knife on the handle. But before she can bring the brick down, the tripwire behind her jerks and the bell rings, and someone enters the house. Chapter 5. January 1941. January recess. The Commandant made a speech about virtue and family and the emblematic fire that Schulpforta boys carry everywhere they go, a bowl of pure flame to stoke the nation's hearths, Führer this and Führer that, his words crashing into Werner's ears in a familiar battery. One of the most daring boys muttering afterward, "Oh, I've got a hot bowl of something in my core." In the bunk room, Frederick leans over the rim of his bed. His face presents a map of purples and yellows. "Why don't you come to Berlin? Father will be working, but you could meet Mother." For 2 weeks, Frederick has limped around, bruised and slow-footed and puffy, and not once has he spoken to Werner with anything more than his own gentle brand of distracted kindness. Not once has he accused Werner of betrayal, even though Werner did nothing while Frederick was beaten, and has done nothing since. Did not hunt down Rödel, or point a rifle at Bastian, or bang indignantly on Dr. Hauptmann's door demanding justice. As if Frederick understands already that both have been assigned to their specific courses, that there is no deviating now. Werner says, "I don't have... Mother will pay your fare." Frederick tilts back up and stares at the ceiling. "It's nothing." The train ride is a sleepy 6-hour epic. Every hour their rickety car shunted onto a siding to let trains full of soldiers headed for the front hurry past. Finally, Werner and Frederick disembark at a dim charcoal-colored station and climb a long flight of stairs, each step painted with the same exclamation, "Berlin smokes Junos," and rise into the streets of the largest city Werner has ever seen. Berlin. The very name like 2 sharp bells of glory. Capital of science, seat of the Führer, nursery to Bohr, Einstein, Staudinger, Bayer. Somewhere in these streets, plastic was invented. X-rays were discovered. Continental drift was identified. What marvels does science cultivate here now? Superman soldiers, Dr. Hauptmann says, and weather-making machines, and missiles that can be steered by men 1,000 miles away. The sky drops silver threads of sleet. Gray houses run in converging lines to the horizon, bunched as if to fend off cold. They pass shops stuffed with hanging meats, and a drunk with a broken mandolin on his lap, and a trio of streetwalkers huddled beneath an awning who catcall the boys in their uniforms. Frederick leads them into a 5-story townhouse 1 block off a pretty avenue called NxzHTa. He rings number 2, and a returning buzz echoes from inside and the door unlatches. They come into a dim foyer and stand before a pair of matched doors. Frederick presses a button and something high in the building rattles and Werner whispers, "You have an elevator?" Frederick smiles. The machinery clangs downward and the lift clanks into place, and Frederick pushes the wooden doors inward. Werner watches the interior of the building slide past in amazement. When they reach the 2nd floor, he says, "Can we ride it again?" Frederick laughs. They go down, back up, down, up, to the lobby a 4th time, and Werner is peering into the cables and weights above the car, trying to understand its mechanism, when a tiny woman enters the building and shakes out her umbrella. With her other hand she carries a paper sack, and her eyes rapidly apprehend the boys' uniforms and the intense whiteness of Werner's hair, and the livid bruises beneath Frederick's eyes. On the breast of her coat, a mustard-yellow star has been carefully stitched, perfectly straight, one vertex down, another up. Drops fall like seeds from the tip of her umbrella. "Good afternoon, Frau Schwarzenberger," says Frederick. He backs up against the wall of the elevator car and gestures for her to enter. She squeezes into the lift, and Werner steps in behind her. From the top of her sack juts a sheaf of withered greens. Her collar, he can see, is separating from the rest of the coat. Threads are giving way. If she were to turn, their eyes would be a hand's width apart. Frederick presses 2, then 5. No one speaks. The old woman rubs the trembling tip of an index finger against one eyebrow. The lift clangs up 1 floor. Frederick snaps open the cage, and Werner follows him out. He watches the old woman's gray shoes rise past his nose. Already the door to number 2 is opening, and an aproned woman with baggy arms and a downy face rushes out and embraces Frederick. She kisses him on both cheeks, then touches his bruises with her thumbs. "It's all right, Franny. Horseplay." The apartment is sleek and shiny, full of deep carpets that swallow noise. Big rear windows look out into the hearts of 4 leafless lindens. Sleet still falling outside. "Mother isn't home yet," Franny says, smoothing down her apron with both palms. Her eyes stay on Frederick. "You sure you're all right?" Frederick says, "Of course." And together he and Werner pad into a warm, clean-smelling bedroom, and Frederick slides open a drawer, and when he turns around, he's wearing eyeglasses with black frames. He looks at Werner shyly. "Oh, come on. You didn't already know?" With his glasses on, Frederick's expression seems to ease. His face makes more sense. This, Werner thinks, is who he is. A soft-skinned boy in glasses with taffy-colored hair, and the finest trace of a mustache needled across his lip. Bird lover. Rich kid. "I barely hit anything in marksmanship." "You really didn't know?" "Maybe," says Werner. "Maybe I knew." "How did you pass the eye exams?" "Memorized the charts." "Don't they have different ones?" "I memorized all 4. Father got them ahead of time. Mother helped me study." "What about your binoculars?" "They're prescription. Cost a fortune." They sit in a big kitchen at a butcher's block with a marble cap. The maid, named Franny, emerges with a dark loaf and a round of cheese, and she smiles at Frederick as she sets it down. They talk about Christmas and how Frederick was sorry to miss it, and the maid passes out through a swinging door and returns with 2 white plates so delicate that they ring when she sets them down. Werner's mind reels. A lift. A Jewess. A maid? Berlin. They retreat into Frederick's bedroom, which is populated with tin soldiers and model airplanes, and wooden crates full of comic books. They lie on their stomachs and page through comics, feeling the pleasure of being outside of school, glancing at each other now and then as if curious to learn whether their friendship will continue to exist in another place. Franny calls, "I'm going," and as soon as the door closes, Frederick takes Werner by the arm into the living room and climbs a ladder built along tall hardwood shelves and slides aside a large wicker basket and, from behind it, brings down a huge book. 2 volumes enfolded in golden slipcovers, each as big as a crib mattress. "Here." His voice glows. His eyes glow. "This is what I wanted to show you." Inside are lush, full-color paintings of birds. 2 white falcons swoop over each other, beaks open. A blood-red flamingo holds its black-tipped beak over stagnant water. Resplendent geese stand on a headland and peer into a heavy sky. Frederick turns the pages with both hands. Pipery flycatcher, buff-breasted merganser, red cockaded woodpecker. Many of them larger in the book than in real life. Audubon, Frederick says, was an American. Walked the swamps and woods for years, back when that whole country was just swamps and woods. He'd spend all day watching one individual bird, then he'd shoot it and prop it up with wires and sticks and paint it. Probably knew more than any birder before or since. He'd eat most of the birds after he painted them. Can you imagine? Frederick's voice trembles with ardency, gazing up. Those bright mists and your gun on your shoulder and your eyes set firmly in your head. Werner tries to see what Frederick sees. A time before photography, before binoculars. And here was someone willing to tramp out into a wilderness brimming with the unknown and bring back paintings. A book not so much full of birds as full of evanescence, of blue-winged, trumpeting mysteries. He thinks of the Frenchman's radio program, of Heinrich Hertz's Principles of Mechanics. Doesn't he recognize the thrill in Frederick's voice? He says, "My sister would love this. Father says we're not supposed to have it. Says we have to keep it hidden up there behind the basket because it's American and was printed in Scotland. It's just birds." The front door opens and footsteps clack across the foyer. Frederick hurries the volumes back inside their slipcovers. He calls, "Mother?" And a woman wearing a green ski suit with white stripes down the legs enters crying, "Freddie! Freddie!" She embraces her son and holds him back with straight arms while she runs a fingertip over a mostly healed cut along his forehead. Frederick looks off over his shoulder with a trace of panic on his face. Is he afraid that she'll see he was looking at the forbidden book? Or that she'll be angry about his bruises? She does not say anything but merely stares at her son, tangled in thoughts Werner cannot guess, then remembers herself. "Oh, and you must be Werner." The smile sweeps back onto her face. "Frederick has written lots about you. Look at that hair! Oh, we adore guests." She climbs the ladder and restores the heavy Audubon volumes to their shelf one at a time, as though putting away something irritating. The 3 of them sit at the vast oak table, and Werner thanks her for the train ticket, and she tells a story about a man she ran into just now, unbelievable, really, who apparently is a famous tennis player, and every now and then she reaches across and squeezes Frederick's forearm. "You would have been absolutely amazed," she says, more than once, and Werner studies his friend's face to gauge whether or not he would have been amazed. And Franny returns to set out wine and more Ruchkäse, and for an hour Werner forgets about Schubforte, about Bastian and the black rubber hose, about the Jewess upstairs. The things these people have! A violin on a stand in the corner, and sleek furniture made from chromium steel, and a brass telescope, and a sterling silver chess set behind the glass, and this magnificent cheese that tastes like smoke and has been stirred into butter. Wine glows sleepily in Werner's stomach, and sleet ticks down through the lindens when Frederick's mother announces that they are going out. "Tighten up your ties, won't you?" She applies powder beneath Frederick's eyes, and they walk to a bistro, the kind of restaurant Werner has never dreamed of entering. and a boy in a white jacket barely older than they are brings more wine. A constant stream of diners comes to their table to shake Werner's and Frederick's hands, and ask Frederick's mother in low, sycophantic voices about her husband's latest advancement. Werner notices a girl in the corner, radiant, dancing by herself, throwing her face to the ceiling, eyes closed. The food is rich, and every now and then Frederick's mother laughs, and Frederick absently touches the makeup on his face while his mother says, "Well, Freddie has all the best there at that school. All the best." And seemingly every minute some new face comes along and kisses Frederick's mother on both cheeks and whispers in her ear. When Werner overhears Frederick's mother say to a woman, "Oh, the Schwarzenberger crone will be gone by year's end, and then we'll have the top floor. Du wirst schon sehen." He glances at Frederick, whose smudged eyeglasses have gone opaque in the candlelight, whose makeup looks strange and lewd now, as though it has intensified the bruises rather than concealed them, and a feeling of great uneasiness overtakes him. He hears Rödel swinging the hose, the smack of it across Frederick's upflung palms. He hears the voices of the boys in his Kameradschaften back in Solverein sing, "Live faithfully, fight bravely, and die laughing." The bistro is so overcrowded. Everyone's mouths move too quickly. The woman talking to Frederick's mother is wearing a nauseating quantity of perfume, and in the watery light it seems suddenly as if the scarf trailing from the dancing girl's neck is a noose. Frederick says, "Are you all right?" "Fine. It's delicious." But Werner feels something inside him screw tighter. Tighter. On the way home, Frederick and his mother walk ahead. She loops her slender arm through his and talks to him in a low voice. Freddie this, Freddie that. The street is empty, the windows dead, the electric signs switched off, innumerable shops, millions sleeping in beds around them. And yet where are they all? As they reach Frederick's block, a woman in a dress, leaning against a building, bends over and vomits on the sidewalk. In the townhouse, Frederick pulls on pajamas made of jelly-green silk, and folds his glasses on the nightstand and climbs barefoot into his brass childhood bed. Werner gets into a trundle bed that Frederick's mother has apologized for 3 separate times, although its mattress is more comfortable than any he has slept on in his life. The building falls quiet. Model automobiles glimmer on Frederick's shelves. "Do you ever wish," whispers Werner, "that you didn't have to go back? Father needs me to be at Schulpforta. Mother too. It doesn't matter what I want." "Of course it matters. I want to be an engineer. And you want to study birds. Be like that American painter in the swamps. Why else do any of this if not to become who we want to be?" A stillness in the room. Out there in the trees beyond Frederick's window hangs an alien light. "Your problem, Werner," says Frederick, "is that you still believe you own your life." When Werner wakes, it's well past dawn. His head aches and his eyeballs feel heavy. Frederick is already dressed, wearing trousers, an iron shirt, and a necktie, kneeling against the window with his nose against the glass. "Grey wagtail," he points. Werner looks past him into the naked lindens. "Doesn't look like much, does he?" murmurs Frederick. "Hardly a couple of ounces of feathers and bones. But that bird can fly to Africa and back, powered by bugs and worms and desire." The wagtail hops from twig to twig. Werner rubs his aching eyes. "It's just a bird." 10,000 years ago, whispers Frederick, they came through here in the millions, when this place was a garden, one endless garden, from end to end. He is not coming back. Marie-Laure wakes and thinks she hears the shuffle of Papa's shoes, the clink of his keyring. 4th floor, 5th floor, 6th. His fingers brush the doorknob. His body radiates a faint but palpable heat in the chair beside her. His little tools rasp across wood. He smells of glue and sandpaper and Gauloise bleu. But it is only the house groaning, the sea throwing foam against rocks, deceits of the mind. On the 20th morning, without any word from her father, Marie-Laure does not get out of bed. She no longer cares that her great-uncle put on an ancient necktie and stood by the front door on 2 separate occasions, and whispered weird rhymes to himself. À la pomme de terre, je suis par terre. Au haricot, je suis dans l'eau. Trying and failing to summon the courage to go out. She no longer begs Madame Manic to take her to the train station, to write another letter, to spend another futile afternoon at the prefecture trying to petition occupation authorities to locate her father. She becomes unreachable, sullen. She does not bathe, she does not warm herself by the kitchen fire, ceases to ask if she can go outdoors. She hardly eats. "The museum says they're searching, child," whispers Madame Manic. But when she tries to press her lips to Marie-Laure's forehead, the girl jerks backward as if burned. The museum replies to Etienne's appeals. They report that Marie-Laure's father never arrived. "Never arrived?" says Etienne aloud. This becomes the question that drags its teeth through Marie-Laure's mind. Why didn't he make it to Paris? If he couldn't, why didn't he return to Saint-Malo? "I will never leave you, not in a million years." She wants only to go home, to stand in their 4-room flat and hear the chestnut tree rustle outside her window, hear the cheese seller raise his awning, feel her father's fingers close around hers. If only she had begged him to stay. Now everything in the house scares her. The creaking stairs, shuttered windows, empty rooms. The clutter and silence. Etienne tries performing silly experiments to cheer her. A vinegar volcano. A tornado in a bottle. "Can you hear it, Marie, spinning in there?" She does not feign interest. Madame Manic brings her omelets, cassoulet, brochette of fish, fabricating miracles out of ration tickets and the dregs of her cupboards, but Marie-Laure refuses to eat. "Like a snail," she overhears Etienne say outside her door. "Curled up so tight in there." But she is angry. At Etienne for doing so little, at Madame Manic for doing so much, at her father for not being here to help her understand his absence, at her eyes for failing her, at everything and everyone. Who knew love could kill you? She spends hours kneeling by herself on the 6th floor with the window open and the sea hurling Arctic air into the room, her fingers on the model of Saint-Malo slowly going numb. South to the gate of Dinan, west to the Plage de Meaux, back to the Rue Vaugbrel. Every second Etienne's house grows colder. Every second it feels as if her father slips farther away. Prisoner. One February morning, the cadets are roused from their beds at 2 a.m. and driven out into the glitter. In the center of the quadrangle, torches burn. Keg-chested Bastien waddles out with his bare legs showing beneath his coat. Frank Folkheimer emerges from the shadows, dragging a tattered and skeletal man in mismatched shoes. Folkheimer sets him down beside the commandant, where a stake has been driven into the snow. Methodically, Folkheimer ties the man's torso to the stake. A vault of stars hangs overhead. The collective breath of the cadets mingles slowly, nightmarishly above the courtyard. Folkheimer retreats. The commandant paces. "You boys would not believe what a creature this is. What a foul beast. A centaur. An Untermensch." Everyone cranes to see. The prisoner's ankles are cuffed and his arms bound from wrists to forearms. His thin shirt is split at the seams, and he gazes into some middle distance with hypothermic slackness. He looks Polish. Russian, maybe. Despite his fetters, he manages to sway lightly back and forth. Bastien says, "This man escaped from a work camp, tried to violate a farmhouse and steal a liter of fresh milk. He was stopped before he could do something more nefarious." He gestures vaguely beyond the walls. "This barbarian would tear out your throats in a second if we let him." Since the visit to Berlin, a great dread has been blooming inside Werner's chest. It came gradually, as slow-moving as the sun's passage across the sky, but now he finds himself writing letters to Jutta in which he must skirt the truth, must contend that everything is fine when things do not feel fine. He descends into dreams in which Frederick's mother mutates into a leering, small-mouthed demon and lowers Dr. Hauptmann's triangles over his head. 1,000 frozen stars preside over the quad. The cold is invasive, mindless. "This look," Bastian says, and flourishes his fat hand. "The way he's got nothing left. A German soldier never reaches this point. There's a name for this look. It's called circling the drain." The boys try not to shiver. The prisoner blinks down at the scene as if from a very high perch. Folkheimer returns carrying a clattering raft of buckets. 2 other seniors uncoil a water hose across the quadrangle. Bastian explains, "First the instructors, then upperclassmen. Everyone will file past and soak the prisoner with a bucket of water. Every man in the school." They start. One by one, each instructor takes a bucket from Folkheimer and flings its contents at the prisoner a few feet away. Cheers rise into the frozen night. At the first 2 or 3 dousings, the prisoner comes awake, rocking back on his heels. Vertical creases appear between his eyes. He looks like someone trying to remember something vital. Among the instructors in their dark capes, Dr. Hauptmann goes past, his gloved fingers pinching his collar around his throat. Hauptmann accepts his bucket and throws a sheet of water and doesn't linger to watch it land. The water keeps coming. The prisoner's face empties. He slumps over the ropes propping him up, and his torso slides down the stake, and every now and then Folkheimer comes out of the shadows, looming fantastically huge, and the prisoner straightens again. The upperclassmen vanish inside the castle. The buckets make a muted, frozen clanking as they are refilled. The 16-year-olds finish. The 15-year-olds finish. The cheers lose their gusto, and a pure longing to flee floods Werner. Run. Run. 3 boys until his turn. 2 boys. Werner tries to float images in front of his eyes, but the only ones that come are wretched. The hauling machine above Pit 9. The hunched miners walking as if they dragged the weight of enormous chains. The boy from the entrance exams trembling before he fell. Everyone trapped in their roles. Orphans, cadets, Frederick, Folkheimer, the old Jewess who lives upstairs. Even Jutta. When his turn arrives, Werner throws the water like all the others, and the splash hits the prisoner in the chest, and a perfunctory cheer rises. He joins the cadets waiting to be released. Wet boots, wet cuffs. His hands have become so numb they do not seem like his own. 5 boys later, it is Frederick's turn. Frederick, who clearly cannot see well without his glasses, who has not been cheering when each bucketful of water finds its mark, who is frowning at the prisoner as though he recognizes something there. And Werner knows what Frederick is going to do. Frederick has to be nudged forward by the boy behind him. The upperclassman hands him a bucket, and Frederick pours it out on the ground. Bastian steps forward. His face flares scarlet in the cold. "Give him another." Again, Frederick sloshes it onto the ice at his feet. He says in a small voice, "He's already finished, sir." The upperclassman hands over a 3rd pail. "Throw it," commands Bastian. The night steams. The stars burn. The prisoner sways. The boys watch. The commandant tilts his head. Frederick pours the water onto the ground. "I will not." Plage de Mol. Marie-Laure's father has been missing without word for 29 days. She wakes to Madame Mannex's blocky pumps climbing to the 3rd floor, the 4th, the 5th. Etienne's voice on the landing outside his study. "Don't. He won't know. She is my responsibility." Some unexpected steel emerges in Madame Mannex's voice. "I cannot stand by one moment longer." She climbs the last flight. Marie-Laure's door creaks open. The old woman crosses the floor and places her heavy-boned hand on Marie-Laure's forehead. "You're awake?" Marie-Laure rolls herself into the corner and speaks through linens. "Yes, madame." "I'm taking you out. Bring your cane." Marie-Laure dresses herself. Madame Manic meets her at the bottom of the stairs with a heel of bread. She ties a scarf over Marie-Laure's head, buttons her coat all the way to the collar, and opens the front door. Morning in late February, and the air smells rainy and calm. Marie-Laure hesitates, listening. Her heart beats 2, 4, 6, 8. "Hardly anyone is out yet, dear," whispers Madame Manic. "And we are doing nothing wrong." The gate creaks. "One step down, now straight on. That's it." The cobbled street presses up irregularly against Marie-Laure's shoes. The tip of her cane catches, vibrates, catches again. A light rain falls on rooftops, trickles through runnels, beads up on her scarf. Sound ricochets between high houses. She feels as she did in her first hour here, as if she has stepped into a maze. Far above them someone shakes a duster out a window. A cat mews. What terrors gnash their teeth out here? What was Papa so anxious to protect her from? They make one turn, then a second, and then Madame Manic steers her left where Marie-Laure does not expect her to, where the city walls, furred with moss, have been scrolling along unbroken, and they're stepping through a gateway. "Madame?" They pass out of the city. "Stairs here. Mind yourself. 1 down, 2. There you are. Easy as cake." The ocean. The ocean. Right in front of her. So close all this time. It sucks and booms and splashes and rumbles. It shifts and dilates and falls over itself. The labyrinth of Saint-Malo has opened onto a portal of sound larger than anything she has ever experienced. Larger than the Jardin des Plantes, larger than the Seine, larger than the grandest galleries of the museum. She did not imagine it properly. She did not comprehend the scale. When she raises her face to the sky, she can feel the 1,000 tiny spines of raindrops melt onto her cheeks, her forehead. She hears Madame Manic's raspy breathing, and the deep sounding of the sea among the rocks, and the calls of someone down the beach echoing off the high walls. In her mind she can hear her father polishing locks, Dr. Geffard walking along the rows of his drawers. Why didn't they tell her it would be like this? "That's Monsieur Redaume calling to his dog," says Madame Manic. "Nothing to worry about. Here's my arm. Sit down and take off your shoes. Roll up your coat sleeves." Marie-Laure does as she is told. Are they watching? The Boche? So what if they are? An old woman and a girl? I'll tell them we're digging clams. What can they do? Uncle says they've buried bombs in the beaches. Don't you worry about that. He is frightened of an ant. He says the moon pulls the ocean back. The moon? Sometimes the sun pulls too. He says that around the islands, the tides make funnels that can swallow boats whole. We aren't going anywhere near there, dear. We're just on the beach. Marie-Laure unwinds her scarf, and Madame Manic takes it. Briny, weedy, pewter-colored air slips down her collar. Madame? Yes? What do I do? Just walk. She walks. Now there are cold, round pebbles beneath her feet. Now crackling weeds. Now something smoother, wet, unwrinkled sand. She bends and spreads her fingers. It's like cold silk. Cold, sumptuous silk onto which the sea has laid offerings. Pebbles, shells, barnacles, tiny slips of wrack. Her fingers dig and reach. The drops of rain touch the back of her neck, the backs of her hands. The sand pulls the heat from her fingertips, from the soles of her feet. A months-old knot inside Marie-Laure begins to loosen. She moves along the tide line, almost crawling at first, and imagines the beach stretching off in either direction, ringing the promontory, embracing the outer islands, the whole filigreed tracery of the Breton coastline with its wild capes and crumbling batteries and vine-choked ruins. She imagines the walled city behind her, its soaring ramparts, its puzzle of streets. All of it suddenly as small as Papa's model. But what surrounds the model is not something her father conveyed to her. What's beyond the model is the most compelling thing. A flock of gulls squalls overhead. Each of the 100,000 tiny grains of sand in her fists grinds against its neighbor. She feels her father pick her up and spin her around 3 times. No occupation soldier comes to arrest them. No one even speaks to them. In 3 hours, Marie-Laure's numb fingers discover a stranded jellyfish, an encrusted buoy, and 1,000 polished stones. She wades to her knees and soaks the hem of her dress. When Madame Manic finally leads her, damp and dazzled, back to the Rue Vauberel, Marie-Laure climbs all 5 flights and raps on the door of Etienne's study and stands before him, wet sand stuck all over her face. "You were gone a long time," he murmurs. "I worried." "Here, uncle." From her pockets she brings up shells. Barnacles, cowries, 13 lumps of quartz gritty with sand. "I brought you this, and this, and this, and this." Lapidary. In 3 months, Sergeant Major von Rumpel has traveled to Berlin and Stuttgart. He has assessed the value of 100 confiscated rings, a dozen diamond bracelets, a Latvian cigarette case in which a lozenge of blue topaz twinkled. Now, back in Paris, he has slept at the Grand Hotel for a week and sent forth his queries like birds. Every night the moment returns to him, when he clasped that pear-shaped diamond between his thumb and forefinger, made huge by the lens of his loupe, and believed he held the 133-carat sea of flames. He stared into the stone's ice-blue interior, where miniature mountain ranges seemed to send back fire, crimsons and corals and violets, polygons of color twinkling and coruscating as he rotated it. And he almost convinced himself that the stories were true, that centuries ago a sultan's son wore a crown that blinded visitors, that the keeper of the diamond could never die, that the fabled stone had caromed down through the pegs of history and dropped into his palm. There was joy in that moment, triumph, but an unexpected fear mixed with it. The stone looked like something enchanted, not meant for human eyes, an object that, once looked at, could never be forgotten. But eventually reason won out. The joints of the diamond's facets were not quite as sharp as they should have been, the girdle just slightly waxy. More telling, the stone betrayed no delicate cracks, no pinpoints, not a single inclusion. A real diamond, his father used to say, is never entirely free of inclusions. A real diamond is never perfect. Had he expected it to be real? To be kept precisely where he wished it would be? To win such a victory in a single day? Of course not. One might think von Rumpel would be frustrated, but he is not. On the contrary, he feels quite hopeful. The museum would never have commissioned such a high-quality fake if they did not possess the real thing somewhere. Over the past weeks in Paris, in the hours between other tasks, he has narrowed a list of 7 lapidaries to 3, then to 1. A half-Algerian named Dupont, who came of age cutting opal. It appears Dupont was making money before the war by faceting spinels into false diamonds for dowagers and baronesses, also for museums. One February night, von Rumpel lets himself into Dupont's fastidious shop not far from Sacré-Cœur. He examines a copy of Streeter's Precious Stones and Gems, drawings of cleavage panes, trigonometric charts used for faceting. When he finds several painstaking iterations of a mold that match exactly the size and pear-cut shape of the stone in the vault at the museum, he knows he has his man. At von Rumpel's request, Dupont is furnished with forged food ration tickets. Now von Rumpel waits. He prepares his questions. Did you make other replicas? How many? Do you know who has them now? On the last day of February 1941, a dapper little Gestapo man comes to him with the news that the unwitting Dupont has tried to use the forged tickets. He has been arrested. Kinderleicht. Child's play. It's an attractive and drizzly winter's night. Scraps of melting snow shored up against the edges of the Place de la Concorde. The city looking ghostly, its windows jeweled with raindrops, A close-cropped corporal checks von Rumpel's identification and points him not to a cell, but to a high-ceilinged third-story office where a typist sits behind a desk. On the wall behind her, a painted wisteria vine frays into a tangled modernist spray of colors that makes von Rumpel uneasy. DuPont is cuffed to a cheap dining chair in the center of the room. His face has the color and polish of tropical wood. Von Rumpel expected a melange of fear and indignation and hunger, but DuPont sits upright. One of the lenses of his eyeglasses is already fractured, but otherwise he looks well enough. The typist twists her cigarette into an ashtray, a bright red smear of lipstick on its butt. The ashtray is full. 50 stubs squashed in there, limbless, somehow gory. "You can go," says von Rumpel, nodding at her, and levels his attention on the lapidary. "He cannot speak German, sir." "We will be fine," he says in French. "Shut the door, please." DuPont looks up, some gland within him leaching courage into his blood. Von Rumpel does not have to force the smile. It comes easily enough. He hopes for names, but all he needs is a number. Dearest Marie-Laure, we are in Germany now, and it's fine. I've managed to find an angel who will try to get this to you. The winter firs and alders are very beautiful here. And you are not going to believe this, but you will have to trust me. They serve us wonderful food. First class, quail and duck and stewed rabbit, chicken legs and potatoes fried with bacon and apricot tarts, boiled beef with carrots, coq au vin on rice, plum tarts, fruits and crème glacée, as much as we can eat. I so look forward to the meals. Be polite to your uncle and Madame too. Thank them for reading this to you, and know that I am always with you, that I am right beside you. Your Papa. Entropy. For a week, the dead prisoner remains strapped to the stake in the courtyard, his flesh frozen gray. Boys stop and ask the corpse directions. Someone dresses him in a cartridge belt and helmet. After several days, a pair of crows take to standing on his shoulder, chiseling away with their beaks, and eventually the custodian comes out with 2 third-year boys, and they hack the corpse's feet out of the ice with a maul, and tip him into a cart and roll him away. 3 times in 9 days, Frederick is chosen as the weakest in field exercises. Bastian walks out farther than ever, and counts more quickly than ever, so that Frederick has to run 400 or 500 yards, often through deep snow, and the boys race after him as if their lives depend on it. Each time he is caught, each time he is drubbed while Bastian looks on, each time Werner does nothing to stop it. Frederick lasts 7 blows before falling, then 6, then 3. He never cries out and never asks to leave, and this in particular seems to make the commandant quake with homicidal frustration. Frederick's dreaminess, his otherness, it's on him like a scent, and everyone can smell it. Werner tries to lose himself in his work in Hauptmann's lab. He has constructed a prototype of their transceiver and tests fuses and valves and handsets and plugs. But even in those late hours, it is as if the sky has dimmed and the school becomes a darker, ever more diabolical place. His stomach bothers him. He gets diarrhea. He wakes in distant quarters of the night and sees Frederick in his bedroom in Berlin, wearing his eyeglasses and necktie, freeing trapped birds from the pages of a massive book. You're a smart boy. You'll do well. One evening, when Hauptmann is down the hall in his office, Werner glances over at imperious, sleepy Folkheimer in the corner and says, "That prisoner." Folkheimer blinks, stone turning to flesh. They do that every year. He takes off his cap and runs one hand over the dense stubble of his hair. They say he's a Pole, a Red, a Cossack. He stole liquor or kerosene or money. Every year it's the same. Under the seams of the hour, boys struggle in a dozen different arenas. 400 children crawling along the edge of a razor. Always the same phrase, too, Folkheimer adds, circling the drain. Was it decent to leave him out there like that? Even after he was dead? Decency does not matter to them. Then Hauptmann's crisp boot heels come clicking into the room, and Volkheimer leans back into the corner, and his eye sockets refill with shadow, and Werner does not have the chance to ask him which them he means. Boys leave dead mice in Frederick's boots. They call him a poof, blowjob, countless other juvenile sobriquets. Twice a fifth year takes Frederick's field glasses and smears the lenses with excrement. Werner tells himself that he tries. Every night he polishes Frederick's boots for him until they shine a foot deep, one less reason for a bunkmaster or Bastian or an upperclassman to jump on him. Sunday mornings in the refectory they sit quietly in a sunbeam, and Werner helps him with his schoolwork. Frederick whispers that in the spring he hopes to find skylark nests in the grasses outside the school walls. Once he lifts his pencil and stares into space and says, "Lesser spotted woodpecker." And Werner hears a bird's distant thrumming travel across the grounds and through the wall. In technical sciences, Dr. Hauptmann introduces the laws of thermodynamics. Entropy. Who can say what it is? The boys hunch over their desks. No one raises a hand. Hauptmann stalks the rows. Werner tries not to twitch a single muscle. Pfennig. Entropy is the degree of randomness or disorder in a system, Doctor. His eyes fix on Werner's for a heartbeat, a glance both warm and chilling. Disorder. You hear the commandant say it. You hear your bunkmasters say it. There must be order. Life is chaos, gentlemen, and what we represent is an ordering to that chaos. Even down to the genes. We are ordering the evolution of the species, winnowing out the inferior, the unruly, the chaff. This is the great project of the Reich. The greatest project human beings have ever embarked upon. Hauptmann writes on the blackboard. The cadets inscribe the words into their composition books. The entropy of a closed system never decreases. Every process must by law decay. The rounds. Although Etienne continues to offer objections, Madame Manic walks Marie-Laure to the beach every morning. The girl knots her shoes herself, feels her way down the stairwell, and waits in the foyer with her cane in her fist while Madame Manic finishes up in the kitchen. "I can find my own way," Marie-Laure says the 5th time they step out. "You don't have to lead." 22 paces to the intersection with the Rue d'Estrée. 40 more to the little gate. 9 steps down and she's on the sand, and the 20,000 sounds of the ocean engulf her. She collects pine cones dropped by trees who knows how far away. Thick hanks of rope, slick globules of stranded polyps. Once a drowned sparrow. Her greatest pleasure is to walk to the north end of the beach at low tide and squat below an island that Madame Manic calls Le Grand Bay, and let her fingers whisk around in the tide pools. Only then, with her toes and fingers in the cold sea, does her mind seem to fully leave her father. Only then does she stop wondering how much of his letter was true, when he'll write again, why he has been imprisoned. She simply listens, hears, breathes. Her bedroom fills with pebbles, sea glass, shells, 40 scallops along the windowsill, 61 whelks along the top of the armoire. She arranges them by species whenever she can, then by size. Smallest on the left, largest on the right. She fills jars, pails, trays. The room assumes the smell of the sea. Most mornings after the beach she makes the rounds with Madame Manic, going to the vegetable market, occasionally to the butcher's, then delivering food to whichever neighbors Madame Manic decides are most in need. They climb an echoing stairwell, rap on a door. An old woman invites them in, asks for news, insists all 3 of them drink a thimbleful of sherry. Madame Manic's energy, Marie-Laure is learning, is extraordinary. She burgeons, shoots off stalks, wakes early, works late, concocts bisques without a drop of cream, loaves with less than a cup of flour. They clomp together through the narrow streets, Marie-Laure's hand on the back of Madame's apron, following the odors of her stews and cakes. In such moments Madame seems like a great moving wall of rose bushes, thorny and fragrant and crackling with bees. Still warm bread to an ancient widow named Madame Blanchard. Soup to Monsieur Saget. Slowly Marie-Laure's brain becomes a three-dimensional map in which exist glowing landmarks. A thick plane tree in the Place aux Herbes, 9 potted topiaries outside the Hotel Continental, 6 stairs up a passageway called the Rue de Connétable. Several days a week, Madame brings food to crazy Harold Bazin, a veteran of the Great War who sleeps in an alcove behind the library in sun or snow, who lost his nose, left ear, and eye to shellfire, who wears an enameled copper mask over half his face. Harold Bazin loves to talk about the walls and warlocks and pirates of Saint-Malo. Over the centuries, he tells Marie-Laure, the city ramparts have kept out bloodthirsty marauders, Romans, Celts, Norsemen, some say sea monsters. For 1,300 years, he says, the walls kept out bloodthirsty English sailors who would park their ships offshore and launch flaming projectiles at the houses, who would try to burn everything and starve everybody, who would stop at nothing to kill them all. The mothers of Saint-Malo, he says, used to tell their children, sit up straight, mind your manners, or an Englishman will come in the night and cut your throat. Harold, please, says Madame Manic, you'll frighten her. In March, Etienne turns 60, and Madame Manic stews little clams, palourde, with shallots, and serves them alongside mushrooms in quarters of 2 hard-boiled eggs. The only 2 eggs, she reports, she could find in the city. Etienne talks in his soft voice about the eruption of Krakatoa. How, in all of his earliest memories, ash from the East Indies turned the sunsets over Saint-Malo blood-red, big veins of crimson glowing above the sea every evening, and to Marie-Laure, her pockets lined with sand, her face aglow from the wind, the occupation seems, for a moment, 1,000 miles away. She misses Papa, Paris, Dr. Geffard, the gardens, her books, her pine cones. All are holes in her life. But over these past few weeks her existence has become tolerable. At least out on the beaches, her privation and fears are rinsed away by wind and color and light. Most afternoons, after making the morning rounds with Madame, Marie-Laure sits on her bed with the window open and travels her hands over her father's model of the city. Her fingers pass the shipbuilders' sheds on the Rue de Chartres, past Madame Rouel's bakery on the Rue Robert-Surcouf. In her imagination she hears the bakers sliding about on the flour-slick floor, moving in the way she imagines ice skaters must move, baking loaves in the same 400-year-old oven that Monsieur Rouel's great-great-grandfather used. Her fingers pass the cathedral steps. Here an old man clips roses in a garden. Here, beside the library, crazy Harold Bazin murmurs to himself as he peers with his one eye into an empty wine bottle. Here's the convent. Here's the restaurant Chez Souche beside the fish market. Here's number 4 Rue Vauberel, its door slightly recessed, where downstairs Madame Manic kneels beside her bed, shoes off, rosary beads slipping through her fingers, a prayer for practically every soul in the city. Here, in a 5th-floor room, Etienne walks beside his empty shelves, trailing his fingers over the places where his radios once stood. And somewhere, beyond the borders of the model, beyond the borders of France, in a place her fingers cannot reach, her father sits in a cell, a dozen of his whittled models on a windowsill, a guard coming toward him with what she wants very badly to believe is a feast. Quail and duck and stewed rabbit, chicken legs and potatoes fried with bacon and apricot tarts. A dozen trays, a dozen platters, as much as he can eat. Nadel im Heuhaufen. Midnight. Dr. Hauptmann's hounds bound through the frozen fields beside the school, drops of quicksilver skittering through the white. Behind them comes Hauptmann in his fur cap, walking with short strides as though counting paces over some great distance. In the rear comes Werner, carrying the pair of transceivers he and Hauptmann have been testing for months. Hauptmann turns, his face bright. "Nice spot here. Good sight lines. Set it down, Pfennig. I've sent our friend Folkheimer ahead. He's somewhere on the hill." Werner sees no tracks, only a humped swale of glitter in the moonlight, and the white forest beyond. "He has the KX transmitter in an ammunition box," Hauptmann says. "He is to conceal himself and broadcast steadily until we find him or his battery dies. Even I do not know where he is." He smacks his gloved hands together, and the dogs swirl around him, their breath smoking. 10 square kilometers. Locate the transmitter, locate our friend. Werner looks out at the 10,000 snow-mantled trees. "Out there, sir?" "Out there." Hauptmann draws a flask from his pocket and unscrews it without looking at it. "This is the fun part, Pfennig." Hauptmann stamps a clearing in the snow, and Werner sets up the first transceiver, uses the measuring tape to pace off 200 meters, and sets up the second. He uncoils the grounding wires, raises the aerials, and switches them on. Already his fingers are numb. "Try 80 meters, Pfennig. Typically, teams won't know what band to search for, but for tonight, our first field test, we'll cheat a bit." Werner puts on the headset and fills his ears with static. He dials up the RF gain, adjusts the filter. Before long, he has tuned in both receivers to Folkheimer's transmitter, pinging along. "I have him, sir." Hauptmann starts smiling in earnest. The dogs caper and sneeze with excitement. From his coat, he produces a grease pencil. "Just do it on the radio. Teams won't always have paper, not in the field." Werner sketches out the equation on the metal casing of the transceiver and starts plugging in numbers. Hauptmann hands him a slide rule. In 2 minutes, Werner has a vector and a distance, 2.5 kilometers. "And the map?" Hauptmann's little aristocratic face gleams with pleasure. Werner uses a protractor and compass to draw the lines. "Lead on, Pfennig." Werner folds the map into his coat pocket, packs up the transceivers, and carries one in each hand like matching suitcases. Tiny snow crystals sift down through the moonlight. Soon the school and its outbuildings look like toys on the white plain below. The moon slips lower, a half-lidded eye, and the dogs stick close to their master, mouths steaming, and Werner sweats. They drop into a ravine and climb out. 1 kilometer, 2. "Sublimity," Hauptmann says, panting. "You know what that is, Pfennig?" He is tipsy, animated, almost prattling. Never has Werner seen him like this. It's the instant when one thing is about to become something else. Day to night, caterpillar to butterfly, fawn to doe, experiment to result, boy to man. Far up a third climb, Werner unfolds the map and double-checks his bearings with a compass. Everywhere the silent trees gleam, no tracks save their own. The school lost behind them. "Shall I set out the transceivers again, sir?" Hauptmann puts his fingers to his lips. Werner triangulates again and sees how close they are to his original reading. Under 1/2 kilometer. He repacks the transceivers and picks up his pace. Hunting now. On the scent. All 3 dogs sensing it too. And Werner thinks, "I have found a way in. I'm solving it. The numbers are becoming real." And the trees unload siftings of snow, and the dogs freeze and twitch their noses, locked on a scent, pointing as if at a pheasant. And Hauptmann holds up his palm, and finally Werner, coming up through a gap between trees, laboring as he carries the big cases, sees the form of a man lying face up in the snow, transmitter at his feet, antenna rising into the low branches. The giant. The dogs tremble in their stances. Hauptmann keeps his palm up. With the other hand he unholsters his pistol. "This close, Pfennig. You cannot hesitate." Folkheimer's left side faces them. Werner can see the vapor of his breath rise and disperse. Hauptmann aims his Walther right at Folkheimer, and for a long and startling moment, Werner is certain that his teacher is about to shoot the boy, that they are in grave danger, every single cadet, and that he cannot help but hear Jutta as she stood beside the canal. Is it right to do something only because everyone else is doing it? Something in Werner's soul shuts its scaly eyes. and the little professor raises his pistol and fires it into the sky. Volkheimer leaps immediately into a squat, his head coming around as the hounds release toward him, and Werner's heart feels as if it has been blown to pieces in his chest. Volkheimer's arms come up as the dogs charge him, but they know him. They are leaping on him in play, barking and scampering, and Werner watches the huge boy throw off the dogs as if they were house cats. Dr. Hauptmann laughs, his pistol smokes, and he takes a long drink from his flask and passes it to Werner, and Werner puts it to his lips. He has pleased his professor after all. The transceiver works. He is out in the luminous, starlit night, feeling the stinging glow of brandy flow into his gut. "This," says Hauptmann, "is what we're doing with the triangles." The dogs circle and duck and romp. Hauptmann relieves himself beneath the trees. Volkheimer trudges towards Werner, lugging the big KX transmitter. He grows ever larger. He rests a huge mittened hand on Werner's cap. "It's only numbers," he says, quietly enough that Hauptmann cannot hear. "Pure math, cadet," adds Werner, mimicking Hauptmann's clipped accent. He presses his gloved fingertips together, all 5 to 5. "You have to accustom yourself to thinking that way." It is the first time Werner has heard Volkheimer laugh, and his countenance changes. He becomes less menacing and more like a benevolent, humongous child, more like the person he becomes when he listens to music. All the next day the pleasure of his success lingers in Werner's blood, the memory of how it seemed almost holy to him to walk beside big Volkheimer back to the castle, down the frozen trees, past the rooms of sleeping boys ranked like gold bars in strong rooms. Werner felt an almost fatherly protectiveness for the others as he undressed beside his bunk. As lumbering Volkheimer continued on toward the dormitories of the upperclassmen, an ogre among angels, a keeper crossing a field of gravestones at night. Proposal. Marie-Laure sits in her customary spot at the corner of the kitchen, closest to the fireplace, and listens to the friends of Madame Manic complain. "The price of mackerel," says Madame Fontenot. "You'd think they had to sail to Japan for it." "I cannot remember," says Madame Hébrard, the postmistress, "what a proper plum tastes like." "And these ridiculous shoe ration coupons," says Madame Ruel, the baker's wife. "Theo has number 3501, and they haven't even called 400. It's not just the brothels on the Rue Thévenard anymore. They're giving all the summer apartments to the freelancers. Big Claude and his wife are getting extra fat. Damned Bosch have their lights on all day. I cannot bear one more night stuck indoors with my husband." 9 of them sit around the square table, knees pressed to knees, ration card restrictions, abysmal puddings, the deteriorating quality of fingernail varnish. These are crimes they feel in their souls. To hear so many of them in a room together confuses and excites Marie-Laure. They are giddy when they should be serious, somber after jokes. Madame Hébrard cries over the non-availability of Demerara sugar. Another woman's complaint about tobacco disintegrates mid-sentence into hysterics about the phenomenal size of the perfumer's backside. They smell of stale bread, of stuffy living rooms crammed with dark, Titanic Breton furnishings. Madame Ruel says, "So the Gautier girl wants to get married. The family has to melt all its jewelry to get gold for the wedding ring. The gold gets taxed 30% by occupation authorities. Then the jeweler's work is taxed another 30%. By the time they've paid him, there's no ring left. The exchange rate is a farce. The price of carrots indefensible. Duplicity lies everywhere." Eventually, Madame Manic deadbolts the kitchen door and clears her throat. The women fall quiet. "We're the ones who make their world run," Madame Manic says. "You, Madame Guibou, your son repairs their shoes. Madame Hébrard, you and your daughters sort their mail. And you, Madame Ruel, your bakery makes much of their bread." The air stretches tight. Marie-Laure has the sense that they are watching someone slide onto thin ice or hold a palm over a flame. What are you saying? That we do something. Put bombs in their shoes? Poop in the bread dough? Brittle laughter. Nothing so bold as all that. But we could do smaller things. Simpler things. Like what? First, I need to know if you're willing. A charged silence ensues. Marie-Laure can feel them all poised there, 9 minds swinging slowly around. She thinks of her father. Imprisoned for what? And aches. 2 women leave, claiming obligations involving grandchildren. Others tug at their blouses and rattle their chairs as though the temperature in the kitchen has gone up. 6 remain. Marie-Laure sits among them, wondering who will cave, who will tattle, who will be the bravest. Who will lie on her back and let her last breath curl up to the ceiling as a curse upon the invaders? You have other friends. You have other friends. Look out, Pusswood! Martin Burkhardt yells as Frederick crosses the quad. I'm coming for you tonight. He convulses his pelvis maniacally. Someone defecates on Frederick's bunk. Werner hears Volkheimer's voice. Decency does not matter to them. Bed shitter, spits a boy. Bring me my boots. Frederick pretends not to hear. Night after night, Werner retreats into Hauptmann's laboratory. 3 times now they have gone out into the snow to track down Volkheimer's transmitter, and each time they have found him more directly. During the most recent field test, Werner managed to set up the transceivers, find the transmission, and plot Volkheimer's location on the map in under 5 minutes. Hauptmann promises trips to Berlin. He unrolls schematics from an electronics factory in Austria and says, "Several ministries have demonstrated enthusiasm for our project." Werner is succeeding. He is being loyal. He is being what everybody agrees is good. And yet every time he wakes and buttons his tunic, he feels he is betraying something. One night he and Volkheimer trudge back through the slush. Volkheimer carrying the transmitter, both receivers, and the folded antenna under one arm. Werner walks behind, content to be in his shadow. The trees drip, their branches seem moments away from erupting into bloom. Spring. In 2 more months, Volkheimer will be given his commission and go to war. They stop a moment so Volkheimer can rest, and Werner bends to examine one of the transceivers, draws a little screwdriver from his pocket, and tightens a loose hinge plate. Volkheimer looks down at him with great tenderness. "What you could be," he says. That night, Werner climbs into bed and stares up at the underside of Frederick's mattress. A warm wind blows against the castle, and somewhere a shutter bangs, and snowmelt trickles down the long downspouts. As quietly as he can manage, he whispers, "Are you awake?" Frederick leans over the side of his bunk, and for a moment, in the nearly complete darkness, Werner believes they will finally say to each other what they have not been able to say. "You could go home, you know, to Berlin. Leave this place." Frederick only blinks. "Your mother wouldn't mind. She'd probably like to have you around, Franny too, just for a month, even a week. As soon as you leave, the cadets will let up, and by the time you return, they'll have moved on to someone else. Your father wouldn't even have to know." But Frederick tips back into his bed, and Werner can no longer see him. His voice comes reflecting down from the ceiling. "Maybe it'd be better if we aren't friends anymore, Werner." Too loud. Dangerously loud. I know it's a liability, walking with me, eating with me, always folding my clothes and shining my boots and tutoring me. You have your studies to think of." Werner clenches his eyes. A memory of his attic bedroom swamps him. Clicking of mouse feet in the walls, sleet tapping the window. The ceiling so sloped he could stand only in the spot closest to the door, and the feeling that somewhere just behind his vision, ranged like spectators in a gallery, his mother and father and the Frenchman from the radio were all watching him through the rattling window to see what he would do. He sees Yutta's crestfallen face, bent over the pieces of their broken radio. He has the sensation that something huge and empty is about to devour them all. "That's not what I meant," Werner says into his blanket. But Frederick says nothing more, and both boys lie motionless a long time, watching the blue spokes of moonlight rotate through the room. Old Ladies' Resistance Club. Madame Rouelle, the baker's wife, a pretty-voiced woman who smells mostly of yeast, but also sometimes of face powder or the sweet perfume of sliced apples, straps a step-ladder to the roof of her husband's car and drives the Route de Carentan at dusk with Madame Guibou, and rearranges road signs with a ratchet set. They return drunk and laughing to the kitchen of number 4 Rue Vauberel. "Dinan is now 20 kilometers to the north," says Madame Rouelle. "Right in the middle of the sea." 3 days later, Madame Fontenot overhears the German garrison commander is allergic to goldenrod. Madame Carré, the florist, tucks great fistfuls of it into an arrangement headed for the chateau. The women funnel a shipment of rayon to the wrong destination. They intentionally misprint a train timetable. Madame Hébrard, the postmistress, slides an important-looking letter from Berlin into her underpants, takes it home, and starts her evening fire with it. They come spilling into Etienne's kitchen with gleeful reports that someone has heard the garrison commander sneezing, or that the dog shit placed on a brothel doorstep reached the target of a German's shoe bottom perfectly. Madame Manic pours sherry or cider or muscadet. Someone sits stationed by the door to serve as sentry. Small and stooped Madame Fontenot boasts that she tied up the switchboard at the chateau for an hour. Dowdy and strapping Madame Guibou says she helped her grandsons paint a stray dog the colors of the French flag and sent it running through the Place Chateaubriand. The women cackle, thrilled. "What can I do?" asks the ancient widow Madame Blanchard. "I want to do something." Madame Manic asks everyone to give Madame Blanchard their money. "You'll get it back," she says. "Don't worry. Now, Madame Blanchard, you've had beautiful handwriting all your life. Take this fountain pen of Master Etienne's. On every 5-franc note I want you to write, 'Free France now.' No one can afford to destroy money, right? Once everyone has spent their bills, our little message will go out all over Brittany." The women clap. Madame Blanchard squeezes Madame Manic's hand, and wheezes and blinks her glossy eyes in pleasure. Sometimes Etienne comes down grumbling, one shoe on, and the whole kitchen goes quiet while Madame Manic fixes his tea and sets it on a tray, and Etienne carries it back upstairs. Then the women start up again, scheming, gabbling. Madame Manic brushes Marie-Laure's hair in long, absent-minded strokes. 76 years old, she whispers, and I can still feel like this? like a little girl with stars in my eyes. Diagnosis. The military doctor takes Sergeant Major von Rumpel's temperature, inflates the blood pressure cuff, examines his throat with a penlight. This very morning von Rumpel inspected a 15th century Davenport and supervised its installment into a rail car meant for Marshal Goering's hunting lodge. The private who had brought it to him described plundering the villa that they took it from. He called it shopping. The Davenport makes von Rumpel think of an 18th century Dutch tobacco box, made out of brass and copper, and encrusted with tiny diamonds that he examined earlier this week, and the tobacco box sends his thoughts, as inexorably as gravity, back to the sea of flames. In his weaker moments, he imagines walking in some future hour between arcades of pillars in the great Führer Museum at Linz, his heels clacking smartly on the marble, twilight cascading through high windows. He sees 1,000 crystalline display cases, so clean they seem to float above the floor. Inside them wait the world's mineral treasures, harvested from every hole on the globe. Dioptase and topaz and amethyst and California rubellite. What was the phrase? Like stars flung off the brows of archangels. And in the very center of the gallery, a spotlight falls through the ceiling onto a pedestal. There, inside a glass cube, glows a small blue stone. The doctor asks von Rumpel to lower his trousers. Though the business of war has not let up for even a day, von Rumpel has been happy for months. His responsibilities are doubling. There are not, it turns out, a lot of Aryan diamond experts in the Reich. Just 3 weeks ago, outside a tiny sun-streaked station west of Bratislava, he examined an envelope full of perfectly clear, well-faceted stones. Behind him rumbled a truck full of paintings wrapped in paper and packed in straw. The guards whispered that a Rembrandt was in there, and pieces of the famous altarpiece from Krakow, all being sent to a salt mine somewhere deep beneath the Austrian village of Authaussee, where a mile-long tunnel drops into a glittering arcade filled with shelving 3 stories high, upon which the High Command is stacking Europe's finest art. They will assemble everything under one unassailable roof, a temple to the human endeavor. Visitors will marvel at it for 1,000 years. The doctor probes his groin. No pain? None. Nor here? None. It would have been too much to hope for names from the lapidary in Paris. DuPont, after all, would not have known who had been given the replicas of the diamond. He had no insight into the last-second safeguards of the museum. But DuPont was of service nonetheless. Von Rumpel needed a number, and he got it. 3. The doctor says, "You may dress," and washes his hands at a sink. In the 2 months leading up to the invasion of France, DuPont fashioned 3 replicas for the museum. Did he use the real diamond to make them? He used a casting. He never saw the real diamond. Von Rumpel believed him. 3 replicas, plus the real stone. Somewhere on this planet among its sextillion grains of sand. 4 stones, one of them in the basement of the museum, locked in a safe. 3 more to find. There are moments when von Rumpel feels impatience rising in him like bile, but he forces himself to swallow it back. It will come. He buckles his belt. The doctor says, "We need to take a biopsy." You will want to telephone your wife. Weakest. Number 3. The scales of cruelty tip. Maybe Bastian exacts some final vendetta. Maybe Frederick goes looking for his only way out. All Werner knows for certain is that one April morning he wakes to find 3 inches of slush on the ground, and Frederick not in his bunk. He does not show at breakfast, or poetics, or morning field exercises. Each story Werner hears contains its own flaws and contradictions, as though the truth is a machine whose gears are not meshing. First he hears that a group of boys took Frederick out and set up torches in the snow, and told him to shoot the torches with his rifle to prove he had adequate eyesight. Then Werner hears they brought him charts for eye exams, and when he could not read them, they force-fed the charts to him. But what does the truth matter in this place? Werner imagines 20 boys closing over Frederick's body like rats. He sees the fat, gleaming face of the commandant, throat spilling out of his collar, reclined like a king on some high-backed oak throne, while blood slowly fills the floor, rises past his ankles, past his knees. Werner skips lunch and walks in a daze to the school's infirmary. He's risking detention, or worse. It's a sunny, bright noon, but his heart is being crushed slowly in a vice, and everything is slow and hypnotic, and he watches his arm work as it pulls open the door, as if he's peering through several feet of blue water. A single bed with blood in it. Blood on the pillow and on the sheets, and even on the enameled metal of the bed frame. Pink rags in a basin, half-unrolled bandage on the floor. The nurse bustles over and grimaces at Werner. Outside of the kitchens, she is the only woman at the school. "Why so much blood?" he asks. She sets 4 fingers across her lips, debating perhaps whether to tell him or pretend she does not know. Accusation or resignation or complicity. "Where is he?" "Leipzig, for surgery." She touches a round white button on her uniform with what might be an inconveniently trembling finger. Otherwise her manner is entirely stern. "What happened?" "Shouldn't you be at noontime meal?" Each time he blinks, he sees the men of his childhood. Laid-off miners drifting through back alleys, men with hooks for fingers and vacuums for eyes. He sees Bastian, standing over a smoking river, snow falling all around him. Führer, Volk, fatherland, steal your body, steal your soul. "When will he be back?" "Oh," she says, a soft enough word. She shakes her head. a blue soapbox on the table. Above it, a portrait of some foregone officer in a crumbling frame, some previous boy sent through this place to die. Cadet? Werner has to sit on the bed. The nurse's face seems to occupy multiple distances, a mask atop a mask atop a mask. What is Jutta doing at this exact moment? Wiping the nose of some wailing newborn, or collecting newspapers, or listening to presentations from army nurses, or darning another sock? Praying for him? Believing in him? He thinks, I will never be able to tell her about this. Dearest Marie-Laure, the others in my cell are mostly kind. Some tell jokes. Here's one. Have you heard about the Wehrmacht exercise program? Yes, each morning you raise your hands above your head and leave them there. Ha ha! My angel has promised to deliver this letter for me at great risk. It is very safe and nice to be out of the Gasthaus for a bit. We are building a road now, and the work is good. My body is getting stronger. Today I saw an oak tree disguised as a chestnut tree. I think it's called a chestnut oak. I would like very much to ask some of the botanists in the gardens about it when we get home. I hope you and Madame and Etienne will keep sending things. They say we will be allowed to receive one parcel each, so something has to get through eventually. I doubt they would let me keep any tools, but it would be wonderful if they would. You would absolutely not believe how pretty it is here, ma chérie, and how far we are from danger. I am incredibly safe as safe can be. Your Papa. Grotto. It's summer, and Marie-Laure is sitting in the alcove behind the library with Madame Manic and crazy Harold Bazin. Through his copper mask, through a mouthful of soup, Harold says, I want to show you something. He leads Marie-Laure and Madame Manic down what Marie-Laure thinks is the Rue de Boyer, though it could be the Rue Vincent de Gournay or the Rue des Hautes Salles. They reach the base of the ramparts and turn right, following a lane Marie-Laure has not been on before. They descend 2 steps, pass through a curtain of hanging ivy, and Madame Manic says, Harold, please, what is this? The alley grows narrower and narrower until they must walk single file. The walls close on either side, and then they stop. Marie-Laure can feel stone blocks mounting vertically on both sides to brush their shoulders. They seem to rise forever. If her father has built this alley into his model, her fingers have not discovered it yet. Harold rummages in his filthy trousers, breathing hard behind his mask. Where the wall of the ramparts should be, on their left, Marie-Laure hears a lock give way. A gate creaks open. Watch your head, he says, and helps her through. They clamber down into a cramped, moist space that positively reeks of the sea. We're beneath the wall, 20 meters of granite on top of us. Madame says, Really, Harold, it's gloomy as a graveyard in here. But Marie-Laure ventures a bit farther, the soles of her shoes slipping, the floor angling down, and then her shoes touch water. Feel this, says Harold Bazin, and crouches and brings her hand to a curved wall which is completely studded with snails. Hundreds of them. Thousands. So many, she whispers. I don't know why. Maybe because they're safe from gulls. Here, feel this. I'll turn it over. Hundreds of tiny, squirming hydraulic feet beneath a thorny, ridged top. A sea star. Blue mussels here, and here's a dead stone crab. Can you feel his claw? Oh, watch your head now. The surf breaks nearby. Water purls past her shoes. Marie-Laure wades forward. The floor of the room is sandy, the water barely ankle-deep. From what she can tell, it's a low grotto, maybe 4 yards long and half as wide, shaped like a loaf of bread. At the far end is a thick grate through which lustrous, clear sea wind washes. Her fingertips discover barnacles, weeds, 1,000 more snails. What is this place? Remember I told you about the dogs of the watch? A long time ago, city kennel keepers would keep mastiffs in here. Dogs as big as horses. At night, a curfew bell would ring, and the dogs would be let loose onto the beaches to eat any sailor who dared come ashore. Somewhere beneath those mussels is a stone with the date 1165 scratched into it. But the water? Even at the highest tides, it doesn't get more than waist deep. Back then, the tides might have been lower. We used to play in here as boys, me and your grandfather. Sometimes your great-uncle, too. The tide flows past their feet. Everywhere mussels click and sigh. She thinks of the wild old seamen who lived in this town, smugglers and pirates, sailing over the dark seas, winding their ships between 10,000 reefs. "Harold, we should go now," calls Madame Manic, her voice echoing. "This is no place for a young girl." Marie-Laure calls, "It's fine, Madame." Hermit crabs, anemones sending out a tiny jet of seawater when she pokes them, galaxies of snails, a story of life imminent in each. Finally, Madame Manic coaxes them out of the kennel, and Crazy Harold leads Marie-Laure back through the gate and locks it behind them. Before they reach the Place Broussais, Madame Manic walking out front, he taps Marie-Laure's shoulder. His whisper comes in her left ear. His breath smells like crushed insects. "Could you find that place again, do you think?" "I think so." He puts something iron in her hand. "Do you know what it is?" Marie-Laure closes her fist. "It's a key." Intoxicated. Every day there is word of another victory, another advance. Russia collapses like an accordion. In October, the student body gathers around a big wireless to listen to the Führer declare Operation Typhoon. German companies plant flags miles from Moscow. Russia will be theirs. Werner is 15. A new boy sleeps in Frederick's bed. Sometimes at night Werner sees Frederick when he is not there. His face appears over the edge of the upper bunk, or his silhouette presses binoculars to the window pane. Frederick, who did not die but did not recover. Broken jaw, cracked skull, brain trauma. No one was punished, no one questioned. A blue automobile came to the school, and Frederick's mother got out and walked into the commandant's residence and emerged soon afterward, tilted against the weight of Frederick's duffel bag, looking very small. She climbed back into the car, and it drove away. Volkheimer is gone. There are stories that he has become a fearsome sergeant in the Wehrmacht, that he led a platoon into the last town on the road to Moscow, hacked off the fingers of dead Russians and smoked them in a pipe. The newest crop of cadets grow wild in their urgency to prove themselves. They sprint, shout, hurl themselves over obstacles. In field exercises they play a game where 10 boys get red armbands and 10 get black. The game ends when one team has all 20. It seems to Werner as if all the boys around him are intoxicated, as if at every meal the cadets fill their tin cups not with the cold, mineralized water of Schultforte, but with a spirit that leaves them glazed and dazzled, as if they ward off a vast and inevitable tidal wave of anguish only by staying forever drunk on rigor and exercise and gleaming boot leather. The eyes of the most bull-headed boys radiate a shining determination. Every ounce of their attention has been trained to ferret out weakness. They study Werner with suspicion when he returns from Hauptmann's lab. They do not trust that he's an orphan, that he's often alone, that his accent carries a whisper of the French he learned as a child. "We are a volley of bullets," sing the newest cadets. "We are cannonballs. We are the tip of the sword." Werner thinks of home all the time. He misses the sound of rain on the zinc roof above his dormer, the feral energy of the orphans, the scratchy singing of Frau Elena as she rocks a baby in the parlor, the smell of the plant coming in under the dawn, the first reliable smell of every day. Mostly he misses Jutta. Her loyalty, her obstinacy, the way she always seems to recognize what is right. Though in Werner's weaker moments he resents those same qualities in his sister. Perhaps she's the impurity in him, the static in his signal that the bullies can sense. Perhaps she's the only thing keeping him from surrendering totally. If you have a sister back home, you're supposed to think of her as a pretty girl in a propaganda poster, rosy-cheeked, brave, steadfast. She's whom you fight for, whom you die for. But Jutta? Jutta sends letters that the school censor blacks out almost completely. She asks questions that should not be asked. Only Werner's affiliation with Dr. Hauptmann, his privileged status as the favorite of the technical sciences professors, keeps him safe. A company in Berlin is producing their transceiver, and already some of their units are coming back from what Hauptmann calls the field, blown apart or burned or drowned in mud or defective. And Werner's job is to rebuild them while Hauptmann talks into his telephone or writes requisitions for replacement parts or spends whole fortnights away from the school. Weeks pass without a letter to Jutta. Werner writes 4 lines, a smattering of platitudes. "I am fine. I am so busy," and hands it to the bunkmaster. Dread swamps him. "You have minds," Bastian murmurs one evening in the refectory, each boy hunching almost imperceptibly farther over his food as the commandant's fingers grazes the back of his uniform. But minds are not to be trusted. Minds are always drifting toward ambiguity, towards questions, when what you really need is certainty, purpose, clarity. Do not trust your minds. Werner sits in the lab late at night, alone again, and trolls the frequencies on the Grundig tube radio that Volkheimer used to borrow from Hauptmann's office, searching for music, for echoes, for what? He is not sure. He sees circuits break apart and reform. He sees Frederick staring into his book of birds. He sees the furor of the mines at Solverein, the shunting cars, the banging locks, the trundling conveyors, smokestacks silting the sky day and night. He sees Jutta slashing back and forth with a lit torch as darkness encroaches from all sides. Wind presses against the walls of the lab. Wind, the Commandant loves to remind them, that comes all the way from Russia. A Cossack wind. The wind of candle-eating barbarians with hogs' heads who will stop at nothing to drink the blood of German girls. Gorillas who must be wiped off the earth. Static. Static. Are you there? Finally, he shuts off the radio. Into the stillness come the voices of his masters, echoing from one side of his head while memory speaks from the other. Open your eyes and see what you can with them before they close forever. The Blade and the Whelk. The Hôtel Dieu dining room is big and somber and full of people talking about U-boats off Gibraltar and the inequities of currency exchange and four-stroke marine diesel engines. Madame Manick orders 2 bowls of chowder that she and Marie-Laure promptly finish. She says she does not know what to do next. Should they keep waiting? So she orders 2 more. At last, a man in rustling clothing sits down with them. You are sure your name is Madame Walter? Madame Manick says, You are sure your name is Renee? A pause. And her? My accomplice. She can tell if someone is lying just by hearing him speak. He laughs. They talk about the weather. Sea air exudes from the man's clothes, as if he has been blown here by a gale. While he talks, he makes ungainly movements and bumps the tables so that the spoons clatter in their bowls. Finally he says, We admire your efforts, madame. The man, who calls himself René, starts talking extremely softly. Marie-Laure catches only phrases. Look for special insignia on their license plates. WH for Army, WL for Air Force, WM for Navy. And you could note, or find someone who could, every vessel that comes in and out of the harbor. This information is very much in demand. Madame Manick is quiet. If more is said that Marie-Laure cannot overhear, if there is a pantomime going on between them, notes passed, stratagems agreed upon, she cannot say. Some level of accord is reached, and soon enough she and Madame Manick are back in the kitchen at number 4 Rue Vaubert. Madame Manick clatters around in the cellar and hauls up canning supplies. This very morning, she announces, she has managed to procure what might be the last 2 crates of peaches in France. She hums as she helps Marie-Laure with the peeler. Madame? Yes, Marie? What is a pseudonym? It is a fake name, an alternate name. If I were to have one, what sort of name could I choose? Well, says Madame Manick. She pits and quarters another peach. You can be anything. You could be the mermaid, if you like. Or Daisy? Violet? How about the Whelk? I think I would like to be the Whelk. The Whelk. That is an excellent pseudonym. And you, madame? What would you like to be? Me? Madame Manick's knife pauses. Crickets sing in the cellar. I think I would like to be the Blade. The Blade? Yes. The perfume of peaches makes a bright, ruddy cloud. "The blade?" repeats Marie-Laure. Then they both start laughing. Dear Werner, why don't you write? Censor marks. The foundries run day and night, and the stacks never stop smoking, and it's been cold here, so everyone burns everything to stay warm. Sawdust, hard coal, soft coal, lime, garbage. War widows. Censor marks. And every day there are more. I'm working at the laundry with the twins, Hanna and Susanna and Claudia Förster. You remember her. We're mending tunics and trousers mostly. I'm getting better with the needles, so at least I'm not pricking myself all the time. Right now I just finished my homework. Do you have homework? There are fabric shortages and people bring in slipcovers, curtains, old coats. Anything that can be used, they say, must be used. Just like all of us here. Ha! I found this under your old cot. Seems like you could use it. Love, Jutta. Inside the homemade envelope waits Werner's childhood notebook, his handwriting across the cover. Questions. Across its pages swarm boyhood drawings, inventions, an electric bed heater he wanted to build for Frau Elena, a bicycle with chains to drive both wheels. Can magnets affect liquids? Why do boats float? Why do we feel dizzy when we spin? A dozen empty pages at the back. Juvenile enough, presumably, to make it past the censor. Around him sounds the din of boots, clatter of rifles. Stocks on the ground, barrels against the wall. Grab cups off hooks, plates off racks. Queue up for boiled beef. Over him breaks a wave of homesickness so acute he has to clamp his eyes. Alive before you die. Madame Manic goes into Etienne's study on the 5th floor. Marie-Laure listens on the stairs. You could help, Madame says. Someone, likely Madame, opens a window, and the bright air of the sea washes onto the landing, stirring everything. Etienne's curtains, his papers, his dust, Marie-Laure's longing for her father. Etienne says, Please, madam, close the window. They are rounding up blackout offenders. The window stays open. Marie-Laure creeps down another stair. How do you know whom they round up, Etienne? A woman in Rennes was given 9 months in prison for naming one of her hogs Goebbels. Did you know that? A palm reader in Cancale was shot for predicting de Gaulle would return in the spring. Shot. Those are only rumors, madame. Madame Hébrard says that a Dinard man, a grandfather, Etienne, was given 2 years in prison for wearing the Cross of Lorraine under his collar. I heard they're going to turn the whole city into a big ammunition dump. Her great-uncle laughs softly. It all sounds like something a sixth former would make up. Every rumor carries a seed of truth, Etienne. All of Etienne's adult life, Marie-Laure realizes, Madame Manic has tended his fears, skirted them, mitigated them. She creeps down one more stair. Madame Manic is saying, You know things, Etienne, about maps, tides, radios. It's already too dangerous, all those women in my house. People have eyes, madame. Who? The perfumer, for one. Claude?" she snorts. "Little Claude is too busy smelling himself." "Claude is not so little any more. Even I can see his family gets more than the others, more meat, more electricity, more butter. I know how such prizes are won." "Then help us." "I don't want to make trouble, madame." "Isn't doing nothing a kind of troublemaking?" "Doing nothing is doing nothing." "Doing nothing is as good as collaborating." The wind gusts. In Marie-Laure's mind it shifts and gleams, draws needles and thorns in the air. Silver, then green, then silver again. "I know ways," says Madame Manic. "What ways? Whom have you put your trust in? You have to trust someone sometime. If your same blood doesn't run in the arms and legs of the person you're next to, you can't trust anything. And even then, it's not a person you wish to fight, madame, it's a system. How do you fight a system?" "You try." "What would you have me do?" "Dig out that old thing in the attic. You used to know more about radios than anyone in town, anyone in Brittany, perhaps." "They've taken all the receivers." "Not all. People have hidden things everywhere. You'd only have to read numbers, is how I understand it. Numbers on strips of paper. Someone, I don't know who, maybe Harold Bazin, will bring them to Madame Ruelle, and she'll collect them and bake the messages right into the bread, right into it." She laughs. To Marie-Laure, her voice sounds 20 years younger. "Harold Bazin? You are trusting Harold Bazin? You are cooking secret codes into bread? What fat kraut is going to eat those awful loaves? They take all the good flour for themselves. We bring home the bread, you transmit the numbers, then we burn the piece of paper." "This is ridiculous. You act like children." "It's better than not acting at all. Think of your nephew. Think of Marie-Laure." Curtains flap and papers rustle, and the two adults have a standoff in the study. Marie-Laure has crept so close to her great-uncle's doorway that she can touch the door frame. Madame Manic says, "Don't you want to be alive before you die?" "Marie is almost 14 years old, madame." "Not so young, not during war. 14-year-olds die the same as anybody else. But I want 14 to be young. I want—" Marie-Laure scoots back up a step. Have they seen her? She thinks of the stone kennel crazy Harold Bazin led her to, the snails gathered in their multitudes. She thinks of the many times her father put her on his bicycle. She'd balance on the seat, and he would stand on the pedals, and they'd glide out into the roar of some Parisian boulevard. She'd hold his hips and bend her knees, and they'd fly between cars, down hills, through gauntlets of odor and noise and color. Etienne says, "I'm going back to my book, madame. Shouldn't you be preparing dinner?" No out. In January 1942, Werner goes to Dr. Hauptmann in his glowing fire-lit office, twice as warm as the rest of the castle, and asks to be sent home. The little doctor is sitting behind his big desk with an anemic-looking roasted bird on a dish in front of him. Quail or dove or grouse. rolls of schematics on his right. His hounds splay on the rug before the fire. Werner stands with his cap in his hands. Hauptmann shuts his eyes and runs a fingertip across one eyebrow. Werner says, "I will work to pay the train fare, sir." The blue fretwork of veins in Hauptmann's forehead pulsates. He opens his eyes. "You?" The dogs look up as one, a three-headed hydra. "You who gets everything? Who comes here and listens to concerts and nibbles chocolates and warms yourself by the fire?" A shred of roasted bird dances on Hauptmann's cheek. Perhaps for the first time Werner sees in his teacher's thinning blonde hair, in his black nostrils, in his small, almost elfin ears, something pitiless and inhuman, something determined only to survive. "Perhaps you believe you are somebody now? Somebody of importance?" Werner clenches his cap behind his back to keep his shoulders from quaking. "No, sir." Hauptmann folds his napkin. "You are an orphan, Pfennig, with no allies. I can make you whatever I want to make you. A troublemaker, a criminal, an adult. I can send you to the front and make sure you are crouched in a trench in the ice until the Russians cut off your hands and feed them to you." "Yes, sir." "You will be given your orders when the school is ready to give you your orders, no sooner. We serve the Reich, Pfennig. It does not serve us." "Yes, sir." "You will come to the lab tonight, as usual." "Yes, sir." "No more chocolates. No more special treatment." In the hall, with the door shut behind him, Werner presses his forehead against the wall, and a vision of his father's last moments comes to him. The crushing press of the tunnels, the ceiling lowering, jaw pinned against the floor, skull splintering. "I cannot go home," he thinks, "and I cannot stay." The disappearance of Harold Bazin. Marie-Laure follows the odor of Madame Manic's soup through the Place aux Herbes, and holds the warm pot outside the alcove behind the library while Madame raps on the door. Madame says, "Where is Monsieur Bazin?" "Must have moved on," says the librarian, though the doubt in his voice is only partially disguised. "Where could Harold Bazin move to?" "I'm not sure, Madame Manic. Please, it's cold." The door closes. Madame Manic swears. Marie-Laure thinks of Harold Bazin's stories. Lugubrious monsters made of sea foam, mermaids with fishy private parts, the romance of English sieges. "He'll be back," says Madame Manic, as much to herself as to Marie-Laure. But the next morning Harold Bazin is not back, or the next. Only half the group attends the following meeting. "Do they think he was helping us?" whispers Madame Ebrard. "Was he helping us?" "I thought he was carrying messages." "What sort of messages?" "It's getting too dangerous." Madame Manic paces. Marie-Laure can almost feel the heat of her frustration from across the room. "Leave, then," her voice smolders. "All of you." "Don't be rash," says Madame Ruelle. "We'll take a break, a week or two, wait for things to settle." Harold Bazin, with his copper mask and boyish avidity, and his breath like crushed insects. Where, Marie-Laure wonders, do they take people? The guest house her father was taken to? Where they write letters home about wonderful food and mythical trees? The baker's wife claims they're sent to camps in the mountains. The grocer's wife says they're sent to nylon factories in Russia. It seems as likely to Marie-Laure that the people just disappear. The soldiers throw a bag over whomever they want to remove, run electricity through him, and then that person is gone. Vanished, expelled to some other world. The city, thinks Marie-Laure, is slowly being remade into the model upstairs. Streets sucked empty one by one. Each time she steps outside, she becomes aware of all the windows above her. The quiet is fretful, unnatural. It's what a mouse must feel, she thinks, as it steps from its hole into the open blades of a meadow, never knowing what shadow might come cruising above. Everything poisoned. New silk banners hang above the refectory tables, ablaze with slogans. They say, "Disgrace is not to fall, but to lie." They say, "Be slim and slender, as fast as a greyhound, as tough as leather, as hard as Krupp steel." Every few weeks another instructor vanishes, sucked up into the engine of the war. New instructors, elderly townsmen of unreliable sobriety and disposition, are brought in. All of them, Werner notices, are in some way broken. They limp or are blind in one eye, or their faces are lopsided from strokes or the previous war. The cadets show less respect to the new instructors, who in turn have shorter tempers, and soon the school feels to Werner like a grenade with its pin pulled. Strange things start happening with the electricity. It goes out for 15 minutes, then surges. Clocks run fast. Light bulbs brighten, flare, and pop, and send a soft rain of glass falling into the corridors. Days of darkness ensue, the switches dead, the grid empty. The bunk rooms and showers become icy. For lighting, the caretaker resorts to torches and candles. All the gasoline is going to the war, and few cars come trundling through the school gates. Food is delivered by the same withered mule, its ribs showing as it drags its cart. More than once Werner slices the sausage on his plate to find pink worms squirming inside. The uniforms of the new cadets are stiffer and cheaper than his own. No longer do they have access to live ammunition for marksmanship. Werner would not be surprised if bastions started handing out rocks and sticks. And yet all the news is good. "We are at the gates to the Caucasus," proclaim Hauptmann's radio. "We have taken oil fields. We will take Svalbard. We move with astounding speed. 5,700 Russians killed, 45 Germans lost." Every 6 or 7 days the same 2 pallid casualty assistance officers enter the refectory, and 400 faces go ashen from the effort of not turning to watch. The boys move only their eyes, only their thoughts, tracking in their minds the passage of the 2 officers as they move between tables, seeking out the next boy whose father has been killed. The cadet they stop behind often tries to pretend that he doesn't notice their presence. He puts his fork in his mouth and chews, and usually it is then that the taller officer, a sergeant, sets a hand on the boy's shoulders. The boy looks up at them with a mouth full and an unsteady face, and follows the officers out, and the big double oak door creaks shut, and the lunchroom slowly exhales and edges back to life. Reinhard Wohlmann's father falls. Karl Westerholzer's father falls. Martin Burkhardt's father falls. And Martin tells everybody, on the very same night his shoulder is tapped, that he is happy. Doesn't everything, he says, die at last and too soon? Who would not be honored to fall, to be a paving stone on the road to final victory? Werner looks for uneasiness in Martin's eyes, but cannot find it. For Werner, doubts turn up regularly. Racial purity, political purity. Bastian speaks to a horror of any sort of corruption, and yet Werner wonders in the dead of night, isn't life a kind of corruption? A child is born and the world sets in upon it, taking things from it, stuffing things into it. Each bite of food, each particle of light entering the eye. The body can never be pure. But this is what the Commandant insists upon, why the Reich measures their noses, clocks their hair color. The entropy of a closed system never decreases. At night, Werner stares up at Frederick's bunk, the thin slats, the miserable stained mattress. Another new boy sleeps up there, Dieter Ferdinand, a small, muscular kid from Frankfurt who does everything he is told with a terrifying ferocity. Someone coughs. Someone else moans. A train sounds its lonesome whistle somewhere out beyond the lakes. To the east, always the trains move to the east. Beyond the rims of the hills, they go to the huge trodden borderlands of the front. Even as he sleeps, the trains are moving. The catapults of history rattling past. Werner laces his boots and sings the songs and marches the marches, acting less out of duty than out of a time-worn desire to be dutiful. Bastian walks the rows of boys at their dinners. What's worse than death, boys? Some poor cadet is called to attention. Cowardice! Cowardice, agrees Bastian, and the boy sits while the Commandant slogs forward, nodding to himself, pleased. Lately the Commandant speaks more and more intimately of the Führer, and the latest thing, prayers, petroleum, loyalty, that he requires. The Führer requires trustworthiness, electricity, boot leather. Werner is beginning to see, approaching his 16th birthday, that what the Führer really requires is boys. Great rows of them walking to the conveyor belt to climb on. Give up cream for the Führer, sleep for the Führer, aluminum for the Führer. Give up Reinhard Wohlmann's father, and Karl Westerholzer's father, and Martin Burkhardt's father. In March 1942, Dr. Hauptmann calls Werner into his office. Half-packed crates litter the floor. The hounds are nowhere to be seen. The little man paces, and it is not until Werner announces himself that Hauptmann stops. He looks as if he is slowly being engulfed by something beyond his control. I have been called to Berlin. They want me to continue my work there. Hauptmann lifts an hourglass from a shelf and sets it in a crate, and his pale, silver-tipped fingers hang in the air. It will be as you dreamed, sir. The best equipment, the best minds. That is all, says Dr. Hauptmann. Werner steps into the hall. Out on the snow-dusted quad, 30 first formers jog in place, their breath showing in short-lived plumes. Chubby, slick-chinned, abominable Bastian yells something. He raises one short arm, and the boys turn on their heels, raise their rifles above their heads, and run faster in place, their knees flashing in the moonlight. Visitors. The electric bell rings at number 4 Rue Vauberel. Etienne Leblanc, Madame Manic, and Marie-Laure stop chewing at the same time, each thinking, "They have found me out." The transmitter in the attic, the women in the kitchen, the 100 trips to the beach. Etienne says, "You are expecting someone?" Madame Manic says, "No one." The women would come to the kitchen door. The bell rings again. All three go to the foyer. Madame Manic opens the door. French policemen. 2 of them. They are there, they explain, at the request of the Natural History Museum in Paris. The jarring of their boot heels on the boards of the foyer seems loud enough to shatter the windows. The first one is eating something. An apple, Marie-Laure decides. The second smells of shaving balm and roasted meat, as if they have been feasting. All 5, Etienne, Marie-Laure, Madame Manic, and the 2 men sit in the kitchen around the square table. The men refuse a bowl of stew. The first clears his throat. "Right or wrong," he says, "he has been convicted of theft and conspiracy." "All prisoners, political or otherwise," says the second, "are forced to do labor, even if they have not been sentenced to it." The museum has written to wardens and prison directors all over Germany. "We do not yet know exactly which prison. We believe it could be Bretenoux. We're certain they did not hold a proper tribunal." Etienne's voice comes spiraling up from beside Marie-Laure. "Is that a good prison? I mean, one of the better ones?" "I'm afraid there are no good German prisons." A truck passes in the street. The sea folds into the Plage de Mall 50 yards away. She thinks, they just say words, and what are words but sounds these men shape out of breath, weightless vapors they send into the air of the kitchen to dissipate and die. She says, "You've come all this way to tell us things we already know." Madame Manic takes her hand. Etienne murmurs, "We did not know about this place called Bretenoux." The first policeman says, "You told the museum he has managed to smuggle out 2 letters?" The second, "May we see them?" Off goes Etienne, content to believe that someone is on the job. Marie-Laure ought to be happy too, but something makes her suspicious. She remembers something her father said back in Paris, on the first night of the invasion as they waited for a train. Everyone is looking out for himself. The first policeman snaps flesh off his apple with his teeth. Are they looking at her? To be so close to them makes her feel faint. Etienne returns with both letters, and she can hear the men passing the pages back and forth. "Did he speak of anything before he left?" "Of any particular activities or errands we should be aware of?" Their French is good, very Parisian, but who knows where their loyalties lie? If your same blood doesn't run in the arms and legs of the person you're next to, you can't trust anything. Everything feels compressed and submarine to Marie-Laure just then, as if the 5 of them have been submerged into a murky aquarium overfull of fish, and their fins keep bumping as they shift about. She says, "My father is not a thief." Madame Mannix's hand squeezes hers. Etienne says, "He seemed concerned for his job, for his daughter, for France, of course. Who wouldn't be?" "Mademoiselle," says the first man. He is talking directly to Marie-Laure. "Was there no specific thing he mentioned?" "Nothing. He had many keys at the museum. He turned in his keys before he left." "May we look at whatever he brought here with him?" The second man adds, "His bag, perhaps." "He took his rucksack with him," says Marie-Laure, "when the director asked him to return." "May we look anyway?" Marie-Laure can feel the gravity in the room increase. What do they hope to find? She imagines the radio equipment high above her. Microphone, transceiver, all those dials and switches and cables. Etienne says, "You may." They go into every room. 3rd floor, 4th, 5th. On the 6th, they stand in her grandfather's old bedroom and open the huge wardrobe with its heavy doors, and cross the hall and stand over the model of Saint-Malo in Marie-Laure's room, and whisper to each other, and then tromp back downstairs. They ask a total of one question. About 3 free French flags rolled up in a second-floor closet. Why does Etienne have them? "You put yourself in jeopardy keeping those," says the second policeman. "You would not want the authorities to think you are terrorists," says the first. "People have been arrested for less." Whether this is offered as a favor or a threat remains unclear. Marie-Laure thinks, "Do they mean Papa?" The policemen finish their search and say good night with perfect politeness and leave. Madame Mannix lights a cigarette. Marie-Laure's stew is cold. Etienne fumbles with the fireplace grate. He shoves the flags one after another into the fire. "No more. No more." He says the second louder than the first. "Not here." Madame Mannix's voice. "They have found nothing. There is nothing to find." The acrid smell of burning cotton fills the kitchen. Her great-uncle says, "You may do what you like with your life, madame. You have always been there for me, and I will try to be there for you. But you may no longer do these things in this house, and you may not do them with my great-niece." To my dear sister Jutta, it is very difficult now. Even paper is hard to... Censor marks. We had... Censor marks. No heat in the... Censor marks. Frederick used to say there is no such thing as free will, and that every person's path is predetermined for him, just like... Censor marks. And that my mistake was that I... Censor marks. Censor marks. Censor marks. Censor marks. I hope someday you can understand. Love to you, and Frau Elena too. Sig Heil. The frog cooks. In the weeks to come, Madame Mannix is perfectly cordial. She walks with Marie-Laure to the beach most mornings, takes her to the market. But she seems absent, asking how Marie-Laure and Etienne are doing with perfect courtesy, saying good morning as if they are strangers. Often she disappears for half a day. Marie-Laure's afternoons become longer, lonelier. One evening she sits at the kitchen table while her great-uncle reads aloud. "The vitality which the snail's eggs possess surpasses belief. We have seen certain species frozen in solid blocks of ice, and yet regain their activity when subjected to the influences of warmth." Etienne pauses. "We should make supper. It doesn't appear that Madame will be back tonight." Neither of them moves. He reads another page. "They have been kept for years in pillboxes, and yet on subjecting them to moisture have crawled about, appearing as well as ever. The shell may be broken, and even portions of it removed, and yet after a certain lapse of time the injured parts will be repaired by a deposition of shelly matter at the fractured parts." "There's hope yet for me," says Etienne, and laughs, and Marie-Laure is reminded that her great-uncle was not always so fearful, that he had a life before this war, and before the last one too, that he was once a young man who dwelled in the world and loved it as she does. Eventually Madame Manic comes through the kitchen door and locks it behind her, and Etienne says good evening rather coldly, and after a moment Madame Manic says it back. Somewhere in the city Germans are loading weapons or drinking brandy, and history has become some nightmare from which Marie-Laure desperately wishes she could wake. Madame Manic takes a pot from the hanging rack and fills it with water. Her knife falls through what sounds like potatoes, the blade striking the wooden cutting board beneath. "Please, Madame," says Etienne. "Allow me. You are exhausted." But he does not get up, and Madame Manic keeps chopping potatoes, and when she is done, Marie-Laure hears her push a load of them into the water with the back of her knife. The tension in the room makes Marie-Laure feel dizzy, as if she can sense the planet rotating. "Sink any U-boats today?" murmurs Etienne. "Blow up any German tanks?" Madame Manic snaps open the door of the icebox. Marie-Laure can hear her rummage through a drawer. A match flares. A cigarette lights. Soon enough a bowl of undercooked potatoes appears before Marie-Laure. She feels around the tabletop for a fork, but finds none. "Do you know what happens, Etienne?" says Madame Manic from the other side of the kitchen. "When you drop a frog in a pot of boiling water?" "You will tell us, I'm sure." "It jumps out. But do you know what happens when you put the frog in a pot of cool water and then slowly bring it to a boil? You know what happens then?" Marie-Laure waits. The potatoes steam. Madame Manic says, "The frog cooks." Orders. Werner is summoned by an 11-year-old in full regalia to the commandant's office. He waits on a wooden bench in a slowly building panic. They must suspect something. Maybe they discovered some fact about his parentage that even he doesn't know, something ruinous. He remembers when the Lance Corporal came through the door of Children's House to escort him to Herr Siedler's. The certainty that the instruments of the Reich could see through walls, through skin, into the very soul of each subject. After several hours, the commandant's assistant calls him in and sets down his ballpoint and looks across his desk as though Werner is one among a vast series of trivial problems he must put right. "It has come to our attention, cadet, that your age has been recorded incorrectly." Sir? You are 18 years old, not 16 as you have claimed. Werner puzzles. The absurdity is plain. He remains smaller than most of the 14-year-olds. Our former technical sciences professor, Dr. Hauptmann, has called our attention to the discrepancy. He has arranged that you will be sent to a special technology division of the Wehrmacht. A division, sir? You have been here under false pretenses. His voice is oily and pleased. His chin is non-existent. Out a window, the school band practices a triumphal march. Werner watches a Nordic-looking boy stagger beneath the weight of a tuba. The commandant urged disciplinary action, but Dr. Hauptmann suggested you would be eager to offer your skills to the Reich. From behind his desk, the assistant produces a folded uniform. Slate gray, eagle on the breast, Blitzen on the collar, then a green-black coal scuttle helmet, obviously too large. The band blares, then stops. The band instructor screams names. The commandant's assistant says, "You are very lucky, cadet. To serve is an honor." "When, sir?" "You'll receive instructions within a fortnight. That is all." Pneumonia. Breton spring, and a great onslaught of damp invades the coast. Fog on the sea, fog in the streets, fog in the mind. Madame Manic gets sick. When Marie-Laure holds her hand over Madame's chest, heat seems to steam up out of her sternum, as though she cooks from the inside. Her breathing devolves into trains of oceanic coughs. "I watch the sardines," murmurs Madame, "and the termites, and the crows." Etienne summons a doctor who prescribes rest, aspirin, and aromatic violet comfit. Marie-Laure sits with Madame through the worst of it. Strange hours when the old woman's hands go very cold and she talks about being in charge of the world. She is in charge of everything, but no one knows. It is a tremendous burden, she says, to be responsible for every little thing, every infant born, every leaf falling from every tree, every wave that breaks onto the beach, every ant on its journey. Deep in Madame's voice, Marie-Laure hears water, atolls and archipelagos and lagoons and fjords. Etienne proves to be a tender nurse. Washcloths, broth, now and then a page from Pasteur or Rousseau. His manner forgiving her all transgressions past and present. He wraps Madame in quilts, but eventually she shivers so deeply, so profoundly, that he takes the big heavy rag rug off the floor and lays it on top of her. Dearest Marie-Laure, your parcels arrived. 2 of them, dated months apart. Joy is not a strong enough word. They let me keep the toothbrush and comb, though not the paper they were wrapped in, nor the soap. How I wish they would let us have soap. They said our next reposting would be to a chocolate factory, but it was cardboard. All day we manufacture cardboard. What do they do with so much? All my life, Marie-Laure, I have been the one carrying the keys. Now I hear them jangling in the mornings when they come for us, and every time I reach in my own pocket, only to find it empty. When I dream I am in the museum. Remember your birthdays? how there were always two things on the table when you woke. I'm sorry it turned out like this. If you ever wish to understand, look inside Etienne's house. Inside the house. I know you will do the right thing, though I wish the gift were better. My angel is leaving, so if I can get this to you, I will. I do not worry about you, because I know you are very smart and keeping yourself safe. I am safe too, so you should not worry. Thank Etienne for reading this to you. Thank in your heart the brave soul who carries this letter away from me and on its way to you. Your Papa. Treatments. Von Rumpel's doctor says that fascinating research is being done on mustard gases, that the anti-tumor properties of any number of chemicals are being explored. The prognosis is looking up. In test subjects, lymphoid tumors have been seen to reduce in size, but the injections make von Rumpel dizzy and weak. In the days following, he can hardly manage to comb his hair or convince his fingers to button his coat. His mind plays tricks, too. He walks into a room and forgets why he's there. He stares at a superior and forgets what the man just said. The sounds of passing cars are like the tines of forks dragged along his nerves. Tonight he wraps himself in hotel blankets and orders soup, and unwraps a bundle from Vienna. The mousy brown librarian has sent copies of the Tavernier and the Streeter, and even, most remarkably, stenciled duplicates of de Boot's 1604 Gemmarum et Lapidum Historia, written entirely in Latin. Everything she could find concerning the Sea of Flames, 9 paragraphs total. It takes all his concentration to bring the text into focus. A goddess of the earth who fell in love with a god of the sea. A prince who recovered from catastrophic injuries, who ruled within a blur of light. Von Rumpel closes his eyes and sees a flame-haired goddess charge through the tunnels of the earth, drops of flame glowing in her wake. He hears a priest with no tongue say, "The keeper of the stone will live forever." He hears his father say, "See obstacles as opportunities, Reinhold. See obstacles as inspirations." Heaven. For a few weeks, Madame Manic gets better. She promises Etienne she will remember her age, not try to be everything to everyone, not fight the war by herself. One day in early June, almost exactly 2 years after the invasion of France, she and Marie-Laure walk through a field of Queen Anne's lace east of Saint-Malo. Madame Manic told Etienne that they were going to see if strawberries were still available at the Saint-Servan market. But Marie-Laure is certain that when they stopped to greet a woman on the way here, Madame dropped off one envelope and picked up another. At Madame's suggestion, they lie down in the weeds, and Marie-Laure listens to honeybees mine the flowers and tries to imagine their journeys as Etienne described them. Each worker following a rivulet of odor, looking for ultraviolet patterns in the flowers, filling baskets on her hind legs with pollen grains, then navigating, drunk and heavy, all the way home. How do they know what parts to play, these little bees? Madame Manic takes off her shoes and lights a cigarette, and lets out a contented groan. Insects drone. Wasps, hoverflies, a passing dragonfly. Etienne has taught Marie-Laure to distinguish each by its sound. "What's a Roneo machine, Madame?" Something to help make pamphlets. What does it have to do with that woman we met? Nothing to trouble yourself over, dear. Horses nicker, and the wind comes off the sea gentle and cool and full of smells. Madame, what do I look like? You have many thousands of freckles. Papa used to say they were like stars in heaven, like apples in a tree. They are little brown dots, child. Thousands of little brown dots. That sounds ugly. On you, they are beautiful. Do you think, Madame, that in heaven we will really get to see God face to face? We might. What if you're blind? I'd expect that if God wants us to see something, we'll see it. Uncle Etienne says heaven is like a blanket babies cling to. He says people have flown airplanes 10 kilometers above the earth and found no kingdoms there, no gates, no angels. Madame Manic cracks off a ragged chain of coughs that sends tremors of fear through Marie-Laure. You are thinking of your father, she finally says. You have to believe your father will return. Don't you ever get tired of believing, Madame? Don't you ever want proof? Madame Manic rests a hand on Marie-Laure's forehead, the thick hand that first reminded her of a gardener's or a geologist's. You must never stop believing. That's the most important thing. The Queen Anne's lace sways on its taproots, and the bees do their steady work. If only life were like a Jules Verne novel, thinks Marie-Laure, and you could page ahead when you most needed to, and learn what would happen. Madame? Yes, Marie. What do you think they eat in heaven? I'm not so sure they need to eat in heaven. Not eat? You would not like that, would you? But Madame Manic does not laugh the way Marie-Laure expects her to. She doesn't say anything at all. Her breath clatters in and out. Did I offend you, Madame? No, child. No, child. Are we in danger? No more than any other day. The grasses toss and shimmy. The horses nicker. Madame Manic says, almost whispering, Now that I think about it, child, I expect heaven is a lot like this. Frederick. Werner spends the last of his money on train fare. The afternoon is bright enough, but Berlin seems not to want to accept the sunlight, as though its buildings have become gloomier and dirtier and more splotchy in the months since he last visited. Though perhaps what has changed are the eyes that see it. Rather than ring the bell right away, Werner laps the block 3 times. The apartment windows are uniformly dark. Whether unlit or blacked out, he cannot tell. At certain points on each circuit, he passes a storefront filled with undressed mannequins, and though he knows each time that it is merely a trick of the light, he cannot stop his eyes from seeing them as corpses strung up by wires. Finally, he rings the bell for number 2. No one buzzes down, and he notices from the nameplates that they are no longer in number 2. Their name is on number 5. He rings. A returning buzz issues from inside. The lift is out of order, so he walks up. The door opens. Franny, with a downy face and swinging flaps of skin under her arms. She gives him a look that one trapped person gives another. Then Frederick's mother swishes out of a side room wearing tennis clothes. Why, Werner! She loses herself momentarily in troubled reverie, surrounded by sleek furniture, some of it wrapped in thick wool blankets. Does she blame him? Does she think he is partially responsible? Perhaps he is. But then she comes awake and kisses him on both cheeks, and her bottom lip quivers lightly, as if his materialization is preventing her from keeping certain shadows at bay. He won't know you. Don't try to make him remember. It will only upset him. But you were here. I suppose that's something. I was about to go. Very sorry I cannot stay. Show him in, Franny. The maid leads him into a grand drawing room, its ceilings a-swirl with plaster flourishes, its walls painted a delicate eggshell blue. No paintings have been hung yet, and the shelves wait empty and cardboard boxes stand open on the floor. Frederick sits at a glass-topped table at the back of the room, both table and boy looking small amid the clutter. His hair has been combed hard to one side, and his loose cotton shirt is bunched up behind his shoulders so that his collar is skewed. His eyes do not rise to meet his visitors. He wears the same old black-framed glasses. Someone has been feeding him, and the spoon rests on the glass table, and blobs of porridge cling to Frederick's whiskers and his placemat, which is a woolen thing featuring happy pink-cheeked children in clogs. Werner cannot look at it. Franny bends and pushes 3 more spoonfuls into Frederick's mouth and wipes his chin, folds up his placemat, and walks through a swinging door into what must be a kitchen. Werner stands with his hands crossed in front of his belt. 1 year. More than that. Frederick has to shave now, Werner realizes. Or someone has to shave him. Hello, Frederick. Frederick rolls his head back and looks toward Werner through his smudged lenses down the line of his nose. I'm Werner. Your mother said you might not remember? I'm your friend from school. Frederick seems not so much to be looking at Werner as through him. On the table is a stack of paper, on top of which a thick and clumsy spiral has been drawn by a heavy hand. Did you make this? Werner lifts the topmost drawing. Beneath that page is another, then another. 30 or 40 spirals, each taking up a whole sheet, all in the same severe lead. Frederick drops his chin to his chest, possibly a nod. Werner glances around. A trunk, a box of linens, the pale blue of the walls, and the rich white of the wainscot. Late sunlight glides through tall French windows, and the air tastes of silver polish. This 5th-floor apartment is indeed nicer than the 2nd-floor one. The ceiling's high and decorated with punched tin and stucco flourishes, fruits, flowers, banana leaves. Frederick's lip is curled and his upper teeth show, and a string of drool swings from his chin and touches the paper. Werner, unable to bear it a second longer, calls for the maid. Franny peeks out of the swinging door. Where, he asks, is that book? The one with the birds in the gold slipcover? I don't think we ever had a book like that. No, you did. Franny only shakes her head and laces her fingers across her apron. Werner lifts the flaps of boxes, peering in. Surely it's around here. Frederick has begun to draw a new spiral on a blank sheet. Maybe in this? Franny stands beside Werner and plucks his wrist off the crate he is about to open. I do not think, she repeats, we ever had a book like that. Werner's whole body has started to itch. Out the huge windows, the lindens toss back and forth. The light fades. An unlit sign atop a building 2 blocks away reads, Berlin smokes Junos. Franny has already retreated back into the kitchen. Werner watches Frederick create another crude spiral, the pencil locked in his fist. I'm leaving Schopforte, Frederick. They're changing my age and sending me to the front. Frederick lifts the pencil, studying, then reapplies it. Less than a week. Frederick works his mouth as if to chew air. You look pretty, he says. He does not look directly at Werner, and his words are close to moans. You look pretty, very pretty, Mama. I'm not your mama, hisses Werner. Come on now. Frederick's expression is entirely without artifice. Somewhere in the kitchen the maid is listening. There is no other sound, not of traffic, or airplanes, or trains, or radios, or even the specter of Frau Schwarzenberger rattling the cages of the elevator. No chanting, no singing, no silk banners, no bands, no trumpets, no mother, no father, no slick-fingered commandant dragging a finger across his back. The city seems utterly still, as though everyone is listening, waiting for someone to slip. Werner looks at the blue of the walls and thinks of birds of America. Yellow-crowned heron, Kentucky warbler, scarlet tanager, bird after glorious bird, and Frederick's gaze remains stuck in some terrible middle ground, each eye a stagnant pool into which Werner cannot bear to look. Relapse. In late June 1942, for the first time since her fever, Madame Manic is not in the kitchen when Marie-Laure wakes. Could she already be at the market? Marie-Laure taps on her door, waits 100 heartbeats. She opens the rear door and calls into the alley. Glorious, warm June dawn, pigeons and cats, screech of laughter from a neighboring window. Madame? Her heart accelerates. She taps again on Madame Manic's door. Madame? When she lets herself in, she hears the rattle first, as though a weary tide stirs stones in the old woman's lungs. Sour odors of sweat and urine rise from the bed. Her hand finds Madame's face, and the old woman's cheek is so hot that Marie-Laure's fingers recoil as though scalded. She scrambles upstairs, stumbling, shouting, "Uncle! Uncle!" The whole house turning scarlet in her mind, roof turning to smoke, flames chewing through walls. Etienne crouches on his popping knees beside Madame, then scurries to the telephone and speaks a few words. He returns to Madame Manic's bedside at a trot. Over the next hour the kitchen fills with women. Madame Ruel, Madame Fontenot, Madame Hébrard. The first floor becomes too crowded. Marie-Laure paces the staircase, up and down, as though working her way up and down the spire of an enormous seashell. The doctor comes and goes. The occasional woman closes her bony hand around Marie-Laure's shoulder, and at exactly 2 o'clock, by the bonging of the cathedral bells, the doctor returns with a man who says nothing beyond "Good afternoon," who smells of dirt and clover, who lifts Madame Manic and carries her out into the street, and sets her on a horse cart as though she is a bag of milled oats, and the horse's shoes clop away, and the doctor strips the bedsheets, and Marie-Laure finds Etienne in the corner of the kitchen, whispering, "Madame is dead. Madame is dead." Chapter 6. 8 August 1944. Someone in the house. A presence. An inhalation. Marie-Laure trains all of her senses on the entryway 3 flights below. The outer gate sighs shut, then the front door closes. In her head, her father reasons, "The gate closed before the door, not after," which means, whoever he is, he closed the gate first, then shut the door. He's inside. All the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Etienne knows he would have triggered the bell, Marie. Etienne would be calling for you already. Boots in the foyer, fragments of dishes crunching underfoot. It is not Etienne. The distress is so acute it is almost unbearable. She tries to settle her mind, tries to focus on an image of a candle flame burning at the center of her ribcage, a snail drawn up into the coils of its shell, but her heart bangs in her chest and pulses of fear cycle up her spine, and she is suddenly uncertain whether a sighted person in the foyer can look up the curves of the stairwell and see all the way to the 3rd floor. She remembers her great-uncle said that they would need to watch out for looters. And the air stirs with phantom blurs and rustles, and Marie-Laure imagines charging past the bathroom into the cobwebbed sewing room here on the 3rd floor, and hurling herself out the window. Boots in the hall. The slide of a dish across the floor as it is kicked. A fireman? A neighbor? Some German soldier hunting food? A rescuer would be calling for survivors, ma chérie. You have to move. You have to hide. The footfalls travel toward Madame Manic's room. They go slowly. Maybe it's dark. Could it already be night? 4 or 5 or 6 or 1,000,000 heartbeats roll by. She has her cane, Etienne's coat, the 2 cans, the knife, the brick, model house in her dress pocket, the stone inside that, water in the tub at the end of the hall. Move. Go. A pot or pan, presumably knocked off its hook in the bombing, wobbles on the kitchen tiles. He exits the kitchen, returns to the foyer. "Stand, ma chérie. Stand up now." She stands. With her right hand she finds the railing. He is at the base of the stairs. She almost cries out, but then she recognizes, just as he sets his foot on the first stair, that his stride is out of rhythm. 1, pause, 2. 1, pause, 2. It is a walk she has heard before, the limp of a German sergeant major with a dead voice. Go. Marie-Laure takes each step as deliberately as she can, grateful now that she does not have her shoes. Her heart knocks so furiously against the cage of her chest that she feels certain the man below will hear it. Up to the 4th floor, each step a whisper. The 5th. On the 6th floor landing she pauses beneath the chandelier and tries to listen. She hears the German climb 3 or 4 more stairs and take a brief asthmatic pause, then on again. A wooden step complains beneath his weight. It sounds to her like a small animal being crushed. He stops on what she believes is the 3rd floor landing, where she was just sitting, her warmth still there on the wood floor beside the telephone table. Her dissipated breath. Where does she have left to run? Hide. To her left waits her grandfather's old room. To her right waits her little bedroom, the window glass blown out. Straight ahead is the toilet, still the faint reek of smoke everywhere. His footfalls cross the landing. 1, pause, 2. 1, pause, 2. Wheezing. Climbing again. If he touches me, she thinks, I will tear out his eyes. She opens the door to her grandfather's bedroom and stops. Below her, the man pauses again. Has he heard her? Is he climbing more quietly? Out in the world waits a multitude of sanctuaries, gardens full of bright green wind, kingdoms of hedges, deep pools of forest shade through which butterflies float, thinking only of nectar. She can get to none of them. She finds the huge wardrobe at the far end of Henry's room, and opens the 2 mirrored doors and parts the old shirts hanging inside, and slides open the false door Etienne has built into its back. She squeezes into the tiny space where the ladder rises to the garret. Then she reaches back through the wardrobe, finds its doors, and closes them. Protect me now, Stone, if you are a protector. Silently, says the voice of her father. Make no noise. With one hand she finds the handle Etienne has rigged onto the false panel on the back of the wardrobe. She glides it shut, 1 centimeter at a time, until she hears it click into place, then takes a breath, and holds it for as long as she can. The death of Walter Bernd. For an hour Bernd murmured gibberish. Then he went silent, and Folkheimer said, God have mercy on your servant. But now Bernd sits up and calls for light. They feed him the last of the water in the first canteen. A single thread of it runs down through his whiskers, and Werner watches it go. Bernd sits in the glimmer of the field light, and looks from Folkheimer to Werner. On leave last year, he says, I visited my father. He was old all my life, but now he seemed especially old. It took him forever just to cross his kitchen. He had a package of cookies, little almond cookies. He put them out on a plate, just the package lying crosswise. Neither of us ate any. He said, You don't have to stay. I'd like you to stay, but you don't have to. You probably have things to do. You can go off with your friends if you want to. He kept saying that. Folkheimer switches off the light, and Werner apprehends something excruciating held at bay there in the darkness. I left, says Bernd. I went down the stairs and into the street. I had nowhere to go, nobody to see. I didn't have any friends in that town. I'd ridden the trains all goddamn day to see him. But I left, just like that. Then he is quiet. Folkheimer repositions him on the floor with Werner's blankets over him, and not long afterward, Bernd dies. Werner works on the radio. Maybe he does it for Jutta, as Folkheimer suggested, or maybe he does it so he does not have to think about Folkheimer carrying Bernd into a corner and piling bricks onto his hands, his chest, his face. Werner holds the field light in his mouth and gathers what he can. A small hammer, 3 jars of screws, 18-gauge line cord from a shattered desk lamp. Inside a warped cabinet drawer, miraculously, he discovers a zinc-carbon 11-volt battery with a black cat printed on the side. An American battery, its slogan offering 9 lives. Werner spotlights it in the flickering orange glow, amazed. He checks its terminals. Still plenty of charge. When the field light battery dies, he thinks, we'll have this. He rights the capsized table, sets the crushed transceiver on top. Werner does not yet believe there is much promise in it, but maybe it is enough to give the mind something to do, a problem to solve. He adjusts Volkheimer's light in his teeth, tries not to think about hunger or thirst, the stoppered void in his left ear, Bernd in the corner, the Austrians upstairs, Frederick, Frau Elena, Jutta, any of it. Antenna, tuner, capacitor. His mind, while he works, is almost quiet, almost calm. This is an act of memory. 6th floor bedroom. Von Rumpel limps through the rooms with their faded white moldings and ancient kerosene lamps, and embroidered curtains and Belle Epoque mirrors, and ships in glass bottles and push-button electrical switches, all dead. Faint twilight angles through smoke, and shutter slats in hazy red stripes. Temple to the Second Empire, this house. A bathtub 3/4 full of cold water on the 3rd floor. Deeply cluttered rooms on the 4th. No dollhouses yet. He climbs to the 5th floor, sweating, worrying he got everything wrong. The weight in his gut swings pendulously. Here's a large, ornate room crammed with trinkets and crates and books and mechanical parts. A desk, a bed, 3 windows on each side. No model. To the 6th floor. On the left, a bedroom with a single window and long curtains. A boy's cap hangs on the wall. At the back looms a massive wardrobe, mothballed shirts hung inside. Back to the landing. Here's a little water closet, the toilet full of urine. Beyond it, a final bedroom. Seashells are lined along every available surface. Shells on the sills and on the dresser, and jars full of pebbles lined up on the floor, all arranged by some indiscernible system. And here on the floor at the foot of the bed sits what he has been searching for. A wooden model of the city, nestled like a gift, as big as a dining table, brimming with tiny houses. Except for flakes of plaster in its streets, the little city is entirely undamaged. The simulacrum now more whole than the original, a work of clear magnificence. In the daughter's room. For her. Of course. Von Rumpel feels as if he has come triumphantly to the end of a long journey, and as he sits on the edge of the bed, twin flares of pain riding up from his groin, he has the curious sensation of having been here before, of having lived in a room like this, slept in a lumpy bed like this, collected polished stones and arrayed them like this, as though somehow this whole set has been waiting for his return. He thinks of his own daughters, how much they would love to see a city on a table. His youngest would want him to kneel beside her. "Let's imagine all the people having their supper," she'd say. "Let's imagine us, Papa." Outside the broken window, outside the latched shutters, Saint-Malo is so quiet that Von Rumpel can hear the rustle of his own heartbeat shifting hairs in his inner ear. Smoke blowing over the roof, ash falling lightly. Any moment the guns will start again. Gently now. It will be in here somewhere. It is just like the locksmith to repeat himself. The model. It will be inside the model. Making the radio. One end of wire Werner crimps around a shorn pipe standing diagonally up from the floor. With spit, he wipes clean the length of the wire and coils it 100 times around the base of the pipe, making a new tuning coil. The other end he slings through a bent strut wedged into the congestion of timber, stone, and plaster that has become their ceiling. Volkheimer watches from the shadows. A mortar shell explodes somewhere in the city and a flurry of dust sifts down. The diode goes between free ends of the two wires and meets the leads of the battery to complete the circuit. Werner runs the beam of Fulkheimer's light over the entire operation: ground, antenna, battery. Finally, he braces the flashlight between his teeth and raises the twin leads of the earphone in front of his eyes, and strips them against the threads of a screw, and touches the naked ends to the diode. Invisibly, electrons bumble down the wires. The hotel above them, what is left of it, makes a series of unearthly groans. Timber splinters, as though the rubble teeters on some final fulcrum, as though a single dragonfly could alight on it and trigger an avalanche that will bury them for good. Werner presses the butt of the earphone into his right ear. It does not work. He turns over the dented radio case, peers into it, raps Fulkheimer's fading light back to life. Settle the mind. Envision the distribution of current. He rechecks the fuses, valves, plug pins. He toggles the receive, send switch, blows dust off the meter selector, replaces the leads to the battery, tries the earphone again. And there it is, as if he is 8 years old again, crouched beside his sister on the floor of Children's House. Static, rich and steady. In his memory, Jutta says his name, and on its tail comes a second, less expected image. Twin ropes strung from the front of Herr Siedler's house, the great smooth crimson banner hanging from them, unsoiled, deeply red. Werner scans frequencies by feel. No squelch, no snap of Morse code, no voices. Static, 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 static. In his functioning ear, in the radio, in the air. Fulkheimer's eyes stay on him. Dust floats through the feeble beam of the flashlight, 10,000 particles turning softly, twinkling. In the attic. The German shuts the wardrobe doors and hobbles away, and Marie-Laure stays on the bottom rung of the ladder for a count of 40, 60, 100. The heart scrambling to deliver oxygenated blood, the mind scrambling to unravel the situation. A sentence Etienne once read aloud returns. Even the heart, which, in higher animals, when agitated, pulses with increased energy, in the snail, under similar excitement, throbs with a slower motion. Slow the heart. Flex your feet. Make no sound. She presses her ear to the false panel on the back of the wardrobe. What does she hear? Moths gnawing away at her grandfather's ancient smocks? Nothing. Slowly, impossibly, Marie-Laure finds herself growing sleepy. She feels for the cans in her pockets. How to open one now, without making noise? Only thing to do is climb. 7 rungs up into the long triangular tunnel of the garret. The raw timbered ceiling rises on both sides toward the peak, just higher than the top of her head. Heat has lodged itself up here. No window, no exit. Nowhere else to run. No way out except the way she has come. Her outstretched fingers find an old shaving bowl, an umbrella stand, and a crate full of who knows what. The attic floorboards beneath her feet are as wide across as her hands. She knows from experience how much noise a person walking on them makes. Don't knock anything over. If the German opens the wardrobe again and yanks aside the hanging clothes and squeezes through the door and climbs up into the attic, what will she do? Knock him on the head with the umbrella stand? Jab him with the paring knife? Scream. Die. Papa. She crawls along the center beam from which the narrow planks of floor emanate, toward the stone bulk of the chimney at the far end. The center beam is thickest and will be quieter. She hopes she has not become disoriented. She hopes he is not behind her, leveling a pistol at her back. Bats cry almost inaudibly out the attic vent, and somewhere far away, on a naval ship perhaps, or way out past Paramé, a heavy gun fires. Crack. Pause. Crack. Pause. Then the long scream as the shell comes flying in, the thump as it explodes on an outer island. A ghastly creeping terror rises from a place beyond thoughts. Some innermost trap door she must leap upon immediately, and lean against with all her weight and padlock shut. She takes off the coat, and spreads it across the floor. She dares not pull herself up for fear of the noise her knees will make on the boards. Time passes. Nothing from downstairs. Could he have gone? So quickly? Of course he is not gone. She knows, after all, why he is here. To her left, several electric cords wind along the floor. Just ahead is Etienne's box of old records. His wind-up Victrola. His old recording machine. The lever he uses to hoist the aerial alongside the chimney. She hugs her knees to her chest and tries to breathe through her skin, soundlessly like a snail. She has the 2 cans, the brick, the knife. Chapter 7. August 1942. Prisoners. A dangerously underweight corporal in threadbare fatigues comes for Werner on foot. Long fingers, a thatch of thinning hair beneath his cap. One of his boots has lost its lace, and its tongue lolls cannibalistically. He says, "You're little." Werner, in his new field tunic and oversized helmet, and regulation Gott mit uns belt buckle, draws his shoulders back. The man squints at the huge school in the dawn, then bends and unzips Werner's duffel and rifles through the 3 carefully folded NPEA uniforms. He raises a pair of trousers against the light and seems disappointed that they are not remotely his size. After he closes the bag, he throws it over his shoulder. Whether to keep or merely carry it, Werner cannot guess. "I'm Neumann. They call me 2. There's another Neumann, the driver, he's 1. Then there's the engineer and the sergeant, and you, so, for whatever it's worth, that's 5 again." No trumpets, no ceremony. This is Werner's induction into the Wehrmacht. They walk the 3 miles from the school to the village. In a delicatessen, black flies swim over a half-dozen tables. Neumann, too, orders 2 plates of calf's liver and eats both, using dark little bread rolls to sop up the blood. His lips shine. Werner waits for explanations, where they're going, what sort of unit he'll be joining, but none are forthcoming. The color of the arms displayed under the corporal's shoulder straps and collar tabs is wine red, but Werner can't remember what that is supposed to signify. Armored infantry? Chemical warfare? The old Frau collects the plates. Neumann, too, removes a small tin from his coat, dumps 3 round pills on the table, and gulps them down. Then he puts the tin back inside his coat and looks at Werner. "Backache pills. You have money?" Werner shakes his head. From a pocket, Neumann, too, pulls some crumpled and filthy Reichsmarks. Before they leave, he asks the Frau to bring a dozen hard-boiled eggs and hands Werner 4. From Schopforta, they ride a train through Leipzig and disembark at a switching station west of Łódź. Soldiers from an infantry battalion lie along the platform, all of them asleep, as though some enchantress has cast a spell over them. Their faded uniforms look spectral in the dimness, and their breathing seems synchronized, and the effect is ghostly and unnerving. Now and then a loudspeaker mutters destinations Werner has never heard of. Grimma, Wurzen, Grossenhain, though no trains come or go and the men do not stir. Neumann, too, sits with his legs spread and eats eggs one after another, piling the shells into a tower inside his upturned cap. Dusk falls, a soft tidal snoring issues from the sleeping company. Werner feels as though he and Neumann, too, are the only souls awake in the world. Well after dark, a whistling sounds in the east, and the drowsing soldiers stir. Werner comes out of a half-dream and sits up. Neumann, too, is already upright beside him, palms cupped against each other, as though attempting to hold a sphere of darkness in the bowl of his hands. Couplings rattle. Brake blocks grind against wheels, and a train emerges from the gloom, moving fast. First comes a blacked-out locomotive, bolted over with armor, exhaling a thick geyser of smoke and steam. Behind the locomotive rumble a few closed cars, and then a machine gun in a blister, 2 gunners crouching beside it. All of the cars following the gunner's car are flat cars loaded with people. Some stand, more kneel. 2 cars pass, 3, 4. Each car appears to have a wall of sacks along the front to serve as windbreak. The rails below the platform shine dully as they bounce beneath the weight. 9 flat cars, 10, 11, all full. The sacks, as they pass, seem strange. They look as though they have been sculpted out of gray clay. Neumann, too, raises his chin. Prisoners. Werner tries to pick out individuals as the cars blur past. A sunken cheek, a shoulder, a glittering eye. Are they wearing uniforms? Many sit with their backs against the sacks at the front of the car. They look like scarecrows, shipping west to be staked in some terrible garden. Some of the prisoners, Werner sees, are sleeping. A face flashes past, pale and waxy, one ear pressed to the floor of the car. Werner blinks. Those are not sacks. That is not sleep. Each car has a wall of corpses stacked in the front. Once it becomes clear that the train will not stop, all the soldiers around them settle and close their eyes once more. Neumann, too, yawns. Car after car the prisoners come, a river of human beings pouring out of the night. 16, 17, 18. Why count? Hundreds and hundreds of men, thousands. Eventually, from the darkness rushes a final flat car where again the living recline on the dead, followed by the shadow of another gun in a blister, and 4 or 5 gunners, and then the train is gone. The sound of the axles fades. Silence seals itself back over the forest. Somewhere in that direction is Schulpforta with its dark spires, its bedwetters and sleepwalkers and bullies. Somewhere beyond that the groaning leviathan that is Zollverein. The rattling windows of Children's House. Jutta. Werner says, they were sitting on their dead? Neumann, too, closes an eye and cocks his head like a rifleman aiming into the darkness where the train has receded. Bang, he says. Bang, bang. The wardrobe. In the days following the death of Madame Manic, Etienne does not come out of his study. Marie-Laure imagines him hunched on the davenport, mumbling children's rhymes and watching ghosts shuttle through the walls. Behind the door, his silence is so complete that she worries he has managed to depart the world altogether. Uncle? Etienne? Madame Blanchard walks Marie-Laure to the church for Madame Manic's memorial. Madame Fontenot cooks enough potato soup to last a week. Madame Guibou brings jam. Madame Ruel somehow has baked a crumb cake. Hours wear out and fall away. Marie-Laure sets a full plate outside Etienne's door at night and collects an empty plate in the morning. She stands alone in Madame Manic's room and smells peppermint, candle wax, 6 decades of loyalty. Housemaid, nurse, mother, confederate, counselor, chef. What 10,000 things was Madame Manic to Etienne? To them all. German sailors sing a drunken song in the street, and a house spider over the stove spins a new web every night, and to Marie-Laure this is a double cruelty, that everything else keeps living, that the spinning earth does not pause for even an instant in its trip around the sun. Poor child. Poor Monsieur Leblanc. Like they're cursed. If only her father would come through the kitchen door, smile at the ladies, set his palms on Marie-Laure's cheeks. 5 minutes with him. 1 minute. After 4 days, Etienne comes out of his room. The stairs creak as he descends, and the women in the kitchen fall silent. In a grave voice, he asks everyone to please leave. I needed time to say goodbye, and now I must look after myself and my niece. Thank you. As soon as the kitchen door is closed, he turns the deadbolts and takes Marie-Laure's hands. All the lights are off now. Very good. Please, stand over here. Chairs slide away. The kitchen table slides away. She can hear him fumbling at the ring in the center of the floor. The trap door comes up. He goes down into the cellar. Uncle? What do you need? This, he calls. What is it? An electric saw. She can feel something bright kindle in her abdomen. Etienne starts up the stairs, Marie-Laure trailing behind. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th, 5th, 6th. Left turn into her grandfather's room. He opens the doors of the gigantic wardrobe, lifts out his brother's old clothes, and places them on the bed. He runs an extension cord out onto the landing and plugs it in. He says, "It will be loud." She says, "Good." Etienne climbs into the back of the wardrobe, and the saw yowls to life. The sound permeates the walls, the floor, Marie-Laure's chest. She wonders how many neighbors hear it, if somewhere a German at his breakfast has cocked his head to listen. Etienne removes a rectangle from the back of the wardrobe, then cuts through the attic door behind it. He shuts down the saw and wriggles through the raw hole, up the ladder behind it, and into the garret. She follows. All morning Etienne crawls along the attic floor with cables and pliers and tools her fingers do not understand, weaving himself into the center of what she imagines as an intricate electronic net. He murmurs to himself, fetches thick booklets or electrical components from various rooms on the lower stories. The attic creaks. Houseflies draw electric blue loops in the air. Late in the evening, Marie-Laure descends the ladder and falls asleep in her grandfather's bed to the sound of her great-uncle working above her. When she wakes, barn swallows are chirring beneath the eaves and music is raining down through the ceiling. Clair de Lune, a song that makes her think of leaves fluttering and of the hard ribbons of sand beneath her feet at low tide. The music slinks and rises and settles back to earth, and then the young voice of her long-dead grandfather speaks. There are 96,000 kilometers of blood vessels in the human body, children. Almost enough to wind around the earth 2.5 times. Etienne comes down the 7 ladder rungs and squeezes through the back of the wardrobe, and takes her hands in his. Before he speaks, she knows what he will say. Your father asked me to keep you safe. I know. This will be dangerous. It is not a game. I want to do it. Madame would want... Tell it to me. Tell me the whole routine. 22 paces down the Rue Vauberel to the Rue d'Estrée. Then right for 16 storm drains. Left on the Rue Robert-Surcouf. 9 more storm drains to the bakery. I will go to the counter and say, 1 ordinary loaf, please. How will she reply? She will be surprised, but I am supposed to say, 1 ordinary loaf. And she is supposed to say, how is your uncle? She will ask about me. She is supposed to. That's how she will know that you are willing to help. It's what Madame suggested. Part of the protocol. And you will say... I will say, my uncle is well, thank you, and I will take the loaf and put it in my knapsack and come home. This will happen even now, without Madame. Why wouldn't it? How will you pay? A ration ticket. Do we have any of those? In the drawer downstairs. And you have money, don't you? Yes, we have some money. How will you come back home? Straight back. By which route? 9 storm drains down the Rue Robert-Surcouf, right on the Rue d'Estrée. 16 drains back to the Rue Vauberel. I know it all, Uncle. I have it memorized. I've been to the bakery 300 times. You mustn't go anywhere else. You mustn't go to the beaches. I'll come directly back. You promise? I promise. Then go, Marie-Laure. Go like the wind. East. They ride in boxcars through Łódź, Warsaw, Brest. For miles out the open door, Werner sees no sign of humans save the occasional rail car capsized beside the tracks, twisted and scarred by some kind of explosion. Soldiers clamber on and off, lean, pale, each carrying a pack, rifle, and steel helmet. They sleep despite noise, despite cold, despite hunger, as though desperate to stay removed from the waking world for as long as possible. Rows of pines divide endless metal-colored plains. The day is sunless. Neumann, too, wakes and urinates out the door and takes the pillbox from his coat and swallows 2 or 3 more tablets. Russia, he says, though how he has marked the transition, Werner cannot guess. The air smells of steel. At dusk, the train stops, and Neumann, too, leads Werner on foot through rows of ruined houses, beams and bricks lying in charred heaps. What walls stand are lined with the black cross-hatchings of machine-gun fire. It's nearly dark when Werner is delivered to a muscle-bound captain dining alone on a sofa that consists of a wooden frame and springs. In a tin bowl, in the captain's lap, steams a cylinder of boiled grey meat. He studies Werner a while without saying anything, wearing a look not of disappointment but tired amusement. "Not making them any bigger, are they?" "No, sir." "How old are you?" 18, sir." The captain laughs. 12, more like it." He slices off a circle of meat and chews a long time and finally reaches into his mouth with 2 fingers and flings away a string of gristle. "You'll want to acquaint yourself with the equipment. See if you can do better than the last one they sent." Neumann, too, leads Werner to the open back of an unwashed Opel Blitz, a cross-country 3-ton truck with a wooden shell built onto the back. Dented gasoline cans are strapped to one flank. Bullet trails have left wandering perforations down the other. The leaden dusk drains away. Neumann, too, brings Werner a kerosene lantern. "Gadgets are inside." Then he vanishes. No explanations. Welcome to war. Tiny moths swirl in the lantern light. Fatigue settles into every part of Werner. Is this Dr. Hauptmann's idea of a reward or a punishment? He longs to sit on the benches in Children's House again, to hear Frau Lena's songs, to feel the heat pumping off the pot-belly stove, and the high voice of Siegfried Fischer rhapsodizing about U-boats and fighter planes, to see Jutta drawing at the far end of the table, sketching out the 1,000 windows of her imaginary city. Inside the truck box lives a smell. Clay, spilled diesel mixed with something putrid. 3 square windows reflect the lantern light. It's a radio truck. On a bench along the left wall sit a pair of grimy listening decks the size of bedpillows. A folding RF antenna that can be raised and lowered from inside. 3 headsets, a weapon rack, storage lockers, wax pencils, compasses, maps, and here, in battered cases, wait 2 of the transceivers he designed with Dr. Hauptmann. To see them all the way out here soothes him, as though he has turned and found an old friend floating beside him in the middle of the sea. He tugs the first transceiver from its case and unscrews the back plate. Its meter is cracked, several fuses are blown, and the transmitter plug is missing. He fishes for tools, a socket key, copper wire. He looks out the open door across the silent camp to where stars are spun in thousands across the sky. Do Russian tanks wait out there, training their guns on the lantern light? He remembers Herr Siedler's big walnut Philco. Stare into the wires, concentrate, assess. Eventually a pattern will assert itself. When he next looks up, a soft glow shows behind a line of distant trees, as if something is burning there. Dawn. A half-mile away, 2 boys with sticks slouch behind a drove of bony cattle. Werner is opening the second transceiver case when a giant appears in the back of the truck shell. "Pfennig." The man hangs his long arms from the top bar of the truck canopy. He eclipses the ruined village, the fields, the rising sun. Volkheimer? One ordinary loaf. They stand in the kitchen with the curtains drawn. She still feels the exhilaration of leaving the bakery with the warm weight of the loaf in her knapsack. Etienne tears apart the bread. There. He sets a tiny paper scroll no bigger than a cowrie shell in her palm. What does it say? Numbers. Lots of them. The first 3 might be frequencies, I can't be sure. The 4th, 2300, might be an hour. Will we do it now? We will wait until it's dark. Etienne works the wires up through the house, threading them behind the walls, connecting one to a bell on the 3rd floor beneath the telephone table, another to a second bell in the attic, and a third to the front gate. 3 times he has Marie-Laure test it. She stands in the street and swings open the outer gate, and from deep inside the house come 2 faint rings. Next he builds a false back onto the wardrobe, installing it on a sliding track so it can be opened from either side. At dusk they drink tea and chew the mealy, dense bread from the Ruel's bakery. When it is fully dark, Marie-Laure follows her great-uncle up the stairs, through the sixth-floor room, and up the ladder into the attic. Etienne raises the heavy telescoping antenna alongside the line of the chimney. He flips switches, and the attic fills with a delicate crackle. Ready? He sounds like her father when he was about to say something silly. In her memory, Marie-Laure hears the two policemen. People have been arrested for less. And Madame Manic. Don't you want to be alive before you die? Yes. He clears his throat. He switches on the microphone and says, 567, 32, 3011, 50506, 110, 90, 146, 7751. Off go the numbers, winging out across rooftops, across the sea, flying to who knows what destinations. To England, to Paris, to the dead. He switches to a second frequency and repeats the transmission. A third. Then he shuts the whole thing off. The machine ticks as it cools. What do they mean, Uncle? I don't know. Do they translate into words? I suppose they must. They go down the ladder and clamber out through the wardrobe. No soldiers wait in the hall with guns drawn. Nothing seems different at all. A line comes back to Marie-Laure from Jules Verne. Science, my lad, is made up of mistakes, but they are mistakes which it is useful to make, because they lead little by little to the truth. Etienne laughs as though to himself. Do you remember what Madame said about the boiling frog? Yes, Uncle. I wonder who was supposed to be the frog, her or the Germans? Folkheimer. The engineer is a taciturn, pungent man named Walter Berndt, whose pupils are misaligned. The driver is a gap-toothed 30-year-old they call Neumann 1. Werner knows that Folkheimer, their sergeant, cannot be older than 20, but in the hard, pewter-colored light of the dawn he looks twice that. Partisans are hitting the trains, he explains. They are organized, and the captain believes they're coordinating their attacks with radios. The last technician, says Neumann 1, didn't find anything. It's good equipment, says Werner. I should have them functioning in an hour. A gentleness flows into Folkheimer's eyes and hangs there a moment. Pfennig, he says, looking at Werner, is nothing like our last technician. They begin. The Opel bounces down roads that are hardly more than cattle trails. Every few miles they stop and set up a transceiver on some hump or ridge. They leave Berndt and skinny, leering Neumann 2, one with a rifle and the other wearing headphones. Then they drive a few hundred yards, enough to build the base of a triangle, calculating distance all the way, and Werner switches on the primary receiver. He raises the truck's aerial, puts on the headset, and scans the spectra, trying to find anything that is not sanctioned. Any voice that is not allowed. Along the flat, immense horizon, multiple fires seem always to be burning. Most of the time Werner rides facing backward, looking at the land they are leaving, back toward Poland, back into the Reich. No one shoots at them. Few voices come shearing out of the static, and the ones he does hear are German. At night, Neumann 1 pulls tins of little sausages out of ammunition boxes, and Neumann 2 makes tired jokes about horrors he remembers or invents, and in nightmares Werner watches the shapes of boys close over Frederick, though when he draws closer, Frederick transforms into Jutta, and stares at Werner with accusation while the boys carry off her limbs one by one. Every hour Folkheimer pokes his head into the back of the Opel and meets Werner's eyes. Nothing? Werner shakes his head. He fiddles with the batteries, reconsiders the antennas, triple-checks fuses. At Schildforte, with Dr. Hauptmann, it was a game. He could guess Folkheimer's frequency. He always knew whether Folkheimer's transmitter was transmitting. Out here he doesn't know how or when or where, or even if transmissions are being broadcast. Out here he chases ghosts. All they do is expend fuel, driving past smoldering cottages and chewed-up artillery pieces and unmarked graves, while Volkheimer passes his giant hand over his close-cropped head, growing more uneasy by the day. From miles away comes the thunder of big guns, and still the German transport trains are being hit, bending tracks and flipping cattle cars and maiming the Führer's soldiers and filling his officers with fury. Is that a partisan there? That old man with the saw cutting trees? That one leaning over the engine of that car? What about those 3 women collecting water at the creek? Frosts show up at night, throwing a silver sheet across the landscape, and Werner wakes in the back of the truck with his fingers mashed in his armpits and his breath showing and the tubes of the transceiver glowing a faint blue. How deep will the snow be? 6 feet? 10? 100? Miles deep, thinks Werner. We will drive over everything that once was. Fall. Storms rinse the sky, the beaches, the streets, and a red sun dips into the sea, setting all the west-facing granite in Saint-Malo on fire, and 3 limousines with wrapped mufflers glide down the Rue de la Crosse like wraiths, and a dozen or so German officers, accompanied by men carrying stage lights and movie cameras, climb the steps to the Bastion de la Hollande and stroll the ramparts in the cold. From his 5th-floor window, Etienne watches them through a brass telescope, nearly 20 in all, captains and majors and even a lieutenant colonel holding his coat at the collar and gesturing at forts on the outer islands. One of the enlisted men trying to light a cigarette in the wind, the others laughing as his hat goes flying over the battlements. Across the street from the front door of Claude Levitte's house, 3 women spill out laughing. Lights burn in Claude's windows, though the rest of the block has no electricity. Someone opens a 3rd-story window and throws out a shot glass, and off it goes, spinning, over and over, down toward the Rue Vauberel and out of sight. Etienne lights a candle and climbs to the 6th floor. Marie-Laure has fallen asleep. From his pocket he takes a coil of paper and unrolls it. He has already given up trying to crack the code. He has written out the numbers, gridded them, added, multiplied. Nothing has come out of it. And yet it has, because Etienne has stopped feeling nauseated in the afternoons. His vision has stayed clear, his heart untroubled. Indeed, it has been over a month since he has had to curl up against the wall in his study and pray that he does not see ghosts shambling through the walls. When Marie-Laure comes through the front door with the bread, when he's opening the tiny scroll in his fingers, lowering his mouth to the microphone, he feels unshakable. He feels alive. 56778 21 4567 1094 467813. Then the time and frequency for the next broadcast. They have been at it for several months, new slips of paper arriving inside a loaf of bread every few days, and lately Etienne plays music, always at night and never more than a shard of song, 60 or 90 seconds at most. Debussy or Ravel or Massenet or Charpentier. He sets the microphone in the bell of his electrophone as he did years before, and lets the record spin. Who listens? Etienne imagines short-wave receivers disguised as oatmeal boxes, or tucked under floorboards. Receivers buried beneath flagstones or concealed inside bassinets. He imagines 2 or 3 dozen listeners up and down the coast, maybe more tuning in out at sea. Captains' sets on free ships hauling tomatoes, or refugees, or guns. Englishmen who expect the numbers but not the music, who must wonder, why? Tonight he plays Vivaldi, L'Autunno Allegro, a record his brother bought at a shop on the Rue Sainte-Marguerite 4 decades ago for 55 centimes. A harpsichord plucks along, the violins making big Baroque flourishes. The low, angled space of the attic brims with sound. Beyond the slates, a block away and 30 yards below, 12 German officers smile for cameras. Listen to this, thinks Etienne. Hear this. Someone touches his shoulder. He has to brace himself against the sloping wall to avoid falling over. Marie-Laure stands behind him in her nightdress. The violins spiral down, then back up. Etienne takes Marie-Laure's hand, and together, beneath the low, sloping roof, the record spinning, the transmitter sending it over the ramparts, right through the bodies of the Germans and out to sea, They dance. He spins her. Her fingers flicker through the air. In the candlelight she looks of another world, her face all freckles, and in the center of the freckles those two eyes hang unmoving like the egg cases of spiders. They do not track him, but they do not unnerve him either. They seem almost to see into a separate, deeper place, a world that consists only of music, graceful, lean, coordinated as she whirls, though how she knows what dancing is, he could never guess. The song plays on. He lets it go too long. The antenna is still up, probably dimly visible against the sky. The whole attic might as well shine like a beacon. But in the candlelight, in the sweet rush of the concerto, Marie-Laure bites her lower lip, and her face gives off a secondary glow, reminding him of the marshes beyond the town walls, in those winter dusks when the sun has set but isn't fully swallowed, and big patches of reeds catch red pools of light and burn. Places he used to go with his brother in what seems like lifetimes ago. This, he thinks, is what the numbers mean. The concerto ends. A wasp goes tap, tap, tap along the ceiling. The transmitter remains on, the microphone tucked into the bell of the electrophone as the needle traces the outermost groove. Marie-Laure breathes heavily, smiling. After she has gone back to sleep, after Etienne has blown out his candle, he kneels for a long time beside the bed. The bony figure of death rides the streets below, stopping his mount now and then to peer into windows. Horns of fire on his head and smoke leaking from his nostrils, and, in his skeletal hand, a list newly charged with addresses. Gazing first at the crew of officers unloading from their limousines into the chateau, then at the glowing rooms of the perfumer Claude Levite, then at the tall dark house of Etienne Leblanc. Pass us by, horsemen. Pass this house by. Sunflowers. They drive a dusty track surrounded by square miles of dying sunflowers so tall that they seem like trees. The stems have dried and stiffened, and the faces bob like praying heads, and as the opal bellows past, Werner feels as if they are being watched by 10,000 cyclopic eyes. Neumann 1 breaks the truck, and Bernd unslings his rifle and takes the second transceiver and wades alone into the stalks to set it up. Werner raises the big antenna and sits in his usual spot in the box of the Opel with his headset on. Up in the cab, Neumann 2 says, "You never scrambled her eggs, you old virgin." "Shut your mouth," says Neumann 1. "You jerk yourself to sleep at night, bleed your weasel, pound your flounder." "So does half the army, Germans and Russians alike." "Little pubescent Aryan back there is definitely a flounder pounder." Over the transceiver, Bernd reads off frequencies. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Neumann 1 says, "The true Aryan is as blond as Hitler, as slim as Goering, and as tall as Goebbels." Laughter from Neumann 2. "Fuck it." Volkheimer says, "Enough." It's late afternoon. All day they have moved through the strange and desolate region and have seen nothing but sunflowers. Werner runs the needle through the frequencies, switches bands, retunes the transceiver again, scouring the static. The air swarms with it day and night, a great, sad, sinister Ukrainian static that seems to have been here long before humans figured out how to hear it. Volkheimer clambers out of the truck and lowers his trousers and pees into the flowers, and Werner decides to trim the aerial. But before he does, he hears, as sharp and clear and menacing as the blade of a knife flashing in the sun, a volley of Russian. Adin, Shest, Vosyam. Every fiber of his nervous system leaps awake. He turns up the volume as far as it will go and presses the headphones against his ears. Again it comes. Ponye something Feshki. Shera something Doroshoy. Volkheimer is looking at him through the open back of the truck shell as though he can sense it, as though he is coming awake for the first time in months, as he did that night out in the snow when Hauptmann fired his pistol when they realized Werner's transceivers worked. Werner turns the fine-tuned dial fractionally, and abruptly the voice booms into his ears. 12 set, Scheist not set, darft set adin. Nonsense. Terrible nonsense. Pipelined directly into his head. It's like reaching into a sack full of cotton and finding a razor blade inside. Everything constant and undeviating, and then that one dangerous thing so sharp you can hardly feel it open your skin. Volkheimer raps his massive fist on the side of the opal to quiet the Neumanns, and Werner relays the channel to Bernd on the far transceiver, and Bernd finds it and measures the angle and relays it back, and now Werner settles in to do the math. The slide rule, the trigonometry, the map. The Russian is still talking when Werner pulls his headset down around his neck. North-northwest. How far? Only numbers, pure math. 1.5 kilometers. Are they broadcasting now? Werner closes one cup of the headphones over an ear. He nods. Neumann 1 starts the opal with a roar, and Bernd comes crashing back through the flowers carrying the first transceiver, and Werner withdraws the aerial, and they grind off the road and directly through the sunflowers, punching them down as they go. The tallest are nearly as tall as the truck, and their big dry heads drum the roof of the cab and the sides of the box. Neumann 1 watches the odometer and calls out distances. Volkheimer distributes weapons, 2 Karabiner 98Ks. The Walther semi-automatic with the scope. Beside him, Bernd loads cartridges into the magazine of his Mauser. Bong go the sunflowers. Bong, bong, bong. The truck yaws like a ship at sea as Neumann 1 coaxes it over ruts. 1,100 meters, calls Neumann 1, and Neumann 2 scrambles onto the hood of the truck and peers above the field with binoculars. To the south, the flowers give way to a patch of raveled gherkins. Beyond those, ringed by bare dirt, stand a pretty cottage with a thatched roof and stucco walls. The line of Yarrow, end of the field. Volkheimer raises his scope. Any smoke? None. An antenna? Hard to say. Shut off the motor. On foot from here. Everything goes quiet. Volkheimer, Neumann 2, and Bernd carry their weapons into the flowers and are swallowed. Neumann 1 stays behind the wheel, Werner in the truck shell. No landmines explode in front of them. All around the opal, the flowers creak on their stems and nod their heliotropic faces, as if in some sad accord. Fuckers are gonna be surprised, whispers Neumann 1. His right thigh jogs up and down several times a second. Behind him, Werner raises the aerial as high as he dares, and clamps on the headphones and switches on the transceiver. The Russian is reading what sounds like letters of the alphabet. P, Z, K, Ch, U, Myaki, Znak. Each utterance seems to rise from the oral cotton for Werner's ears alone, then melts away. Neumann 1's vibrating leg shakes the truck lightly, and the sun flares through the remnants of insects smeared across the window, and a cold wind sets the whole field rustling. Won't there be sentries? Lookouts? Armed partisans sidling up right now behind the truck? The Russian on the radio is a hornet in each ear. Zvo, Kaz, Vukalov. Who knows what horrors he's dispensing? Troop positions, train schedules. He might be giving artillery gunners the truck's location right now, and Volkheimer is walking out of the sunflowers, as large a target as a human has ever presented, holding his rifle like a baton. It seems impossible that the cottage could ever accommodate him, as though Volkheimer will engulf the house instead of the other way around. First, the shots come through the air around the headphones. A fraction of a second later, they come through the headphones themselves, so loud that Werner almost tears them off. Then even the static cuts out, and the silence in the headphones feels like something massive moving through space, a ghostly airship slowly descending. Neumann 1 opens and closes the bolt of his rifle. Werner remembers crouching next to his cot with Jutta after the Frenchman would sign off, the windows rattling from some passing coal train, the echo of the broadcast seeming to glimmer in the air for a moment, as though he could reach out and let it float down into his hands. Volkheimer returns with ink spattered on his face. He raises 2 huge fingers to his forehead, pushes his helmet back, and Werner can see that it is not ink. "Set the house afire," he says. Quickly. Don't waste diesel. He looks at Werner, his voice tender, almost melancholy. Salvage the equipment. Werner sets down the headphones, puts on his helmet. Swifts swoop out over the sunflowers. His vision makes slow loops as though something has gone wrong with his balance. Neumann 1 hums in front of him as he carries a can of fuel through the stalks. They break through the sunflowers toward the cottage, stepping through Ahrensrod, wild carrot, all the leaves browned from the frost. Beside the front door, a dog lies in the dust, chin on its paws, and for a moment, Werner thinks it's only sleeping. The first dead man is on the floor with an arm trapped beneath him and a crimson mess where his head should be. On the table is a second man, slumped as if sleeping on his ear, only the edges of his wound showing, a whorish purple. Blood that has spread across the table thickens like cooling wax. It looks almost black. Strange to think of his voice still flying through the air, already a country away, growing weaker every mile. Torn pants, grimy jackets, one of the men in suspenders. They do not wear uniforms. Neumann 1 tears down a potato sack curtain and takes it outside, and Werner can hear him splash it with diesel. Neumann 2 pulls the suspenders off the second dead man and takes some braided shallots from the lintel, and bundles them against his chest, and leaves. In the kitchen, a small brick of cheese sits half-eaten, a knife beside it with a faded wooden handle. Werner opens a single cupboard. Inside dwells a den of superstition. Jars of dark liquids, unlabeled pain remedies, molasses, tablespoons stuck to the wood, something marked in Latin, belladonna, something else marked with an X. The transmitter is poor, high frequency, probably salvaged from a Russian tank. It seems little more than a handful of components shoveled into a box. The ground plane antenna installed beside the cottage must have sent the transmissions 30 miles, if that. Werner goes out, looks back at the house, bone white in the failing light. He thinks of the kitchen cupboard with its strange potions, the dog that did not do its job. These partisans may have been involved in some dark forest magic, but they should not have been tinkering with the higher magic of radio. He slings his rifle and carries the big battered transmitter, its leads, its inferior microphone, through the flowers to the Opel, its engine running, Neumann 2 and Volkheimer already in the cab. He hears Dr. Hauptmann. A scientist's work is determined by two things, his interests and those of his time. Everything has led to this. The death of his father, all those restless hours with Jutta listening to the crystal radio in the attic, Hans and Heribert wearing their red armbands under their shirts so Frau Elena would not see. 400 dark, glittering nights at Schubforte, building transceivers for Dr. Hauptmann. The destruction of Frederick. Everything leading to this moment as Werner piles the haphazard Cossack equipment into the shell of the truck and sits with his back against the bench and watches the light from the burning cottage rise above the field. Bernd climbs in beside him, rifle in his lap, and neither bothers to close the back door when the Opel roars into gear. Stones. Sergeant Major von Rumpel is summoned to a warehouse outside Łódź. It is the first time he has traveled since completing his treatments in Stuttgart, and he feels as though the density of his bones has decreased. 6 guards in steel helmets wait inside razor wire. Much heel-clicking and saluting ensues. He takes off his coat and steps into a zippered jumpsuit with no pockets. 3 deadbolts give way. Through a door, 4 enlisted men in identical jumpsuits stand behind the tables with jeweler's lamps bolted to each. Plywood has been nailed all over the windows. A dark-haired Gefreiter explains the protocol. A first man will pry the stones out of their settings. A second will scrub them one by one in a bath of detergent. A third will weigh each, announce its mass, and pass it to von Rumpel, who will examine the stone through a loop and call out the clarity. Included. Slightly included. Almost loop clean. A 5th man, the Gefreiter, will record the assessments. We will work in 10-hour shifts until we're done. Von Rumpel nods. Already his spine feels as if it might splinter. The Gefreiter drags a padlocked sack from beneath his table, unthreads a chain from its throat, and upends it onto a velvet-lined tray. Thousands of jewels spill out. Emeralds, sapphires, rubies, citrine, peridot, chrysoberyl. Among them twinkle hundreds upon hundreds of little diamonds, most still in necklaces, bracelets, cufflinks, or earrings. The first man carries the tray to his station, sets an engagement ring in his vise, and peels back the prongs with his tweezers. Down the line comes the diamond. Von Rumpel counts the other bags beneath the table. 9. Where, he begins to ask, did they all... But he knows where they came from. Grotto. Months after the death of Madame Manic, Marie-Laure still waits to hear the old woman come up the stairs, her labored breathing, her sailor's drawl. Jesus, mother child, it's freezing. She never comes. Shoes at the foot of the bed beneath the model. Cane in its corner. Down to the first floor where her knapsack hangs on its peg. Out. 22 paces down the Rue Vauberel. Then right for 16 storm drains. Turn left on the Rue Robert-Surcouf. 9 more drains to the bakery. 1 ordinary loaf, please. And how is your uncle? My uncle is well, thank you. Sometimes the loaf has a white scroll inside, and sometimes it does not. Sometimes Madame Ruelle has managed to procure a few groceries for Marie-Laure. Cabbage, red peppers, soap. Back to the intersection with the Rue d'Estrée. Instead of turning left onto the Rue Vauberel, Marie-Laure continues straight. 50 steps to the ramparts, 100 or so more along the base of the walls to the mouth of the alley that grows ever narrower. With her fingers she finds the lock. From her coat she pulls the iron key Harold Bazin gave her a year before. The water is icy and shin-deep. Her toes go numb in an instant, but the grotto itself comprises its own slick universe, and inside this universe spin countless galaxies. Here, in the upturned half of a single mussel shell, lives a barnacle and a tiny spindle shell occupied by a still smaller hermit crab. And on the shell of the crab, a yet smaller barnacle. And on that barnacle? In the damp box of the old kennel, the sound of the sea washes away all other sounds. She tends to the snails as though to plants in a garden. Tide to tide, moment to moment, she comes to listen to the creatures suck and shift and squeak, to think of her father in his cell, of Madame Manic in her field of Queen Anne's lace, of her uncle confined for 2 decades inside his own house. Then she feels her way back to the gate and locks it behind her. That winter the electricity is out more than it is on. Etienne links a pair of marine batteries to the transmitter so that he can broadcast when the power is off. They burn crates and papers and even antique furniture to keep warm. Marie-Laure drags the heavy rag rug from the floor of Madame Manic's apartment all the way to the 6th floor and drapes it over her quilt. Some midnights her room grows so cold that she half believes she can hear frost settling onto the floor. Any footfall in the street could be a policeman. Any rumble of an engine could be a detachment sent to haul them away. Upstairs, Etienne broadcasts again, and she thinks, I should station myself by the front door in case they come. I could buy him a few minutes. But it is too cold. Far better to stay in bed beneath the weight of the rug and dream herself back into the museum, trail her fingers along remembered walls, make her way across the echoing grand gallery toward the key pound. All she has to do is cross the tiled floor and turn left, and there Papa will be behind the counter, standing at his key cutter. He'll say, What took you so long, Bluebird? He'll say, I will never leave you, not in a million years. Hunting. In January 1943, Werner finds a second illegal transmission coming from an orchard on which a shell has fallen, cracking most of the trees in half. 2 weeks later, he finds a third, then a fourth. Each new find seems only a variation of the last. The triangle closes in, each segment shrinking simultaneously, the vertices growing closer until they are reduced to a single point. A barn, or a cottage, or a factory basement, or some disgusting encampment in the ice. He is broadcasting now? Yes. In that shed? Do you see the antenna along the eastern wall? Whenever he can, Werner records what the partisans say on magnetic tape. Everybody, he is learning, likes to hear themselves talk. Hubris, like the oldest stories. They raise the antenna too high, broadcast for too many minutes, assume the world offers safety and rationality when, of course, it does not. The captain sends word that he is thrilled with their progress. He promises holiday leaves, steaks, brandy. All winter the Opal roves occupied territories, cities that Jutta recorded in their radio log coming to life. Prague, Minsk, Ljubljana. Sometimes the truck passes a group of prisoners, and Folkheimer asks Neumann 1 to slow. He sits up very straight, looking for any man as large as he is. When he sees one, he raps the dash. Neumann 1 brakes, and Folkheimer post-holes out into the snow, speaks to a guard, and wades in among the prisoners, usually wearing only a shirt against the cold. "His rifle is in the truck," Neumann 1 will say. "Left his fucking rifle right here." Sometimes he's too far away. Other times Werner hears him perfectly. "Ausziehen," Folkheimer will say, his breath pluming out in front of him, and almost every time the big Russian will understand. "Take it off." A strapping Russian boy with the face of someone for whom no remaining thing on earth could be surprising. Except perhaps this, another giant wading toward him. Off come the mittens, a wool shirt, a battered coat. Only when he asks for their boots do their faces change. They shake their heads, look up or look down, roll their eyes like frightened horses. To lose their boots, Werner understands, means they will die. But Folkheimer stands and waits. Big man against big man, and always the prisoner caves. He stands in his wrecked socks in the trampled snow, and tries to make eye contact with the other prisoners. But none will look at him. Folkheimer holds up various items, tries them on, hands them back if they do not fit. Then he stamps back to the truck and Neumann 1 drops the Opal into gear. Creaking ice, villages burning in forests, nights where it becomes too cold even to snow. That winter presents a strange and haunted season during which Werner prowls the static, like he used to prowl the alleys with Jutta, pulling her in the wagon through the colonies of Solverein. A voice materializes out of the distortion in his headphones, then fades, and he goes ferreting after it. There, thinks Werner when he finds it again. There. A feeling like shuttering your eyes and feeling your way down a mile-long thread until your fingernails find the tiny lump of a knot. Sometimes days pass after hearing the first transmission before Werner snares the next. They present a problem to solve, something to wrap his mind around. Better, surely, than fighting in some stinking frozen trench full of lice, the way the old instructors at Schildfort fought in the First War. This is cleaner, more mechanical. A war waged through the air, invisibly, and the front lines are anywhere. Isn't there a kind of ravishing delight in the chase of it? The truck bouncing along through the darkness, the first signs of an antenna through the trees. I hear you. Needles in the haystack. Thorns in the paw of the lion. He finds them, and Folkheimer plucks them out. All winter the Germans drive their horses and sledges and tanks and trucks over the same roads, packing down the snow, transforming it into a slick, blood-stained ice cement. And when April finally comes, reeking of sawdust and corpses, the canyon walls of snow give way while the ice on the roads remains stubbornly fixed, a luminous internecine network of invasion, a record of the crucifixion of Russia. One night they cross a bridge over the Dnieper, with the domes and blooming trees of Kiev looming ahead, and ash blowing everywhere, and prostitutes bundled in the alleys. In a cafe they sit 2 tables down from an infantryman not much older than Werner. He stares into a newspaper with twitching eyeballs and sips coffee and looks deeply surprised, astonished. Werner cannot stop studying him. Finally Neumann 1 leans over. Know why he looks like that? Werner shakes his head. Frostbite took his eyelids, poor bastard. Mail does not reach them. Months pass, and Werner does not write to his sister.